finally put this thing to rest.
Nice.
Nice, is it, Mel? Nice?
It's very nice.
You've watched every episode 17 times, I think you said, right?
18 times.
The most favored TV
idiot.
shows in the history of everything. And
It's probably the best thing I've ever seen in my life.
and you thought it was really good right up until the last scene, I heard. That's what recontextualized the whole thing for you.
Yeah, when I saw that, I went outside and just kicked someone in the stomach, like right at the bus stop.
When you going to court for that?
Oh, I don't. I just killed them and buried them in my backyard. But don't tell anyone.
And you going to court for the other person that you kicked and didn't get away with it?
Oh, I knew I forgot something.
Yeah.
Well, let me check my mailbox.
Are you in court right now, and this is live streamed to it? Were your defense
lawyers? Order!
You'll be like, listen, you have to understand how bad the boys is, okay? Like,
yeah.
he was right to do what he did.
Can I have a break for like 6 hours or something?
What even? There's so many just things that have happened. I don't even know what I was going to mention first. Like, well, there's like I mean this in the sense of like I don't even know what I'll pick in terms of like what is most pertinent. I don't know if just judging from random people sending me messages, I'm up to date on, well, for the most part, I'm up to date on the bricks and minifigs thing, the Lego controversy, which is getting further and further attention. I saw that Moist Critical made a situation video, so you know it's getting blasted out to the world.
I think he has like 8 videos on this or something.
Yeah,
he's been covering like every drip of information. You see, I think CoffeeZilla's getting in too.
Out of the loop on that. Is there a short form version, or does it like require me
you
to
want to watch the long form?
You want to watch
actually,
it?
It's worth it.
It's actually super simple. There was a $200,000 Lego collection, and it's Brian's Legos, and they're gone. And someone's got to find them. And a couple of hijinks ensue after that, but
you got to enjoy. Because I knew how far it went already, and so in the beginning where he's like, we could just do the easy way here, and you could just give the Lego back, and then they're like, no, and you're like, if only they did. If only they just give the Lego back.
Thus begins an insane series of events.
Dude, the way I showed it to Fringy, I talked about this on stream, but I didn't say who it was. The intro for this to Fringy was so fucking funny, because I don't think there's anyone else that I could have done this with, where I showed them I showed Fringy the first 45 seconds of the first video, which is this playful Lego video explanation of the Legos and Brian's dad and like how much this collection meant to them. And then I hit the other tab that I had open was the SWAT team with rifles kicking down a door, searching for the Legos inside of the Airbnb, and just the juxtaposition between like a solid hour of content is just unbearably funny.
It is absolutely fucking nuts, and yeah, more and more people are watching it and should watch it just to know what wacky shit is going on in this. It might get fucking adapted into a movie someday. It's so insane.
I mean,
I need to watch it. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. I've been.
It is. There are some twists and turns, Metal, that are just crazy that you will not see coming. I could use some good
storytelling after playing Bond this whole time, and still.
There's better characters for sure.
If Reckless Ben survives this and doesn't go to jail for life, he should actually become a writer for a fucking video game company instead of a lot of peers. Like, bring in Reckless Ben to write the next God of War.
Oh, that's why, finding out that Alana Pierce was at least in some capacity involved in writing that game is really quite dire news to learn.
Yeah,
you have no idea how much that ruined my sort of mood on that. It's like, ooh,
it's like another thing that happens.
No.
God.
That was like her game, right? Like she wrote the entire
thing.
Well,
the thing is that she said that she wrote it, but the problem is she's got an insane ego, so maybe she said something that just isn't like fully accurate again. Maybe when she says that she wrote it, it means that she didn't write much of it, possibly. But I don't know about that.
But from what I understand, she worked on it up until like 2024, and then said later, like, "Oh yeah, but probably most of it was like replaced or whatever."
But I mean, maybe not. I mean, sure, it could be that all the writing work is done, right? And now it's moved on to a different portion of development. So I don't know. It's not the news I want to hear, because the problem is, if I think that you're like, I don't really think. I'm trying to find a way to say it that doesn't sound so rude.
Why?
I don't know that. Because I don't know that you can write a good story if you're like really stupid. You know, I don't know if it's possible. I don't know that you can write a particularly meaningful or interesting story if you're just like a really silly person. You know, just I don't know.
Well, so
I
okay,
don't
so
know,
there's a
man.
concern with what the writing may end up being with her in charge, or in some way connected, or even slightly influential on it, and then we get possibly one of the worst slices of any God of War game's writing ever in that trailer,
Yeah.
and it's like you are joking, right? And then just every element possible of concern to be raised. And of course, you could be like, well, you know, you want to give Santa Monica a chance, right? And you're like, yeah, I'll play it. I will. But,
Yeah.
oh God, the amount of decisions that have been
Something that
made.
is a bit sort of awkward, though, is that when you think about the premise that this is meant to be sort of an afterlife of the sort of mythologies and pantheons and everything, on its face, there are several other characters that you'd be like, ooh, that's probably innately more interesting to get to play as, like Ares or Zeus or Athena or Thor. You know, if we're gonna be here, and then it's like, well, what about Faye? It's like, I mean, if the writing is great, then sure, but on its face, there are several other characters that you'd probably rather get to play as in that location.
They've created so many cool characters in these games, and they was like, let's do the one that died in the beginning of 2018. It's like, oh.
The thing is, like, it's just, you know, you can do something, but
Oh, of course.
I mean, and then, but the big problem is that any amount of time that gets put into this game is to the exclusion of what, you know, something else that they could have been working on, right? Like just the next Kratos story. Or even if they wanted to do something where, you know, because people would speculate, oh, this could be the setup for what's next. It's like, well, I'm sure it will be, and it kind of better be. But I mean, you could have had, you know, a game starring Anubis, you know, as your sort of bridgeway to going to Egypt, like introducing totally new stuff. That also jumps out as like a potentially exciting possibility. I don't know. It's yeah, I don't know. And also when you look at the timeline for that reveal, yeah, there wasn't a lot of gameplay, and it was there.
No, it's like this new, it's like the current thing.
Yeah.
It's like, look at these 20 minutes of gameplay, and they call it gameplay because it is an uninterrupted camera, but it's
I don't know
really
why.
just cutscene, and then you have like 4 minutes of
about
fighting.
4 or 5 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah.
That might, yeah, about 4 or 5 minutes tops.
And there's a lot of people who will share like 30 seconds of like this gameplay looks amazing, and it is the cutscenes of being thrown around and stuff.
Yeah,
and you see this with so many games,
I mean, the
and
graphics,
it's kind of indicative of a
really
problem.
good.
Well, it's what we'll be talking about when we sort of really get into Bond at some point, but it's like that's, I don't know, we are in an era where it's like that shit is. Remember the they were doing it with Spider-Man 2 with it was like the Sandman battle or something. They kept sharing that one clip, and it's like, bro, everyone can see that's not gameplay, that's cutscene.
People don't have the appetite for this anymore. I really do think like it's worth remembering at this point. Uncharted ended a decade ago, kind of the game that kicked off this this sort of era. It's like it's not really that impressive anymore, right? Like, yeah, it looks kind of cool, I guess. You know, it's all the animations and the graphics and everything. But I mean, games have been able to do this sort of stuff at this point for approaching 20 years.
I'd argue you made it worse.
The novelty is gone.
I'd argue they made it worse because now you have quick time events where you just can't fail them, and when the time runs out, they just do it for you. It's like, what the fuck is the point of that?
Yes,
like, why would you even give me the option to press a button and a timer, and when it runs out, it goes like green, and you just do it? Like, what's the fucking
That's
point?
some good old 007 First Light stuff there, huh? Man, that game sucks.
In Mixtape, I
No
literally
way.
got up and I went for a pee break during a segment where you had to like jump over shit, and the game just completed it while I was out of the room. But I honestly, I really love all the new photorealistic, cinematic, on rails game slop that's been releasing for the last 5 years. I love it. I love 4-year development, 5-year development cycles even for spin-off games. Very fun.
I feel that Sony's in a bit of a bind, which is that these kinds of games is kind of like the only thing that a lot of their audience deems like acceptable, and yet at the same time people are starting to I've seen a lot of people, way more people than I was expecting, just talking about how they're not very impressed with Wolverine. Which is correct, because it doesn't look very impressive at all.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised that that's happening when compared to Spider-Man 1 and just how much to be fair, I assume that Spider-Man 1 is going to be a better game than Wolverine, but it's just interesting how the sentiment has changed on these types of games.
The Wolverine trailer is the most you've already played this trailer that I've seen in a while.
Mm-hmm.
It's got
and also weirdly sanitized, despite there being a lot of violence. I get the impression it's not going to be a very edgy game at all because Insomniac have lost all their edge, and they lost it a long time ago.
It's just, you can imagine how it all plays, even from that little clip.
Yep.
And is it going to have anything surprising in it? And it's like, probably not in a good way.
No, not in a good way. It'll be what they've already talked about, that there's no X-Men as a team that exists in this world, and they'll probably it's kind of the weird thing. The Insomniac games are kind of weirdly safe while also occasionally making some really bizarre, drastic changes to the canon. It's a weird, almost worst of both worlds on that front.
Yeah. So
But hey, Until Dawn 2, that looks really exciting.
Here's the thing, for all the wrong reasons, I'm very much looking forward to playing that.
No, I think it might be funny. Oh, and also the new Resident Evil, remake Resident Evil for Code Veronica.
Yes, which was assumed it was coming, but there you go.
Yeah. Look at that! Wow.
It's a very happy
and also,
fan base,
hey,
I think.
is anybody excited about Final Fantasy VII, the third remake?
I thought they were done with...
Jeff Keighley was really excited about that.
He's always excited.
He really... I just find it funny because when I see that, it's like, this doesn't really mean anything to me, but I hope Final Fantasy fans are happy with this little series that's been running for 10 years at this point for the remakes.
Okay, forgive my ignorance. Didn't they do the 3-parter for that?
This is the third part. This is the third one.
That's still part. That wasn't done.
Yeah, I think it was that because it's like they split that game into 3 parts. I think, right? That's how it works with the remake. They split up into 3 different parts.
That's wonderful.
It's probably a good idea because you make a lot of money.
Franchise. Jesus.
Yeah. So.
And also wanted to mention, which is just sad news, is Anthony Stewart Head died, who you may know him as one of several things. Obviously, for me, it was Giles in Buffy, who he's like a major character that allows that show to gives the show time to get good. He's such a good actor that he carries the early seasons before everything else gets into place. He's he's iconic to me for a lot of things. He's kind of like the quintessential top tier artist in so many different ways. He's like excellent musician, excellent actor. He's big into theater work as well. I happened to watch Little Britain, and he was the prime minister in that, and he's funny as fuck in it. There's
really?
He was Uther Pendragon in Merlin. I know a lot of people know him from
I watched that show. Yeah.
And he was in Ted Lasso as well. I haven't watched that, but I know a lot of people knew him from that. But he, complications with pneumonia. Extremely sad, and
it's super tragic. He was only 72 years old.
Yeah, and
it's not really that old at all.
It's insane. That's the third Buffy sort of actress that's died in the course of a year.
Yeah. No, you're right. In a year.
Yeah. Not much to say on that other than he was fucking great, and that's really sad. But it's probably worth mentioning. Me and Gary, he's back from Japan, so we can get back on with our Buffy streams on Wednesday. I think we're coming back, so we'll probably discuss it there as well in a bit more depth, like why he was so fucking good as Giles, but in his other achievements as well. It's like Repo, the Genetic Opera, he's also known for. The guy had such a fucking awesome voice for singing and acting. It's just...
Yes, for singing, for sure. Yeah, when you add that into super multi-talented.
And so, I guess on a brighter note, recently it just seems almost worth mentioning that with Obsession, Backrooms, a lot of people, I'm not saying everyone, a lot of people's reactions to He-Man, Spider Noir, and Clarkson's Farm, I was just like, it feels like a weird moment where there's a lot of stuff that people are kind of enjoying film and TV, but that
Oh, now that you brought it up, just gonna note, I have seen He-Man. I thought it was slop. I don't think it's good. I don't think you should watch it.
Oh,
Just
that's
well,
throwing it
slightly
out there.
there you
brighter
go, I
though.
guess.
This movie's been enjoyed. Yeah, it was shit.
Some of these other movies, yeah. Hey, look, right? I just feel like it's worth throwing out there. It's just slop.
Well, where I was going with that was actually the things are about to get so much worse. Because we're on the precipice, but as if though things were so great, it's like we're about to talk about how shitty like a TV show that was long running ended so badly. You know what I mean. So I just thought it was an interesting note that I haven't seen Spider Noir yet. Fringy saw He-Man and has put me right off of wanting to see it. Like, what else?
I don't have particularly strong. I don't really know anything about He-Man. It's just the movie was pretty sloppy. Lots of slop. He-Man? What a silly name. Like a lot of that kind of humor.
Well, I'll be honest with
you. I don't get it.
I wasn't tempted from the trailer,
Well, yeah, but it was a guy who did Bumblebee, and people said that Bumblebee's worthwhile, which, by the way, now I'm not so sure, but I'm sure that the stop motion films he's made are much more worthwhile. I need to watch those.
But haven't started Spider Noir. I'm gonna get on that at some point, but I have watched the first half of Clarkson's Farm because it's not all out yet, and it's fucking great. It's as great as it always is. It's absolutely top tier. There's a part where they find a dead sheep on the farm, and they're trying to figure out why it died because they don't even know, and its ear is missing, and so they start speculating. They say might have been a dog that bit the ear off, and then crows came and pecked out the eyes because it was already dead at this point, and then pecked out this guy is Dilwyn is their like animal expert on the farm, and he just explains in the most brutal basic terms exactly what happened because it's all normal to him. He's just like, yeah, I would have pecked out the bowels through the anus, and and just talking about, and Jeremy Clarkson is just like, what? Like what was and then just what crows do to it, and then he's like, if I ever come back as an animal, I hope it's not a crow. And a little bit later, Dilwyn is then doing some kind of autopsy, but like with bin bags, and just really quickly just to see if he could discover anything else about how it died. And he chops some stuff up and actually show, like, it's pretty brutal, gory for what the show is, but he says he wants to show warts and all for the farm stuff, for the show. And so he's like pointing out the 4 stomachs of a sheep and some other bits and bobs, and eventually Jeremy Clarkson's like, why are you doing this? And then Dylan just goes, he's dead. Like he's well dead. It's just like organs everywhere. It's like, yes he is. There's loads of just good funny shit. What was the name of the guy for you? I mentioned that was in it from your F1
Oscar
stuff.
Piastri.
Oscar Piastri visits because he wants to be able to see if he could drive a tractor, and very amusingly, he cannot. He struggles very hard with trying to figure it out, and it's Caleb, who, if you watch the show, you'll know, doesn't know who Oscar Piastri is, probably knows nothing about F1, gets in the tractor with him to just give him a brief, and he starts explaining the most basic things about driving, and Oscar Piastri's in the camera just looking at him like with Peepo's stare expression of, yeah, I know what gears are, I know what mirrors are. Like, it's all good, bro. It's
on Amazon Prime, is it?
Yes,
yeah. It's one of the if not the best, it's one of the highest streamed shows on that entire platform, I think.
It might be their best. It might be the best show. Yeah.
I'm trying to think what else would rival it.
Well, I actually need something new to watch for the evening, so I guess I put that on my list.
Oh yeah, I quite frequently just put it on right from season 1 and let it roll in the background. But it's, I mean, there's not much competition for it on Amazon Prime though, because I was looking at some of the figures for, I think it's Gen V in particular, to try and figure out like how well received that was. And it's like, oh yeah, it started off, it was like its 5th most streamed show after Rings of Power Season 1, Fallout, and like a couple of other really, really shit things. Then you look at that list and you think, oh my god, yeah, Amazon Prime, why do I pay for this? Oh yeah, free deliveries, that's quick. That's good.
Yeah, Amazon is literally the best streaming service for no actual like streaming related reasons. Yeah. I don't know. I would never cancel Amazon Prime, even if I didn't watch a single show on there.
People are saying
they
there's
got
like
worse over the time as well, because especially like in Germany, I realized they just don't have the English dubs at all. I was like, why? Why do you hate me? It's like,
is there a problem with the stream? Some people are saying there are. There is.
Yeah, it's buffering, I think. It just
Hmm.
keeps doing that sort of
It's buffering the
sporadically.
Vampire Slayer.
I don't know why that would be the case.
It's probably just YouTube. YouTube shits the bed a lot. If you're seeing it in chat right now, maybe drop it to like 240p for a couple minutes until everything kind of subsides.
I have the stream open on my
Unless you
second
guys are seeing
screen.
that you're dropping frames on your video provider, then that would be.
No, it's the buffer. It's not dropping frames. It's like buffering. That
Not
seems to be
buffering for
what
me,
it's happening.
interestingly enough. I have it on my.
I've got it
second
up on my
screen.
phone for now with my phone data, and it's not buffering for now.
Oh wait, hang on. It's not on.
Looks
Oh.
like it's okay at the moment.
I agree with your chatter. I forgot who wrote that, but I think that Reacher is like the best kind of slop. So I actually think
The
that's
best
probably my
kind of
favorite show on
slop.
Amazon.
The best
I
kind of
love it.
slop.
Yes.
Give me that
Well,
delicious slop. Yum yum yum.
So that one's categorized as like dad slop, right? So it's like in the same category
Yeah.
as a
It is
number
my
of those.
favorite dad slop.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, but that's so it's like the same as a lot of those Paramount Plus shows, right? They like fall into that category. A lot of those ones, right? Like Yellowstone, isn't that like in the same sort of world of television?
I didn't see it, but my dad likes that show too.
Yeah, that's what's like boomer shows, basically, is what a lot of those seem to be.
Well,
Also, it looks like it's okay now. I
Okay.
refreshed, but that I'm literally, I don't know. I mean, you know, I hope it's okay.
I just I've got my phone up. I'll keep an eye on it. But if I assume if it works for one person, then it may not be something I need to do anything on my end with. I don't know. But I don't even know what I would do.
We had
I mean,
it
if
once before in an episode where it was buffering for everyone. I'm trying to remember how we fixed it. Did we?
I think-
we
didn't I just
restarted
restart?
the stream? Yeah. So if it gets really bad and
I
continues to
had
be really
that
bad, we can try that.
recently as well during a stream, and then I just rebooted my OBS essentially, and then it worked. But it seems to be fine right now, so should be good.
Ooh.
Reacher could be greater, but the market's fairly new. Dude, Reacher is awesome because they just keep like saying, "Oh, guys, we confirm the 4th season is coming." Well, they're still filming like the 3rd season. And I don't know anyone like I don't know a ton of people who watch this show, but apparently it's enough that they're just like that confident.
Oh my god, they're just
They
like
just keep
Daredevil Born
running.
Again.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh
Yeah.
no.
Hey, that show was good,
I
right?
wish that they were less confident about. I wish they were less confident on Daredevil Born Again. I wish that they would give
Fucking
up.
Wonder Man's getting a second season, so I don't think actually
Sure
that confidence
is.
has anything to do with it. It's just delusion.
Well, yeah,
It's
and
really
it's a
only
delusion
Netflix
that's
that just cancels
enabled by
everything.
the. And then people get mad as if a lot of the stuff that they cancel like didn't actually perform well, just
Bro,
because
this
you
was
personally
about to
liked
be
it.
good, dude. This was
Yeah, I don't
about
know.
to-
Just you personally liked it, therefore it had an audience to sustain that $200 million budget or whatever
Dude,
ridiculous amount
If
of
you
money
think
it
about it
cost.
from the Daredevil perspective, though, Daredevil doesn't get good until a season and a half in. So that means Netflix is just clipping these shows' wings. They don't even get a chance. They only get like an entire season to start getting good. They don't have.
I mean, I view like the way that it's what Platoon just said. It's like this weird collective delusion. I feel like the same thing's happening with DC as well, where everybody's kind of like trying to delude themselves as if everything is awesome and everybody's paying lots of attention to what's going on, when the truth is it's bad and these things are having an increasingly diminishing audience.
Wait,
Yep.
but you don't understand, right? You've only seen like 2 films for the DCU, all right? We have to wait till at least 7 come out before we can finally get into the groove of things.
I don't know. It's just it feels like people just really want to have this era where all the superhero movies are great, and the truth is there never really was an era like that where they were all great, and we're well past that now. I don't know, something happened like pre and post COVID in terms of like the studio's ability to actually like make movies that don't look like fucking slop. I don't know what it was. I felt that strongly while watching He-Man. It's just like, oh, dude, so this is just like everything, like
Yeah.
everything
That's
that
what put me off
$100
going
million
to see it.
budget.
It's like it's partly that it's this really specific kind of gay 80s like genre thing, which I have no knowledge of, and I don't think it will translate for me. But it's partly that I saw the trailer and it's like this just looks like every Marvel film I've seen for like a decade at this
Yeah. Which
point.
one?
So
Well, no,
He-Man,
He-Man,
the Masters of the
yeah.
Universe.
Well, no, it's the same for because the Disney live action remakes look worse. Like, I don't really care for a lot of those older ones, but like Cinderella, like that's like a decent looking movie compared to the stuff that they've shown for Moana, where it's like, dude, that green screen is horrible, and you didn't even like bother with lighting. I guess you weren't interested in like, who cares about that? You don't even need to do that because you'll make $1 billion regardless of how it looks. Like, I don't know. It's just anything that costs over $100 million, with very few exceptions, seems to end up like having no style, really horrible green screen, and generally just an insecure attitude to the thing that they're making. Lots of like self-aware jokes, which I don't know. It's a bit tiresome. I like the soundtrack in that movie, though. It's kind of cool, but, you know, that's all the He-Man stuff from the 80s, right? So I don't know how much credit this film should get for it.
There's still some notes
horribly, right?
About laggy buffering, but I've still not had a buffer once on my my live feed on my phone, so I don't know what to do or say.
It's looking alright.
At some point, you gotta just say, like, refresh. This happened on my stream, like, 10 times the other day, and usually the chat just knows to spam refresh, and then it gets fixed.
And then you're okay. Because I haven't seen any of my end here.
So yeah, you know.
I can't believe the quartering has gotten this powerful that he's affecting the
Dude, he's throwing oranges at us right now.
Damn it, Hambly.
Dude, that is crazy. All those clips you just put together with all of the fucking YouTube shorts. Oh, check this out. Here. Yeah. Oh wow, what do you guys think of this? Check this out. It's the same thing every time. So
but
bad.
He hates doing it, so it's fine.
Oh yeah, he said that. He feels like disgusting doing it, but it's the nature of the game, and everybody does it, so he carries on doing it. So have you considered just making content though?
Yeah. Well,
God,
sorry, Chad, you know what you're gonna have to expect from me.
I hate eating human flesh, but everyone's doing it right now. Unfortunately, I just gotta keep eating human flesh.
He thinks he's like that dude in that famous painting. The you know the one I'm talking about, right? The
yeah, Whistler's Mother by Mr. Bean.
Sort of face as he's eating food.
Yes. So anyway,
you guys know what
yes.
That's a great catch up of half an hour of us discussing random stuff that needed to be addressed in terms of world events. We did a great job. Unfortunately, we now have to do the opposite and delve into what is basically ancient history on the internet now.
Are you saying we're stalling?
50-50.
Let's discuss this further. Are we still?
We got 2 seasons to discuss. All right, we kind of do need to get going, especially because, like, I think, and I don't know if I'm out of line here. I'll see what you guys think. I think season 1 sort of stands on its own in terms of quality. Season 2 and 3 also do. 4 and 5 are like, holy shit! It collapses completely with these 2. So, you know, it might take us a little bit longer. Who knows? Who could say?
Completely and rapidly as well. That was always the impressive. The thing with season 4, I was going to say I had not seen when it first came out, but having since rewatched it a couple of times to prepare for this, I might have seen it when it first came out. It just never sticks in the memory. I always forget it. I go back through looking at what I'd compiled of notes from it. I don't remember a fucking thing about this. I know I watched it again yesterday. And I was like, this scene holds no memory for me whatsoever, except for a couple of like standout nonsense bits. Like the fact that the nonsense kicks off so quickly in episode 1 is very impressive. Which is like Butcher turns and says, "Oh yeah, I know all about this world-shattering virus, so that's going to be the thing for like half of this season now." You might wonder where the whole virus thing comes from, but that's because there's another TV show that you kind of Grippy said you didn't have to watch to get an understanding of this,
You're
and then
right.
he doesn't understand what you're talking about.
That's weirder if you haven't seen Gen V. I've never even conceived of how odd that would be. Right at the first episode. Oi, Yui, there's this soup-killing virus. It'll take them all out. Wait, what?
Where the fuck
came
did
from
that
Gen
come
V
from?
then. Interesting.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
So I was going to spend about as much time on Gen V as Gen V deserves, which is maybe 10 seconds. I did not watch that when it first came out because I did not like the idea that Eric Kripke had looked at like what he'd done with The Boys and said, you know what, we should do a spin-off where this is immature. Ooh, okay. Right, so you think The Boys, fine. That's going to tell me quite a lot about where this is going. There's hardly anything that you do need to know except for the all-important virus thing that he said you wouldn't need to know because you didn't need to watch the 2 shows. But the basic premise from Gen V season 1, at least, there's a university full of like soup students who are insufferable, and underneath that university is a secret underground unethical laboratory called the Woods, and the university dean is evil. And her parents died in Flight 37, so she has a genocidal grudge against soups, and
Is that
she
the
is
one that
taking.
Walter White took down?
Yes.
Damn it.
I think it might be. So like she wants to kill all the soups, so she takes a few students from that university and unethically experiments on them to create this a vaccine virus, and then tells someone to make it airborne. And at the end of that show, Miss Newman turns up because a few characters from the main show turn up occasionally. She turns up right at the end, gets the virus, explodes the guy's head, and leaves. That's kind of what you need to know really going into season 4, but most people don't, because Gen V did not perform very well. And we know it didn't perform very well because Kripke said, if this show is good, they will give us a 3rd season. And it did not get renewed for a 3rd season.
Of course
so
it didn't do well.
The
Then
first
it's not-
episode's poll was just like the Human Torch kills Mr. Krabs and then suicides in the middle of the
Mr.
fucking thing.
What?
That's who plays like the professor. It's Mr.
Oh,
Krabs.
okay. Okay. That makes a little bit more
Arrgh,
sense.
Jimmy boy, we're gonna put you on the 7. Okay, dude, that's awesome. Great, yeah.
I mean, you know why the show failed? Because there's no Homelander in it, and that's the only reason that anybody even cares about it.
No, he's actually in the finale. He just comes down.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
maybe he shows up, but what I mean is that he's not a main character in the show. The absence of Homelander dooms any prospect of any. Maybe that Vought one, the new one, because it's got Soldier Boy in it, but I don't know. It's not.
Well,
gonna,
what would
it's
The Boys season 6 look like in terms of viewership? You know, now that Homelander's out,
It'd be horrendously low by comparison.
if they lose Butcher, Homelander, and there's no Soldier Boy as a backup, it's like, yeah, what the fuck would that look like? Like who'd care?
Oh, it's going to be carried by Huey. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that would be a bit of trouble. Platoon, do you want to let everyone know about the PewDiePie reference in Gen V?
I'm drawing a blank on that reference, so no, you can though.
Oh, I got it.
Nick
So,
could do it.
So there's this character, right? Because her big thing is that she can shrink. You know, she's like Ant-Man, right? But the only way she can do that is by purging. You familiar with binging and purging? It's a very college level thing that they're doing. She needs to throw up, basically, which makes her skinnier, but in turn, then she shrinks. And she's got to keep throwing up. So there's one scene in the beginning where she's having sex with a man. And in that scene, he's like, can you get small and hug it? And she's like, what? Can you get small and hug it? Fine. So she goes and throws up in the bathroom and gets to do that. So she's explaining her powers, and because she has a YouTube channel, of course, because of course they do. They need to have like influencers and shit. So the main character asks her about her YouTube channel, and she's like, oh, I'm like PewDiePie without the Nazi. And this is a show that released when? It's way after this would be relevant at all. I was like, oh, that hurt my soul. That was very dated. Like a lot of the boys' jokes, but this one hurt me personally because, well, for reasons that you'll see in season 4, it's like it's just old YouTube related lore, and it's old,
very old, and very just like ugh.
Many reasons you should ban writers from major productions from just being on the internet generally, I think, but YouTube, TikTok, and everything in particular, because they just chuck all those references in, and then 4 years later when their show releases, barely anyone remembers the reference, or they do, and they think, oh god, that was dated, and in the case of PewDiePie, probably wrong as well, and possibly even libelous, who the hell can say? So, yeah, bad show, Gen V, never performed well. I think it reached a height of like 8th on Nielsen for its debut, but on average tracked like 60% below.
The whole Gen V discussion?
This is, well, I'll mention 2 because 2 comes out between 4 and 5, so I was going to sort of just touch on what happens in 2 as we transition over to season 5. There's again, sort of similarly, you don't need to watch it, but there are scenes in season 5 that don't make sense if you do, but then nothing in season 5 makes sense anyway, so you don't. It's really just a case like the camera will pan over to a character, and it will do so in such a way as to tell you should know who this person is. And if you haven't seen the show, you're like, I have no clue who she is. And if you have seen the show, you don't like them, so it doesn't make a difference. But we'll do season 2 later. But we can plow through season 4 first, I suppose. We'll sort of do more of an overview on this, and we'll get a bit more granular on season 5. So I think, Mulder, you said that 4 and 5 sort of stand alone in terms of quality in the way that 2 and 3 do. What was everybody's first impressions of season 4?
Because I'd seen 1 and then dipped out on 2, but did tune in for 3 casually just because of circumstance. But then 4 I didn't watch, and 5 I didn't watch. And then I was like, well, it's come to it. I'm going to have to now. And so watching 4 and 5 together, it was like, man, I thought this show was terrible, but holy shit. Like, it's just completely falling apart. And it can only rely on what we've kind of gone over with the looping. and the insanely wacky plans, and then the constant plot armor, and everybody just doesn't have any direction, and the writers are just tossing random shit at the wall. For example, the really funny shit of MM is the leader now. MM is the leader, okay? That is MM's role. And you're just like, huh? MM is in control of the boys.
I'm fucking running this.
If you want to be part of this team, then you gotta listen to me. You know, that's and then Butcher just being like,
Oi, I want to be on the team.
Boy, get me back on the team.
I don't think we can trust Butcher. Butcher, welcome back, buddy. You've got such a heart of gold. We missed you, and we need you for the team. Oh, Butcher betrayed us. Fuck, Butcher betrayed us.
This is the season that has the new Annie stuff that happens off screen in between seasons.
Yeah,
to the point
which is insane.
When you're watching it, you're like, wait a minute, when did this happen?
Did I talking about the plastic surgery? I didn't realize you were talking about the fucking Gen V shit.
Well, it gets particularly grim by season 4 on that front, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, there's the iconic moment
by this point
with the Tech Knight episode.
The Skeletor.
Yeah,
dude, the Tech Knight episode was so bad. The people who were like, "Yeah, they're just making fun of you, Chud," were like, "I'm noticing a bit of writing decline."
This show actually does misstep sometimes. That's crazy. Otherwise,
the actual off-screen bit that's being referenced, I assume, is the pregnancy and abortion stuff, which is then thrown out.
When it got brought up, I was like, "When did this happen?"
I thought I missed it.
I genuinely, I was like, I thought I missed something, but then it turned out it was between seasons because they hadn't thought that far ahead in terms of planning out their storyline.
The longer you think about it as well, like, the more annoying.
Posted it to YouTube about it.
Oh, that's a contemporary, that's a relevant reference.
But that becomes more annoying as well when you realize how many other conversations are just on repeat as well. So it's like, the most dramatic and potentially interesting thing about one of your lead characters happened off screen. And instead of seeing that on screen where it can actually prompt drama in the moment, you get instead, like Frenchie kind of replays a version of his season 2 arc. Because obviously season 2, he's kind of torn up with grief and guilt because he got Mallory's grandkids killed. And he has to sort of come to terms with that, and then he has to find the courage to forgive himself in order to tell her to forgive Lamplighter. And then in season 4, he comes along and say, well, he's now gay, and he meets gay Colin at Starlight House, and then he's racked with guilt because he got his family killed.
In the comic book, okay? All right, This is not new. This is part of the source material that we all hate, to be clear.
That's not great when you have to you swap all the interesting stuff out for repeats. But I suppose if we go in some approximation of the order, then we've mentioned all sort of the wacky plans and the plot armor, and they sort of kick in almost immediately with like episode 1 of this show, when you have to try and pick up all the threads that season 3 sort of left dangling. And then you realize very quickly they didn't really know what they were doing, and they still don't. So you have these kind of overlapping things going on. You have the political situation, because the President Bob is now president, and Newman is his vice president because the Deep assassinated the previous vice president, so now she's vice president, but he's working with the CIA because he doesn't want her to be vice president. So the CIA and the president wants to kill the vice president before she's elected vice president, because that's the only way you can get rid of a vice president-elect, is killing them, as opposed to just leaking all the research you've done on them, and you have no say in who you choose for that. So he's doing all of that shit at the same time as the boys have their own internal political drama, because Butcher is now no longer a leader, who as has been mentioned, and they are all trying to take out Newman, but then at the same time, you have Homelander and Butcher, and you have Ryan, because that's all still going on, and all of this is reintroduced in episode 1. Alongside the mention of this new plot MacGuffin that they have, that the lethal virus that will kill all soups. Because Butcher tells Newman that he knows that she's got it, and all of that is, as I say in the first episode, it's a bit of a mess right from the off, which might be why I just struggle to remember all of it. It's just because I try to keep track of all of it, and then I realize that it's leading nowhere, so there's no fucking point.
Well, but, for me, it was weird because I was like, wasn't Butcher dying throughout all of season 3? And then I started watching 4, and all they say is like, yeah, he's definitely dying. He's dying for sure. They even make his, they've dyed his like beard grayer and whiter to be like, look at him, he's degrading. Oh my god. And it's insane because we have sort of alluded to it in part 1, but like, instead you'll be dying for 2 seasons, and then you'll have to make a decision that makes him super duper way crazy cosmic charged Butcher, and there's just no repercussions for this. Like there's no downside.
Scorcher.
It's so absurd. Like,
And then you have the additional political coup mongering that's going on as well, because Newman is working at least with Homelander and with Vought, because they're backing her to become vice president. They have this grand plan to install her, then trigger the 25th Amendment to get rid of the president, and then install her as their president so she can be their puppet. And then she needs to do all of this because otherwise her daughter, who is a soup, might be in danger. It's a fucking and then Butcher is kind of,
and the show is really trying to ramp up on Victoria Newman. Oh, she's like a person worth significant moral consideration, even though she's just blows people's heads up indiscriminately and is actually just a power hungry egomaniac.
yeah,
I don't get that. It's really weird. Like when she gets ripped in half by Butcher, it's like, dude, I don't care. Like I'm rooting for chaos. That's all I want in this show. I just want Butcher and Homelander to fucking fuck stuff up, and Soldier Boy to say silly things. Like the idea that I'm gonna actually be like, oh no, poor Newman. Like, what do you mean, poor Newman? She's horrible. She's really bad.
Well, they spend a lot of the season trying to say, no, look, she has her own good reasons for doing it, right? She's doing it to protect Zoe, who is her daughter. But then before she dies, she basically tells Huey, no, I was just in it for myself. I said it was for my daughter, but I wanted power. And so, like, that's not what you do if you want me to care about this character. You were trying to make me care.
I'd seen season 3, and I saw a clip out of context on Twitter for what happens to Newman at the end of season 4. And I remember people being like, surrounded with like one of the most shocking scenes is unbelievable. I can't believe Butcher, blah, blah. And I was just sitting there like, well, why is it bad? Isn't she like a horrible monster? And I was like, I guess season 4 will clear that up for me. Yes, she's a horrible monster.
Mm-hmm.
One of the other things.
The issue that you're having is that every character is a horrible monster.
It's all relative, isn't it?
The tiers of monsters,
Yes.
Because if we just kind of judged every I mean, like, at the end, like, Starlight's a murderer. By the end of the show, like, all these guys are terrible people, but they have to have endings that are positive because everyone else is worse.
Yeah.
The number of times she just refuses to help people and then complains at them when they ask her to help her in this, just in season 4 as well. It's like, so she starts this Starlight house to help the poor and the disadvantaged, but obviously it becomes a bit of a target for Vought and all of its new alt-right bro podcasters. But like, she refuses to wear the super suit, and the people at Starlight House are saying, yeah, but it's named Starlight House, and people know you as Starlight, and they like the suit. So if you wear it, then you can get more donations and help more people. And she says, yeah, but I don't want to.
Well, there you go.
Ooh, okay, that's great.
You're bad at this.
You suck.
I don't want it.
So plot is largely nonsense right from the beginning. Obviously, all these many overlapping things. The show thinks it is lit upon a bright new bold idea, though, which is that rather than have theme as subtext, it's going to elevate theme to text because everybody likes it when that happens. So another thing that's introduced fairly early on, I think again in the first episode, is that Butcher's terminal cancer causes him to hallucinate the better and worse angels of his nature.
Yeah.
So he spends a large part of this season with Negan from The Walking Dead telling him, hey, you should be an evil cunt.
You should be evil, yeah.
And Becca then turns up and says, no, you should be good. And all of these scenes are painful because the dialogue is just...
So bad.
It doesn't change anything. There's no... it doesn't matter to any of it.
3 are like, Butcher's like, I want to kill everyone. And then Negan shows up in season 4 and be like, you should kill everyone. I can't do it. I can't do it.
I don't know. Oh, that would be mean. Like when Negan suggests all the most evilest stuff, and there's one point where Butcher's like, "Oh my god, you're so evil," and it's like, wait, but that's you, that's me, I'm evil, and we're all just sitting here like, yeah, You've been so evil. What do you mean? Like, this is the most bizarre shit. When they do the reveal on that shit, I hesitate to fucking jump, but I'm not exactly sure what the rules are for this discussion of season 4.
Oh, go ahead.
It's hilarious. It changes nothing. They show every fucking scene where they're like, you see, he wasn't actually there, or there, or there. It's like, he was just talking to him the whole time about being evil, which he was already going to do anyway. There's
Wait, when
no...
he was pouring the vodka onto the table, that was a funny scene. It's like, come on, bro.
Oh yeah, what where they cut away that when they do the Fight Club bit, it's like, look, he didn't exist as he's pouring.
They're so proud of themselves. It's ridiculous, and I just don't get it. 'Cause it's like, this doesn't recontextualize anything. You telling me instead of some guy being a bad influence on Butcher, it was just Butcher being evil, which he already was. Like, okay, why should I care? Well, the Becca side of him
Especially
got
when he
out-argued
only-
by the evil side, so that's sad.
You know, he only shares scenes with, like, he's never, you know, the only other person that he's in the room with ever is Pershing, Dr. Pershing, or whatever he's called in this show, right? Where they show, like, one of the things that makes the twist cool is if there's interactions with other characters, and somehow they manage to make it to where the fake person isn't acknowledged when they're in scenes with other people. But if not, then who gives a shit? And especially when you've already established, it's like, yeah, but he's already, like, psychotic because
it doesn't change anything,
wife, right? So it doesn't. Yeah, like, who cares? This isn't impressive.
What we know of Butcher doesn't alter when you know that guy's a fucking manifestation of what, his guilt and anger or something. Like, okay,
he already has manifestation of his, fucking the other one. So yeah, exactly.
This, like I said, it doesn't work at all because he was already way worse. They almost have to make him slightly more chill and better this season in order for him to have an evil devil on his shoulder.
And also, I don't care because I'm rooting for Negan because I just want chaos in this show.
Sure. Like, it was nice to have Jeffrey Dean Morgan. He's a good actor, and he's always fun to be around. Mm-hmm. So there's that.
It's a shame that he keeps sort of being stuck in stuff like Kripke's crap in The Walking Dead. Rather than doing something a little bit better, you know.
Do you remember? He's a guest star in an Angel episode, Fringy. Do you remember this?
Which one? I don't remember.
He's it's when they're trying to they start entertaining, making money from saving people, and he hires Angel to beat up a bunch of vampires because they've taken something that belongs to him. And Angel thinks it's all about money. And then he finds out that it was a watch that belonged to his friend who got eaten by vampires, and so. Angel's like, I don't do this shit for free, and then the guy is just like, okay, well, I'm gonna stay and fight them myself. And he's like, you'll lose. And he's just like, yeah, well, it's what my friend would have wanted. And then Angel's like, okay, and then kills them all himself. But he's just like, you're such a nice guy. Just fucking, here's the watch, go. It's just a really good episode. He's in it for like 5 minutes. And he's really good in it.
I don't remember, but yeah, no, I'm sure he was because
season 3, I think. It's just the money arc where they're trying to figure out how to make things work. You know, it's like you said, he's guest stars in shit tons of TV shows. He's just what's funny is, you know, a lot of people know him for Supernatural because he's the dad of the boys.
Yeah, he's the dad. Yeah.
It sucks because they barely utilize him in that show. I won't spoil, I guess, but he's not in it very much. Then something happens, and you're like, wow, okay, that's a shame.
Even though he's like the inciting incident of the whole show because he goes missing.
Yeah.
That's like the whole reason the show starts, but yeah, how well.
At least he's an Invincible.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking about Chaos Agents, also about midway through episode 1, we meet another one of those. So Butcher has his little Chaos Agent on his shoulder, which is just a phantasm. It's part of his imagination in the form of Negan. Homelander, no, he needs kind of one of his own because he's going through a thing. He's getting old and he doesn't like that very much. And he sort of fixates on the fact that his pubic hair is graying and falling out, which is lovely. And he sort of has this realization that he's as powerful as he has ever been, but he's still not very happy. And so he wants somebody to sort of help him figure this out. He also has to fill some open slots on the 7. And they go through a whole bunch of candidates, and one of them stands out. That one is Sister Sage, whose power is that she is the smartest person in the world. Not smartest woman in the world. She corrects people several times. The smartest person in the world. this is always a bad sign in modern media when a writer introduces somebody they think is smart. So she's going to be quite an important character in a similar way to like Grand Admiral Thrawn, when a whole bunch of total incomprehensible nonsense goes on, and then she says, "No, but that was all part of the plan." That's going to be her role going forward in this show. And I suppose there's probably a few things to say about her, even just in the episode 1 context. So, like, you have one opportunity to make a first impression. That's kind of famous. So our first impression of her is that Homelander goes personally to recruit her, and because she's really smart, her house is just like a total mess, and it's just books lying everywhere. And Homelander says, "Hey, this is a mess," and she basically says, "Well, I'm too smart to clean."
Oh yeah.
So that's a good start. Yeah, smart people don't clean, don't you know?
Painful,
maybe that's
man.
not for me after all.
The fact that we have what you would call typically intelligent characters, quote unquote, you're supposed to have it in this show already, and they can't do that. To say you've got a supercharged intelligent person, like they have the superpower of intelligence. You're just like, oh, Kripke, I don't think you should be entertaining this, my good friend. I don't think you've got the capacity. And it's like, what if there were books everywhere? Because that's smart people do books. So she has loads of books.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, wow, that's so clever, dude.
She's doing so much reading because that's smart people love them books. They're bookworms.
Obviously, to do a comparison for the sake of talking about writing, there's a few ways you could do intelligent characters, especially if you're not particularly intelligent yourself. It can be tough, but you try to avoid. Maybe you just you do some research on how certain things work, so they can be like book intelligent, as in they can cite facts, they can behave in ways that show that they understand a particular thing. It's a more basic one, but then there's like creatively, you could say, for example, like Sherlock Holmes or sort of in detectives, inspectors, and stuff. And so they show you a scene, they show you events. You, the audience, are like, I don't see how this comes together. And then the smart character goes, well, if you think about that, and how could that have done that without this and that and that? And then you go, oh shit, wow, you're clever. I didn't. And the writer's like, haha, I constructed all of that behind the scene, and I made you think that character was smart. Hoo he. But like, there's no attempt to make her seem intelligent beyond events happen, and she just says at the end, yes, exactly as I planned. And you're like,
except for in season 5 when things start to go dramatically off the rails for her, and then she gets a really happy ending despite being very immoral. I can't believe that.
It is
I also,
crazy.
She wins.
Well, there's that, but you have that moment in season 5 where she's just like, wait a minute, this wasn't supposed to happen.
Right,
oh no,
exactly.
You're like, oh,
like, oh wow, I couldn't account for that. And it's like, and then she blames the way that people are for how she felt. It's like, but if you're the smartest person, you should have taken that into account, idiot.
Yep.
Like,
didn't she cure cancer? Didn't she?
So yeah, she says this. Every boy's character has a stock set of like family stories whenever it's time to develop them. So when it's time to develop her, she talks about how her grandmother, like her parents hated her because she was too smart for them. So they sent her to live with her grandmother, who liked intelligence. Her grandmother got cancer. She cured cancer in 3 days. She gave the cure to the doctors, and the doctors didn't listen to her. So her grandmother died. That's her backstory.
And
very tragic.
Ultimately, you do eventually discover, and I think it's worth putting this out now. Her ultimate motivation, broadly, is I want everyone to leave me alone, such to the extent that I would happily have everyone on Earth die if I could just be left alone. And she does attempt to enforce that plan. She fails.
Yep.
Wait, I never even thought about this. So is cancer just cured in this universe, or they didn't
No,
even wait?
no.
Even when
Because
she's
it
an
could be.
adult, they refuse to listen.
Nobody listened to her, so cancer remains. Because she could cure
cancer
Butcher.
remains.
She could cure Butcher in 3 days. We know this because she's told us that that's what she can do, but she can't because they don't join those. But that's not part of the same plot line, so they don't think to join those particular dots. But yeah, she could have saved him and many other people. But and she then she could have done it when she becomes so powerful on the 7. Then people do listen to her, and she can still cure cancer, but she's not interested in doing that anymore.
She hates the world, and she thinks democracies. Yeah, people are stupid, so democracies don't work. It's like, nice, Kripke, very. Just some really quality writing going on right here. Yes, she's smart, so she's a cynic who hates everything.
And on the front of Kripke's writing, right? A lot of people try to explain, with the way he writes Homelander's end, a lot of people are saying this, like, he doesn't realize that's who he is. Like, he's the character he's created there, but Kripke would probably, I doubt he would say this, but I think he thinks of himself as Sage. He's like, gosh, I'm just so
Probably,
fucking
yeah.
smart. Existing
I
in this
see
world is
through the
pain.
Matrix.
Yeah, and like,
But the
all I
other way
want to do
around,
is read
not the
books because I'm
right-wing
smart.
It's mine.
And
It's yeah.
the whole, like, she lobotomizes herself semi-regularly to exist in this world because it's so painful to be so smart. I absolutely think that he'd be like,
He sits down after a long day at work and is like, the burdens of being me.
Why does nobody understand me? I'm so smart. And he sniffs his farts.
I love this vintage.
This vintage.
Yeah, it farts into the wine glass like it's South Park. But more efficiently.
Yeah, there's a few instances of her just channeling Kripke directly. So the first one is like the first meeting with Homelander, actually, when she says like all democracies die because the people are so fucking stupid. Then like her pitch then at that point is like she's kind of continuity Stormfront. She's doing the same thing. You just need to set them at each other's throats, then you can swoop in to save them. You need to save some because who'll build your monuments. But the democracies die because people are stupid is a very Kripke thing. There's a later bit where Ryan is being given his own potentially like his own first public filmed save. And Homelander's kind of getting a bit jealous because people think he's old and that Ryan is young. And he wants to join this public save. And Sister Sage is the smartest person in the universe, remember. She says that the chosen one trope only works if he stands alone. Harry Potter, Neo, Luke Skywalker. Hollywood's trained people to fall in love with the white boy lone saviors, so America will want to fall in love with Ryan. Notably, none of those people did what they did alone, and she's supposed to be smart and know this stuff. And she's a Harry Potter fan, as we find out later. So I think that might be a Kripkeism coming through there again. He's kind of one step away from having her say media literacy is important.
Ooh. If only.
Interesting.
If only, indeed. So she's introduced, but yeah, like her basic agenda, she has her own agenda. She kind of plays up to Homelander's a little bit. She orchestrates a whole bunch of chaos. She sets her grand idea is that if you have two groups of protesters protesting against each other, you just throw a coffee at one of them and call them a fascist, and then they start fighting, and then you've won. So that's how the world ends, not with a bang, but with a shout of fascist, and that's kind of it. That's her grand scheme put into motion. But lots of setbacks for her as time goes on, but she will always. I know, isn't it just?
Oh man.
Yeah. So she's only going to get sort of worse as time goes on. You have the sort of Homelander's semi-jealousy with Ryan, but then he's also want to be a parent for Ryan, and then Butcher kind of comes on the scene, and Butcher was able just to get in touch with Ryan whenever he wants to, summon him to places, send him gifts. Nobody spots this because there's no security at Fort Tower, but there might be something to talk about there, I suppose, with Ryan, who remains important in this season, kind of all the way through. Obviously, we left him at the end of season 3 in the crowd with Homelander. Homelander lasers one of the crowd, and you see Ryan, and he seems to be kind of enjoying it, and you think, oh god, he's going to turn evil. And then you realize as you go through season 4 that this is how they sort of do it. So his potential to become a Homelander figure is the subject of the thematic debate Butcher has going on inside of his own head. So you have Negan telling him, no, he's going to be Homelander, fuck him, kill him. And then you have Becca saying, no, I made you promise to save him. And in order to facilitate this ongoing, they basically have a scene with Ryan where he says or does something extremely sus. And then they'll have another scene where he does the total opposite thing and even base his entire system of belief on the fact that he's a good person. Then he'll flip and do something else again. And this sort of goes across virtually every episode in which he features. He might accidentally, as he does in his first save, kill the stuntman and feel really bad about that.
Bro, that was so funny. That is such
quite
a
funny
scene.
Do you know which episode that is? I'll try and find it.
This is episode, I want to say 2. I think it's episode 2.
Because all the prep they do, all for naught, for very amusing. What was the thing you said, Nick, that people were like trying to figure out what the tone of that scene was?
Oh, I was like, dude, this is actually the first time I've laughed all season. Like, fuck you, that was like a serious scene.
It's not meant to be
supposed
funny,
to be
though.
funny. It's like
Yeah.
that's why it's so funny.
The dude that he threw seemed like he was kind of an alright guy, which is unusual in this world.
Yeah. Oh man, scanning through, it's just, there's all just garbage.
It's just all garbage.
Oh wait, wrong season. That's probably why. Well, then again, there's garbage in every season. No, yeah.
Yes, I'll have to tell
No,
the difference
that was the
sometimes.
right season, I think, wasn't it? You were in the right. It's not
No,
the
that was
right
season.
episode.
The Rock Hard was in there, so that's season 5.
Oh, okay.
My favorite character.
Yeah, man. Everyone loves Rock Hard.
Is that the
It'll
guy
be-
who comes magma?
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll get to how much I don't understand what the fuck they were going for with that character.
Oh, they were doing Matt Jarbo, but yeah, it's stunt guys toward the end of episode 2, I think.
I
if you're
got
looking
it,
for that
yeah.
clip. So what I'm getting at there is that Ryan is kind of not a character. Ryan is 2 characters. Ryan is which of the 2 characters that the writers need to sustain the thematic debate for Butcher and Homelander, which is kind of a cheap way to do it, because it's an interesting enough idea. Is he going to grow up to be like his dad? But it's very difficult to do that when you show him on the one hand kind of thinking it's cool to laser unarmed peaceful protesters, and then he's put on TV to tell people that, you know, they should report their parents if they are potentially starlighters. And he breaks off the script and says, no, that's not cool. Your parents are good. They're the only thing you have. And he walks off because he's principled. And then you'll have a later scene where he has no principles and he just enjoys violence. And then he'll turn into the principled character again. And it's like, like I said, conceptually kind of interesting, a nice little neat idea. But you do have to write him to be a character, because otherwise you are just cheating. You might as well have 2 different Ryans at this point. Which is bad, because that is one of the major undergirding pillars of the show, is this debate over his potential future. And it impacts the 2 major characters in Butcher and Homelander as well. So that's not great, but you know, there's a couple of isolated scenes with them which aren't terrible.
Just to clarify, because we see them prepping this scene. They want an authentic authentic quote unquote moment where Ryan can introduce himself as a hero in the public. But this guy, he's like a plant. Is his life not going to be ruined forever by being seen like he's an actor? But like, even if this went well, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so I don't think they've thought it through, but they seem to have subtly changed the way the staging of these saves actually works. Because when we first see it happen in season 1, Starlight doesn't like the idea that it's all supervised, but it is supervised for legal reasons. So Vought kind of does the intel, finds actual criminals, and then sends 2 members of the 7 to go take them on for a team up, and then just films it. So they are criminals, it's a real save, but it's a manufactured for the camera real save, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
By the time of season 4, they've decided that that's not how it works. Actually, in many cases, this is the only type of save they ever do. It's all stuntmen.
Yeah, like
The point where-
A-Train has basically
yes.
never saved anybody.
That's something
Yeah,
his brother
which-
even tells him. It's like, you've never saved anyone, which doesn't like add up with the previous seasons at
No.
all, given that like Starlight got into the position because she was saving people before reaching the 7. But they seem to think, yeah, they've taken their idea too far, is what they've done, which is there's many such cases in this
Also,
season.
he's A-Train. Like, the idea... So you want me to be convinced that he's got a heart of gold and that you'll remember his name and he's a hero, but, like, he was just a complete asshole from birth until he authentically saves someone by chance. I don't buy that at all. He's A-Train. He can run around doing whatever he wants. He's saved people before. Of course he has.
It's the reverse Joker. All he needs is one good day.
So while all of this is going on, you have these many overlapping things. Then, so you've got Homelander, Butcher, Ryan. You've got Sister Sage and Homelander. You've got Starlight, who doesn't want to be saving people because she's evil. You've got Huey, who has, I mean, it's simultaneously one of the best and worst sequences, I think, of the entire season. So in episode 1 again, you learn that Huey gets a phone call. His dad has had a stroke. We haven't really mentioned his dad a huge amount over previous discussions of previous seasons, because he's just not been a hugely important factor. Huey spends all his time ignoring him, but in this season he is important up until about the mid-season point. So he gets this phone call letting him know his dad's had a stroke, and he feels really bad and guilty because he's been ignoring all of his messages for ages, and he has to go to hospital. And who should be at the hospital but his mum, who ran away and ditched them way back when. So you have that sort of family drama going on as well. And I don't know if anybody agrees with me when I sort of say it's kind of like the best and the worst. I think it's the best because it is like genuine, non-ironic, emotional tone that it goes for it. It understands the nature of the tragedy. And it's the worst because of the way it contrives itself to get to that position, if that makes sense. It's like...
It just felt like the writer's hand smite one of the characters with a heart attack for no other reason than we're cashing in our chips on Huey's dad. We've got nothing to do for a while. We got to fill some time, so we're just gonna hit him with that.
Well, and of course, they broadly have no idea what to do with Huey anyway.
Yes.
Obviously, the thing is that they're best. They're both really good actors, and it's like that is his dad. It's almost like drama for free, like solid drama if you do it right for free. But they almost get in their own way so much with it because of the insane shit they decide to do with Compound V, and I don't know. I didn't even feel like I got a full resolution with Huey's mum from this storyline. That felt kind of random almost, ultimately, in retrospect.
Well, she's definitely forced in so they can have the part of the major theme this season wants to go for is what is the nature of forgiveness? You know, like, do you let go of the past? Do you destroy the past? Do you overcome the past? And like, she's there to enable this particular plot line to kind of interact with all of that. You're right, she doesn't really get a resolution in the sense that she's there so he can kind of shout at her and then sort of come to calm down and speak to her, and then they can both agree on what needs to be done to his dad. And then as soon as that's done, she's like, okay, I'm leaving. And he's like, yeah, you should. And she's like, oh, should I? Because maybe I should say so. No, you should leave for your own safety. And that's kind of the last we see of her. He's supposed to have got some resolution from agreeing with her over what they need to do to put his dad down. Because, like, to jump ahead to what that basically entire plot line is, it's removed from much of the rest of the show. His dad goes brain dead. Mum has turned up. Mum has been given power of attorney because she's been in contact with his dad secretly without telling Huey. And she's kind of okay with him, you know, being allowed to die. Huey thinks I could steal some Compound V and that will cure him. He does that. Then he decides not to give it to him. But then his mum works at Vought, so she's already given it to him. So then he gets up. And then he suffers kind of amnesia, and he's obviously struggling to control these powers, and he kills a bunch of people in the hospital accidentally. And in the end, they manage to bring his memory back to him and agree with him and together that he should be killed.
Yeah.
And it's a bit rapid because like he's been awake like this for maybe 10 minutes. Maybe he's just adjusting to the power. Maybe he will actually get better. But the show doesn't want to entertain that as a possibility. So now he just lies down and dies. But Huey's got some stuff to do in this season. It's cool because otherwise all he does is he just kind of like Starlight bitches about something and he says, we just stick at it and we go one step at a time. So Firecracker leaks the abortion story. Oh, that's terrible what she did, but we stick at it and we go one step at a time.
The Firecracker stuff is really weird. Like, I'm not sure what. I'd be curious to ask Kripke. So, like, what's the deal? You initially try to present her as having like a sympathetic backstory, then you reveal that she's just like a horrible piece of shit, and then for her final episode, you want to be like, you know, she's actually a little bit more complicated than initially presented. It's like, dude, what is going on? Like, what are you doing? Make up your mind on her. It's like, and also, you can't make up your mind. You've established certain things about her that just make her a piece of shit. Like, I don't know why, you know. I just don't get her, and her role in this story, now that we know where it ends in season 5, feels like completely just pointless. Other than to just sort of be like the Fox News host, like stand-in, or something like that.
I think they had a germ of a point underneath that, but they got lost under their want to satirize kind of alt-right, Christian right podcast Fox News host type people. So she says quite early on in her introduction in season 4 that she doesn't really believe all the crazy unhinged conspiracy shit that she says. What she's doing is she's giving people who have no meaning and purpose in their lives a kind of sense of narrative. She's giving them the sense that they belong and they're all part of a grander story. So she's cynical and calculating, but she kind of half dresses it up as being a noble endeavor. Then over time, as you see her coming to simultaneously idolize but also be terrified of Homelander, and as he takes on more of his god complex, I think what you're supposed to take is that she was lacking the same sense of purpose and drive that she gave to other people. She found it in him, and then he got too much for her, and then she had second thoughts, and then she dies. So, like, her role is supposed to be tragic, but the problem is they make her so evil and unlikable and too much of a parody. So by the time she does go in season 5, you're like, well, I don't really care about you either. You kind of had that coming, if anything.
It's kind of funny that you got slammed. Yeah, you got your head slammed into that wing. Just funny.
Oh, yes. The right wing killed her. Oh, wait.
Except
the left wing killed her.
If anything, it's just that Kripke didn't think about it. That's the answer. He didn't give it any thought.
Strong statue as well. When I saw that, I was like, "Oh wow, that didn't." Because she's
move at all.
She's a durable soup.
She's pretty strong, so you figure that if you slam her head into it, she would knock the thing off. Because it's not like it's. I mean, What is that like? Drilled into the ground or
Drilled
into
into
the thing that
like
it's on top
the
of
mantle or whatever. Then that's into the. It's just like it's
Yeah.
such a. I don't know if people are like what a nitpick and be like, yeah, but it's just distractingly silly. I don't know.
Yeah. And it's just the power scaling problem that this show has, but power scaling doesn't matter, lads. Don't worry.
Yeah.
No, you don't need that for storytelling. It's totally redundant. Only nerds care about that shit. Over the other characters in the show, A-Train has a little bit of a journey. A-Train is the one that they've very clearly wanted to signal is good coded for a long time. And so he's sort of he is. So his journey in this season is that he's obviously increasingly unhappy at Vought, and the nasty shit that they make him do sort of gets kicked off when, as part of Sage's plan, they bring a bunch of dead-ass white guys in and beat them to death with baseball bats, and then they throw them into the crowd of protesters so they can try and frame the Starlighters for having murdered them. He doesn't like this, and he's been told to do it, so he leaks some security camera footage.
Sage gets a happy ending, remember.
Yes.
But also, he's such a good man when he's in the room and these innocent people are about to get fucking brutally beaten to death with baseball bats.
He doesn't participate, but he doesn't stop it.
I think that's enough to participate. He blocks them from running away.
He does, yeah. No,
and he's the one who plants their bodies as well. So like he's participating not in the actual kinetic act of killing them, but in planting them for the grander purpose. He is absolutely complicit.
No, he's a good man. Remember his name.
Yeah, very good man.
Remember his
has
name.
second
He didn't
thoughts.
specifically bash their brains in. He just
He didn't cross that line.
Got to make it happen anyway.
But so he starts, leaking security footage to exonerate the Starlighters. He's working sort of increasingly closely with who thinks he can be flipped and turned. They have a bunch of like heart-to-heart conversations where Adrian's kind of saying, no, I can't possibly leave. They'll do bad things. And says, but you've just already you've made yourself untenable in that position, and also you're scared, and you being scared is bad, so you shouldn't be that anymore. So he starts risking his life more and more to help others, although people do die in his attempt to help other people. So there's a part where they try to uncover who has been leaking all of this information, and a few people get thrown under the bus for this. The main one being, there's two main ones, but so the Vought VNN anchor guy who gets blamed for it, and A-Train and Ashley together are kind of complicit in this. So he gets brutally killed. And then later there's Web Weaver as well, who also gets brutally killed for having been blamed for the cover-up. Sage knows all along who it really is, but she's a good person. She deserves a happy ending. So obviously, like, her getting multiple people killed, that's fine. A-Train not saying anything, fine.
Could you imagine being so intelligent and having to live in this world? Like, I think she does deserve a bit of peace, you know?
It's like ants, you know? Do you cry when you step on an ant?
Exactly.
I suppose. And so he saves Huey from Homelander on point as A-Train. He also rescues. So I say he saves There's a slight complication in that statement. So as has been mentioned, is the leader of the boys in this season for most of this season. Then during a mission to bug Tech Knight's mansion, he seemingly has a heart attack. And A-Train, being bold and self-sacrificial at this point, rushes him off to hospital. And it turns out it's not a heart attack, he just had a panic attack, so he was absolutely fine. But he uses the panic attack as an excuse to step down from leading the boys and bring Butcher back in. But it also means that A-Train's big save, which is the one time he's ever saved anyone, and this kid looks up to him and makes him feel good about it, wasn't really a save at all. He was fine. He could have just woken up a few seconds later, but fuck it, it's heroism. Heroism is when you feel good about doing things for people if they need you to or not, I guess, is the story for A-Train.
It's so blatant, like when the kid looks at him and smiles like, oh, you're like a hero, and then A-Train's like, wait a minute, wow, this feeling of like, I could actually save people and people could like me for doing that. Oh my God, this changes everything. I'm just sitting here like, what bullshit, man. As though he would never have known about that or experienced anything like that tangentially, or it's just such crap. Because it's like, all right, we're getting him on the journey of he's gonna be a true hero by the end of this show. Don't you worry. It's like such amazing writing. There's kind of a connected like to some people in Channel know I mean Fringy well, but the way they get a certain Slayer into from being, let's say, pretty evil to better in a certain show. If you know what I mean, Free, the way that's handled versus this.
I know exactly. Well, one of them puts in the work.
Yeah,
which
it
is
takes
really
a while.
funny because it's a show that was created in an era where it's semi-serialized, is what those shows are, because they're still part of that era where you still had to sort of do your. It's an episode that you can jump into if you're not paying full attention to the show, and you can more or less keep track of what's happening, compared to this, which is a much higher budget, heavily serialized show where they knew how long their story was going to run for, and yet incapable of putting in even a fraction of the work that's necessary to complete an arc that, if you do it successfully, can be really compelling. But I'm a lot of people would have you believe that they did achieve that with this show and this character, which I find just hilarious.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
It's funny. I think a few people in chat are going to a couple of different. I know exactly who you're talking about, but it's funny because there's like a few people that you can speak to in terms of these kinds of arcs in Buffy and Angel.
I mean, to go a little bit further, but to not spoil, it's a character who's basically a lost cause. They've done immense evil, and as part of their evil plan, they can cast a spell with a device that can take over another person's body temporarily, and they enjoy causing havoc doing it. That person happens to be a hero, and they happen to experience what it's like to be appreciated for that in a lot of different circumstances, in a lot of different contexts, while kind of just being like, okay, fine, and then eventually kind of being like, man, that was, I kind of like that. Anyway, moving on. And that's just one component of many that starts to change their perception on a lot of things. Versus this, where it's like, oh, A-Train never saved anyone before, really? No genuine saves in his entire career.
And then he saved one person and it changed everything, and then he saved the person that he wronged, and then he died as a consequence of not running through another person, just like Robin, who will come up again in the finale in a very funny way, and then he laughs in Homelander's face. Ooh, wow, look at that. His name was, what was it, Reggie?
Reggie, I think, yeah. And this is...
Say his name.
That is the scene where...
You won't forget it.
You get this moment in this scene. And
there's the Skeletor, yeah.
Yeah, when I saw it, I was genuinely like, oh, fuck, that was a real image. That was not edited. That's from the face. That's from the show.
Like, she got plastic surgery, obviously. Like,
yeah.
Like her nose is a different shape. Is that caused by Graves? Like, I'm sure she has that, but I'm just saying, like, come on. It's just, you got a lot of work and it didn't work out. It's,
Well,
I wish people did it a bit less.
And she's had more work done since that has softened those
you
crazy
see
edges.
The transition. Yeah, like, obviously, I guess there's been improvement on that, but it is. I just find it fascinating, given the arc of the character that she plays, that this happened. It's like, don't sell out. Be true to yourself. Don't sell out to the corporate machine. And she kind of did it.
To be clear, right, so for those who maybe didn't watch the show, or didn't watch this season, or didn't watch this episode, but we did cover this a while back when it first came out because it was controversial. But to be clear, it's their Batman parody, and he's obviously a sexual deviant, because why wouldn't he? And he loves just fucking everyone, and he captures Huey, and his plan is to cut holes in him all over his body and then fuck them, because that's just obviously. And Kripke's comments on this were that it's funny.
Yeah, he thought. This was something that made people realize, oh, you just kind of suck, don't you?
Yeah, and it's weird too, because of course Huey's screaming, and you just sort of you're just like, this is weird that we even have this scene.
You need to remind Kripke, you do realize that you realize what's happening here, right? You wrote it. You must know. You went there to shoot it. Like, you know what's happening in this scene. This is not funny, or rather, like, it's. He's just a bit of an unhinged, crazy guy, isn't he, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we condense the description of that scene, and that's kind of the end of it. But that just goes on and on and on. Obviously, it starts with in the first place that they have to get the suit off a drug addict, and MM of all people, the one who's supposed to kind of be a bit of a moral center, is the one who just injects him up the arse with 48 hours worth of fucking Rohypnol to knock him out, so they can steal the suit. Then Huey goes in. then is told to like sit naked on a chocolate cake and fart, and then Ashley turns up and does all kinds of shit, and it just goes on and it goes on and it goes on. And it's it's a relatively small beat toward the end that it's like when he realizes who he is, and then it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna cut you new holes and fuck those. And then he fortuitously goes on pause so that doesn't happen, and everybody else has time to burst in and free Huey from his rapacious clutches. It's just a shit. It's shit is probably an understatement. It's just a really unpleasant episode all around.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But there are a lot of those. So yeah, the plan for there as well, because I suppose this is sort of more plot nonsense than it is character nonsense. But the whole reason they're there is because the plan in terms of plot is progressing. Homelander has summoned a whole bunch of evil billionaires for a meeting, and also the Speaker of the House is there as well. And he's sort of they're there to discuss a coup, and the idea is that Sister Sage will kind of do all of the talking because she knows everything and he doesn't. But she chooses an inopportune moment to get shot in the head, and so she's kind of temporarily lobotomized. So Homelander has to give the speech himself. The room's already been bugged by Huey and the boys. Homelander struggles, and Newman stands up and says, "No, I am the plan." And then she gives a whole long spiel about all the evil shit they're going to do to force basically a grand coup and commit high treason. The one thing that apparently she doesn't know or doesn't hear or isn't in the room for is that they plan to use Tech Knight's prisons as concentration camps.
Yep.
And so there's a bit where all the billionaires basically say to Homelander, you know, this isn't going to work, right? The markets won't take it, the military won't take it, the DOJ won't take it, NATO won't take it, the world won't take it, you can't do this. Then Newman stands up and says, you're smart billionaires and you don't deserve to be regulated, so you can do what you want. And then they say, okay, sounds good, concentration camps it is. Okay. It's not even a parody of a parody. That's just...
There was a time when the show like aspired to some extent be a bit more grounded and realistic in terms of its political like storylines, you know, like dealing with just the realities of essentially trying to achieve things. You know,
I guess
the corporation.
I guess the big point is you just said the political storylines, because at this point we're just doing commentary. We're not really doing storylines anymore, I feel like.
Well, it's just Kripke speaking through, like, you know, essentially, like, this is my... It's just funny, because this is a show on Amazon, man. I can't, like, that... I find it crazy that he can be... It's like, dude, like, you know, it's like your show is on Amazon Prime, which, like, just did that $40 million fucking documentary about Melania Trump. Like, you know what I mean? And then that was that. Jeff, like, you know?
With the more political it gets, like, you know, I'd say the big starting point being season 2, Homelander often feels like he's kind of just sort of vestigial to the political storyline. He's also here. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like when with Stormfront, a lot of the time he was like, well, I'm actually here for Ryan, but like you do you, I guess, with all the politics. And in this scene, he's often just awkwardly standing around listening to things like, I am here and I like this. Yes. Thumbs up.
It's kind of the thing that Kripke, it's like Kripke, like, you do realize that the way you presented Homelander, he doesn't even appear to have, like, a political ideology. It's all like revolves around him and is derived from him.
Yeah.
So like, what do we? And yet your story is, you know, ostensibly, at least the part that he's connected to, about trying to like gain political power and seemingly moving towards some sort of project, essentially, like political project that he's doing. But it's like, but he doesn't. Like, what the, you know, like, what the fuck does Homelander think about, like, the concept of democracy, you know? What does he even care about any of these sorts of things? But yet he's, you know, sort of participant in these storylines because you don't know what to do with him, because all that you can do is delay him fighting Butcher. Because that's, like, what the whole show is actually about, is those two fighting each other. And the rest of this is kind of just a waste of time at this point.
You also get the sense that the show maybe doesn't realize... or it's not as interested in him as it's written him to be. He's more interesting in the way they've presented him than they've necessarily recognized. So, like, you're right, that scene in Tech Knight's mansion is a really classic case where he's asked exactly what his plan is and has no plan, so has to be bailed out by somebody else. So he is the figurehead, and other evil people are using him for their own personal agendas. He's in the show writer's mind. He's just a narcissist and a child in a man's body. That's kind of like as far as they go with it. They give him some really interesting scenes. I don't think they realize how interesting those are. All he's really there to do is like, well, he wants to be loved, but he can't be loved, so he just wants power, but that's not making him happy. But he's not really developed beyond that point. Not on a political, ideological level. It's like on a character level, a little bit more so. So season 4, you get the episode where he goes back to the lab where he was raised and sort of brutally one by one murders all the people who did him wrong. Which, has some strong individual scenes in it, but even then you're starting to wonder, like, where else can they really take this character after this? Because we've kind of done this already, just in less graphic form. Obviously, he goes back to meet Vogelbaum in season 1. He has an equivalent moment, I think, in seasons 2 and 3, and then he's going back in this season to where it all began in order to get rid of the last vestiges of the humanity that's left to him, because his evil reflection told him that that's what will make him happy.
On that note, the season 5 scene where he talks to Paul Reiser, a lot of people shared it as being like one of the best scenes of season 5. And it's like, yeah, yet another example of another layer to Homelander that people find really interesting.
Yeah. But whenever it comes to actually making him be interesting to advance the plot, the bit immersible, we'll get there, but when in season 5, like, his entire mindset kind of shifts because he gets that just hallucination of a revelation from the angel version of Stillwell, who basically says, just be God now. And it's like, oh, that's where we're taking this. Okay. It's kind of almost divorced from his psychology leading up to this point. He's not that stupid and mad, but he increasingly becomes that way.
And they push him from a broad understanding of powerful ultimate entity God to the Christian God. You're like, wait, what? I don't think that's what they were going for before, but it's like, yeah, but we're zeroing in now. It was very much that sequence with Stillwell, that was like a break glass in case of we have no idea where we're going, but we got to get to the end of this shit because we're wrapping up. So that's going to be the reason he does everything in season 5. Season 5 is from the outset, like, Homelander is very much out of character, which is remarkable because he's been out of character for a while anyway. But even, I don't know, he's out of character if he's out of character.
Yeah, and I mean, there's quite a lot of evidence for that all the way through season 4 as well. Obviously, as the political plan sort of escalates a bit, but then it all falls off the rails, even though it's totally all part of Sage's plan anyway. But his response is sort of, he becomes unhinged and starts saying, he's going to just come to power and arrest half the country, chuck them all in concentration camps, etc. He purges his entire company, gets rid of half of them, is slowly becoming a mass murderer, and then alongside that you have the Ryan plotline, and also then his desire for kind of eternal life, which is starting to come in as well, or at least in a bit to stop aging, and then the sort of psychodrama he has with Soldier Boy, who I just don't think is a character. He's just a series of jokes. So you do see Homelander becoming unhinged, but in a weird way, the more unhinged he becomes, the less interesting he is. He is better when he has some kind of grounding in the reality he lives in. But when he's being used as a parody of what Kripke thinks the real world is devolving into, then he just sort of loses a lot of the intrigue, which is a shame. But I suppose, is there anything else to be said about Homelander in this season? It's weird to sort of brush over him almost that quickly, but
other than because this just conveniently happens to be the thing I'm on screen with right now. But when Firecracker offers basically being able to fucking breastfeed him. When she first reveals that to him, Anthony Starr's reaction always feels to me like he's borderline about to break, the scene. Like, I think at this moment he can't believe what he's fucking doing. Like, that this is somebody's recording.
People say constantly, they're like, you have to understand, this show has never been subtle. And it's like, yeah, it never was subtle. But, like, now it's kind of just the writers barely described fetishes, and it's politics at the expense of the characters that they built. Like, that's now driving the discussion forward. It's not like this, I guess, relevant criticism of the landscape. Now it's like the landscape drives the show entirely. To the point where Homelander becomes like a religious zealot.
And just, he like briefly, subtly smiles for a second, and I just got the impression that he saw was like, yeah, this is a scene we're filming. Or I'm getting, it's but that's where the show is. That's where it's going. And people be like, hey, that was a thing in season 1. It's just like, let's just not pretend that this is anything like season 1 anymore. I think we're well past that.
Well, luckily, this is the last time they ever mentioned the whole breast milk stuff, right?
Oh yeah, sure.
That's it. No, that never comes up again.
Well, he bathes in it one time.
Yeah, I
Well,
know
that
that's
scene-
kind of what I was going for.
Soldier Boy makes that scene more funny than it would have been otherwise.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think that's the one that Jensen Ackles said he walked out on when he walked onto set and
don't
then
really
saw
get-
it and then turned around and left. I didn't really understand why. I mean, it's not that extreme for what The Boys does.
Yeah, isn't there way worse shit than that? But fair enough, I guess. You know.
Maybe it was like one of those days, like, I swear to God, if I need to do something stupid again today, I'm gonna leave. And then he gets inside and it's just this. It's like, oh, fucking.
Yes, indeed. So I suppose moving toward the end of the plot, the political states sort of become, well, they just don't really exist. So Homelander becomes more unhinged. Newman sort of realizes that he's becoming more unhinged and maybe has second thoughts about what she is signing herself up to do and why she's signing herself up to do it. But they do have a plan, and their plan is to assassinate the president, who is currently sort of deep underground being shielded by the boys and the CIA. And to accomplish this, they find a shapeshifter. And this leads to another Starlightism, which is not all that pleasant, I think. So the idea is that the shapeshifter takes Starlight's form and poses as her, and then proposes to Huey, and then they fuck and all the rest of that stuff while Starlight is imprisoned downstairs. Then the shapeshifter goes with the boys into the president's bunker and then tries to assassinate him there, but fails because Starlight breaks out, knows exactly where they are, goes and rescues them. And then after that point, President is safe, but the president has been recorded, unfortunately, saying that he also has a plan to assassinate Newman. So though his life has been saved, that recording gets leaked and then he gets kicked out anyway. Meanwhile, Starlight bitches at Huey for having been basically raped by a shapeshifter because he's evil.
Kripke is insane,
Kripke's a moron,
and he doesn't
yeah.
realize that. And if it's interesting because in season 5, he does seem to realize his mistake. Maybe he read Reddit or Twitter and was like, "Oh shit, yeah, I guess, yeah, that's right. He's actually the victim here, like as well." And then sort of walks it back, but it's just kind of. It's just really crazy, though. You know, the consolation is it reminds me of that Simpsons joke where Moe gives Homer and Bart good advice, and they're like, "Hey, what have you done with the real Moe?" And they all laugh, and then it pans over to Moe tied up in the dungeon behind the wall of the tavern, like. So it reminds me of good times, but yeah.
But yeah,
Also,
no,
it's
she
just
rips
weird
into
that
Huey
just
for
comes
it.
up right at the end as like a subplot. Oh, there's a shapeshifter impersonates Annie. It's part of like the big plot. And even though you think that it all goes to shit, it's what was mentioned before. This is exactly as Sister Sage planned. It all went to plan, according to plan. It's perfect.
It did,
Well,
and
she says so.
I mean, it's worth probably just trying to chart what exactly that happens. So they have a plan. She kind of is involved in helping concoct a plan by which the president will be assassinated and replaced with Newman. Then Newman gets killed by Butcher, but then one of her security leaks the tape of the president saying he wanted her to be killed. So then he gets arrested and then is replaced by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who happens to have been at the earlier meeting in Tech Knight's mansion, but there was no immediate plan to make him the president because they thought it was going to be Newman. And then at the end of all of that, with a president they didn't even anticipate, they end up with one who has already kind of said he likes Homelander, and then she kind of sits there smugly and says, "Yeah, I mean, you know, a few curveballs, but it was all basically what I planned." You're lying. That's nothing like what you planned. What are you talking about? You're not that clever. Stop it. But that does that sort of wraps up the deep political drama of the entire thing. It's just disappointing. I mean, I'm all for like wacky conspiracy type political stories. They can be really good fun. Even like House of Cards gets pretty wacky, but you know it's got some pretty good episodes in it. But you do sort of still need to keep a basic chain of causation going. Like one thing should really lead to another. And if you want to say someone's behind it all, they actually have to have been behind it all. You can't just make this crazy shit and have it happen. But on the subject of Newman being killed, I suppose the reasons for that might be worth discussing because that's just Butcher in general. We've talked already about how he has this thematic debate going on all the way through his head. For a brief time, he thinks maybe that, you know, the better angels of his nature have won because Ryan is actually showing, you know, signs of hope and that there is reason to believe that he might come good and be the one who can stop Homelander himself. But that doesn't quite happen because they sort of they reach a point where they become fucking retarded, as always happens in this. So this is like toward the end of, I think it's episode 8 even, it's right at the end of it. So Butcher has sort of passed out in a bar and he wakes up and he's in a CIA special unit building that they've created specifically in order to capture Soups. And he invites Ryan over, and Mallory is also there. And Mallory decides that they don't really have time to be nice to Ryan anymore, even though she, of all people, should know how this is going to go. So while Butcher says basically, oh yeah, no, like, you're a good kid. I trust you. I'm sorry for all the bad shit that's happened to you. And, you know, hopefully we can work this out and we can work together to stop him. She comes in and basically says, what are you doing being so nice to him? I love him, but like, we don't have time for that shit. So by the way, your dad, he raped your mum. And we need you to be our weapon, and we need you to use a virus against him and kill him and probably kill yourself as well. Ryan obviously doesn't really like this idea very much, and he just asks for time to go away and consider it. She says no. So then he it's like the death of Qyburn in Game of Thrones. He pushes her and she splats against a wall and dies, and that's Mallory. She's gone.
So funny considering how fucking long she's been in this show.
I
It's
know.
like, oh, there she goes. You're like,
Snapback dead.
I'm like looking for it. I was like, how? It's so quickly done. I just trying to but it's so funny. I did laugh out loud because I was like, well, so much for Mallory. I don't even. What was his story exactly? Just she was there. He did things.
And she was big mad at Butcher from season 3 when he was mean to Ryan because he needed Ryan not to be near him for his own safety. But then she was big mad at Butcher for being mean to him, and so to get. I mean, in response to that, she decides to be even meaner to Ryan than he was, and that gets her killed. But it's what sort of allows the Negan side of Butcher to win out. So while Newman calls to defect finally and basically says, as long as I'm given a clean bill of health, you get the CIA off my back, I'll give you everything you need. We need to take down Vought and Homelander. And Huey's all fine with this, and the rest of the boys are fine with this, and they basically are about to go through with it. And then Butcher just walks in, says no deals, and then rips her in half with his cancer tentacles.
Very strange result of his situation, right? Took Temp V too many times to develop horrible tumorous cancerous blobs in all of his body. Can barely talk and walk when he's coming to the end of it. And then Negan's like, hey, if you just accept it, take it in, embrace it, you'll not only become supercharged, you'll have this power that kind of makes you, in terms of scaling, from what I can understand, if Homelander's a 10 and your average person is a 0, Butcher's like a 9 now. But why?
Seemingly.
And you're just like, because he fucking lucked out. His cancer turned him into a soup with tentacle powers that can... He like outplays everyone in this room. Kimiko, Starlight, the Newman's daughter, and Newman are all in here, and he can counter everyone. It's like, man, you're like a level 5 mutant, bro. How did that happen?
And they counter everyone to basically achieve nothing, because their plan probably would have had a good... Like, it would have stopped the coup at the very least, and revealed its true nature and massively hurt Vought, and by extension stopped Homelander's rise to power. But Butcher seems to be of the mind that, well, it didn't kill Homelander, so it's not good enough, so fuck everything else. In he goes, kills Newman in front of her own daughter and everybody else with his evil cancer tentacles, and takes the virus from Frenchie, not even to use it in this season. So... Like, he could have had both. He could have let that deal go through and had the virus, I think, and got everything he wanted, but it would have taken a bit longer. But because Negan's in his head, I guess he didn't. Like, all thought, calculation, strategy just goes out the window. And he's just he's broken, not in the way that the show wants him to be. The show wants him to be a broken character, obviously, but he's a broken character in the meta sense as well, because... Obviously, what you know about him first and all the way through seasons 1 and 2, and to a degree 3, is his motive for going after Homelander in the first place is vengeance for what happened to Becca. But Becca's been in his head this entire season telling him not to do the thing that he's about to do, and then he goes and does the thing he's about to do. So he's now, after killing Homelander, even though the memory of his dead wife tells him not to do that. So it's like, you're not really Butcher, are you? You're something else. You are... cancer incarnate or something. I'm not sure. But It's just a bit frustrating because I say massively frustrating because it's the kind of nonsense you do if you have just given up trying to tell a compelling story with the characters that you've built. It's just like, well, this is a random, chaotic, angry thing for him to do that leaves us with so much leeway for whatever we're doing for season 5. So we'll just have him do that, and I don't know. It's just a dumb fuck decision. But there's every character has those in this season, so I suppose it's not unsurprising in that sense.
Well, his hair's back to being jet black now. He's healthy again.
Good.
This development.
Did he dye those, or are those now cancer hair strains that make it black?
I think that if he's under like great stress, the beard hair turns into tentacles as well.
Ooh, that would actually be kind of cool.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to stop him at that point.
Yeah.
But I mean that draws us very close toward the end of season 4. I've not talked a huge amount about the virus component of it because it's kind of like, you understand it from its premise when it's first introduced. It does take up quite a bit of screen time, but most of that screen time is just utter nonsense that doesn't really make a huge amount of difference.
Just to be clear, because we brought this up when we were talking about sort of the way they give you season 1. Homelander's scary because he's got all the powers of Superman in a world where the best person to stop him will be someone who has less powers than him, ultimately. And so, what are a bunch of random guys going to be able to do against him? And in the course of these 4 seasons, we've now introduced, there's a superpower that can take superpowers off people, and there's a superpower person-killing virus. It's like, both of these are extreme cop-outs. That sucks.
Yeah, it's just... I just lost my train of thought. Oh, it's just as you said, it's just not creative or anything at all. Like not because in the first season they had like to do this whole thing where they had to feed what's this? Was it Transparent? Was that the guy who
Translucent?
Translucent. But they had to figure out how to get through his skin because it's so tough, and then they had to figure something out. And yeah, as you said, like how about a serum? And how about cancer V1 stuff? Like, oh, cool.
It's going to be crazy how much effort goes into that soup virus, but for where that's going as a story element.
Yeah. It's yes. Yeah. I'm so not looking forward to talking about all of that, but talk about it we definitely will. As with the virus in this season, the reason it doesn't get mentioned more often in the recap we've just done is that they just have to try and find it, and in the course of finding it, go on crazy, wacky adventures. They get Edgar out of prison, and he takes them to like a special farm that Newman had, but then they get chased by like V'd up farm animals for ages. It's so funny. I love it.
Yeah, that's the filler episode.
That is the filler episode.
As if the whole season isn't just filler episodes, really, but I suppose the crazy part about season 4's ending is that they just suddenly decide we can put all of the heroes in prison, essentially.
Yes. Yeah. So that is how this all wraps up. Obviously, the coup succeeds because Butcher ensured that it would succeed. And then everyone's sort of shown going their separate ways. You have Kimiko and Frenchie are getting on a boat, and MM's gone to the airport to meet his family, and Huey and Starlight on a road trip. But then all sort of in one fell swoop, everything just goes wrong, and a bunch of totally pointless characters from Gen V show up and capture them. And take them away and put them in prison for the next season. Although one of them won't be in prison in the next season because they couldn't figure out how to make that work. It all wraps up very, very quickly in a not very satisfying way. But you are supposed to think in the audience, oh shit, this is terrible. We're going into our final season and Homelander has got everything he wanted. He's now the ultimate power in the universe. He's going to be a dictator. He's putting people in concentration camps. And all of our heroes are at his mercy. They have no plan to counter it. They've all split up. They've all been captured, or half of them have been captured. I don't particularly like that as an open-ended ending to a season, especially not with the nonsense that it takes you to. But it could have taken you many places. That's the appeal of it to the writers, I'm sure, is like it's like broad and vague enough that they were able to say, well, from this starting position, we can do loads of different things, and we'll figure that out on the day. And oh boy, did they try and figure it out on the day. It did not go well on the day. Is there anything else that anyone thinks is particularly worth talking about in terms of season 4? We've sort of covered broad brush character theme and plot nonsense.
It's a shame that Kimiko's sort of mute nature is the payoff idea of watching Frenchie get taken away, potentially killed, makes her scream sort of with enough passion that she actually breaks through and starts using words is like, or even just noise in general. It's like that's something to be saved as a payoff for something. It's just like it sort of just appears here, and then unfortunately leads to her talking, which is rough.
Her talking, when it does have, apart from being rough, is totally disconnected from that moment too, which is that's the double shame, because there's a whole part of this is about her. As her and Frenchie's arc in season 4 is supposed to be that, can we reckon with the guilt that we are possessed with? Can we help each other? Can anybody help us? Are we worthy of redemption? They even spend a whole scene talking about how her muteness is it's a trauma response, and so obviously it's very much associated with the pain that they're trying to overcome. And pain being the thing that ultimately brings it out of her is kind of really interesting, partly because it says that Frenchie is that important to her, so there is a kind of resolution to that debate, but also partly because it provides a complication. Pain is the thing that stops her talking. Pain is also the thing that gets her talking again. You could make that pretty interesting. You don't even have to have her talking in the next season. That could be the only noise she's uttered, because she goes immediately back into trauma again. That ain't going to be what happens, though, which is a disaster. Because I kind of liked Kimiko going into season 5, and then I hated it really quickly.
The shame. Well, hey, the big sell, make America super again. Let's. Oh boy. So, and the fans were so ready for season 5 to kick ass. And I just remember as the episodes were coming out, there was more and more like, we're running out of time. They got so many threads to take care of, so many characters to. I don't know if they're going to be able to do this in time.
Yep. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? I remember covering another show that was really very similar in the way that this worked. And a bunch of people only realized it was shit in season 5. And then actually you take a look through and it's been shit since season 2. But they've only just noticed that it's been shit since season 5. But I suppose without further ado, then that does bring us on to season 5, the final season of The Boys. Oh boy, how very excited everybody was. Except me, because I didn't want to have to rewatch all of this fucking show in order to understand what was going on. But rewatch it we all did. So I suppose, similar vein, everybody's first impressions of season 5 when it dropped. Where were we? What were we expecting? And what did we think at the end?
For me, this is where Mauler dragged me in. Hey, wouldn't it be fun for a laugh if you watch season 5 and cover it? I was like, fine, okay. I haven't watched since season 2. And then I started watching, and in the first 20 minutes, they mentioned like every fucking social commentary and political thing that's currently or been going on for the last 2 years. And I was just like, oh my god, I hate this already. And when they start all of a sudden talking about the fucking flight, and I was like, wasn't that concluded like already? Is there still a thing? And then I guess they concluded.
They do conclude it, yeah.
Very weird way.
Real quick.
Which is interesting because it was like this big thread overarching the whole thing. Because that was like the whole thing where it's like, if this comes out, I'm going to go scorched earth. And well, nothing of the sort happened. They kind of just make a meme out of it. And I was like, oh god, this is gonna be painful, right? And painful it was, because every episode felt like 2 hours long, which, to be fair, I fucking stopped in between, just got up and walked around a little bit, and it's like, oh, maybe I can do the dishes. That sounds fun right now.
Yeah.
Like, all the things. It's like, I don't know, you have, like, all these characters, and now hearing about the origins of these, like Sage, for example, I was like, oh, she's supposed to be, like, the smart and stuff. And hearing all this now, it's just, man, how is she even still alive? Because she does like things that clearly go against what Homelander wants, and it's pretty well established. He has these powers where he can sense that someone's heart rate is like kind of weird when they lie or something like that.
No, she's too intelligent for that. She's also too intelligent to have her mind read. So
yeah, I watched it and I thought it was very bad, and I found it all very disconnected. It felt very much this episode we need to do this and this and this and this.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you see like these new random characters sniff their asses. I was like, oh, I guess we have time for this. I guess.
Something for me was I'd seen the ending of this season out of context, I guess. The big scene everyone was talking about, obviously. to be able to express some opinions on it. But simultaneously, I'd started the season, but also hadn't seen all of it, and so I was already annoyed with like how badly I think they characterized Homelander. But as you go through season 5, especially season 5, it's like Homelander is so destroyed in so many angles that if you actually go through it all, that last scene actually doesn't hit as bad in the sense of like, well, yeah, it's it's just like the final atom of his character gets destroyed. It's not really much left at that point anyway. Whereas if you watched it from like earlier context, it's a little bit more frustrating as to the waste of potential. But this season does a lot of work to humiliate and ruin any sense of impending doom from Homelander or any threat that he represents. He's
but when they start with them being in like some weird internment camp or something, it's like, what the fuck? Why are they here? And then it's like, yeah, they've been here for a year. It's like, why?
He's thoroughly neutered throughout this season, and it starts immediately. Like when Black Noir is trying to stop Starlight and that other dude from releasing the video, it's like Homelander could hear and see this, but he just can't suddenly. And it's like, how did Starlight even get away? How could that be possible?
This season has a very peculiar problem in that they know that they need to delay Homelander as much as possible so that they can have the Butcher, Homelander, and whoever else they want to participate in it that we'll find out fight at the end of the season. And it's like, damn, man, so you got like 8 episodes to fill, and even though your show is very meandering broadly and that it's clear that you don't really know what to do, you have essentially built up a whole bunch of plot lines that need to be resolved. And then as the season progresses, you are almost stunned at how little story they actually have. It's kind of fascinating. It's something of the reverse problem that typically happens when a show reaches its final season, where there is a lot of work that they need to do and they aren't able to do it. They rush things. This is like the opposite. This is a season that has actual bloat episodes where nothing of consequence happens. It's fascinating. It's so incompetent.
I don't know what you're talking about. Kripke said that those are character development episodes. So I think you lack media literacy.
Development. I mean, they're all sort of running on a hamster wheel. They all are, actually, except for Homelander, who's been plopped out of whatever path he was meant to be going on and transported to a totally different one where, he kind of is like totally out of character, which is just bizarre.
Yeah, and something that I noticed because I saw someone point out, I think like on Twitter somewhere, that the season 5 feels empty, like from a production sense. Like in season 1 and 2, there were a lot of times they were like outside and there's lots of people around. This feels like they're just in rooms all the time.
It feels like this got shot during COVID.
Did it?
Right.
Okay.
No. I say it feels like it did.
Oh, it feels like
COVID
okay.
era. Yeah.
But
I was about to say, that makes sense then, but no, okay.
Shooting outside costs more money, and it's more difficult because you have to account for, where the sun is, for instance. So, if you want to shoot indoors, it's cheaper.
Well, you say that, Fringy, but if you're James Gunn, you can just create another sun whenever you want. Just put it wherever you want.
Yeah, no, it's all good that he just plops a second. I didn't realize that Metropolis was on Tatooine.
Yep. It's funny, the sort of releasing of that video, when he sees that that's been seen by everyone, which, by the way, is in the first 5 minutes of the first episode of season 5, he starts up his lasers. He's like he's about to go scorched earth, with his first victims being his most devout followers, which is kind of like, well, I guess it's over then. Like, he really is just going to go nuts. And Sister Sage is like, no. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, wait a minute. Isn't that exactly what she wanted?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he kills everyone in that audience and then starts blowing up buildings and all that crazy shit, it's like there'll be a retaliation, Soups and people alike trying to stop Homelander, and the whole world will go ablaze. That's what she wants.
A little bunker and read books or whatever she wanted to do.
Yeah,
they sort of realize toward like the midpoint of the season that they haven't accounted for this, so they do insert a line for her where she says that basically her plan can't happen while Homelander is like around and after her, but I don't believe that. I think she's lying.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense anyway with everything considered, because everything she does is very obviously and suspiciously not in aid of Homelander, and it just takes him the whole fucking 2-season set to finally be like, wait a minute, I need to kill Sage. She's evil. She isn't helping me.
And that's even though I think in season 4, Firecracker even suggests to him that Sage is the one behind the leak as well, and he just does nothing with it. But she pitched herself to him as being the only person who isn't a sycophant who will tell him what he needs to hear. And she predicts that he won't like that and will let her go. She's then kind of surprised when he does let her go, but then she comes back anyway. But they seem to have kind of accepted themselves in the writer's room that they hit her pitching that and him agreeing to it means that he actually agrees to it and would continue upholding it even after she's been revealed to have been sabotaging his plans the whole way through. And obviously so, given how paranoid he is about everybody else. And the paranoia is a very, very important part of his character in these last 2 seasons, and this one in particular. It's not particularly well planned or structured, I don't think, but I did say we would, before sort of breaking down 5, and we'll do this a bit more chronologically than 4, there is a little bit of information contained in Gen V Season 2, because, again, these things are not designed to be reliant on each other, and yet they sort of kind of are. So Gen V Season 2 comes out before Season 5, and much like where Gen V Season 1 introduced the virus, so Gen V Season 2 introduces V1 much more prominently, which will be a very important plank of Season 5's plot. The characters involved are kind of, you will see them in Season 5. It doesn't change the show if you don't recognize them, as we've mentioned. But the basic idea is that there's this guy called Thomas Godolkin who founded that university in Gen V. Everybody thought he died in a fire. Turns out he didn't die in a fire. He injected himself with V1. And that gave him kind of extreme resilience and basically like immortality. And this is obviously going to be where... important kind of ish. Season 5 will try and explain it on its own terms, but this is going to be the thing that explains why Soldier Boy is basically immortal and doesn't age, and why V1 is immune to the virus as well, which is obviously very important for what's going to come on to follow. I suppose it might be worth just having a quick chat before we break into about the nature of these aspiring franchise shows, which try to do mainline series, spin-off series, or in some cases now mainline TV series and attempt to put it into cinema, like The Mandalorian and Grogu, and how this is supposed to work, or how it can work, and how you really shouldn't do it if you want it to work. Because Kripke, he says that you don't have to watch Gen V to see Boys. We've established in Season 4 that it's a bit janky if you don't. It's also ironic that he kind of turns The Boys into the very kind of superhero franchise that he has mocked in the last 3 or 4 seasons. Is there a way at all that you can do this effectively, do we think? I'm trying to think of an example where it has been done effectively, where you have your spin-off show interacting quite closely with your mainline show in a way that improves it.
There's a very specific example that could probably be pointed to that might have already been brought up earlier in this stream.
So, kind of a trailblazer somewhat, but, Buffy's a major TV show that has a whole bunch of characters, and less than halfway through, they start up a spin-off that, even written in the contract, moving some of the main characters over to it, it was said, like, if it fails, then they're allowed to go back to the main show. It doesn't fail. In fact, it becomes very fucking popular, Angel, and they have a blend of storylines where they can survive on their own if you don't see both sides of it, but it's a huge miss if you don't see the context for why certain things happen. It's like a proto-MCU.
Very complimentary.
Yeah.
Very, very complimentary.
So, I guess you could say that. There's going to be other examples, of course. I mean, to an extent, the MCU, right? I know it's not a TV show, but back in the day...
It wasn't going to be my first example of an example where it actually worked, though, like WandaVision, A Multiverse of Madness. Don't necessarily interact that well.
I was talking... Oh, yeah, I'm broadening it out all the way to just continuity shit across multimedia that benefits each other. If you want to drill into specifically TV shows and TV show spin-offs, there's definitely examples of good spin-off TV shows, but ones that, if you watch them, makes the potency of storylines and like the mainline stuff work even better. I mean, there's not going to be a huge amount to speak to, I don't think.
No. In the Buffy Angel example, obviously I've not seen this and still need to see it, so I suppose without spoilers, if at all possible, is the fact that main characters from the original show move over what makes that more successful, in the sense that it's not the same as, say, Gen V having a cameo from Homelander. It's actually that you need to follow these characters to their new story.
It's kind of insane, honestly, in an experimental way. There's a major character from a season of Buffy that moves in to have several episodes in Angel that alter them significantly, and they have a huge amount of time in Angel, technically, for going through all kinds of things, and then they eventually come back to Buffy. And if you only watched Buffy, you'd be like, what the fuck happened with this character? And you'd be like, yeah, I know, it's crazy. You should probably go watch Angel.
Yeah, they are both on my long list of things I need to get to, but will do so. So it's not impossible to do, and not everything has to be like The Boys Gen V or Mandalorian and Grogu and Book of Boba Fett or WandaVision and Multiverse. There's lots of bad recent examples, I suppose, is what I'm getting at there, and they don't ever seem quite to have a little on how this structure can even work. But it's not. It probably isn't even as bad in this case as it was in the season 4 case, because Gen 1 is slightly easier to explain within the context just of your knowledge of the boys, whereas the virus kind of isn't. But it's still not ideal when the camera turns to these characters that you see later, and they say, oh, they have backstory with Starlight. Aren't they so important? And then their role in the plot is to be dismissed as not important. So it's like, well, why the fuck have them there in the first place? But we could probably start breaking this down roughly in order then, episode by episode, and it sort of begins with another aspect of what the show considers to be satire. So there's a big rally. It looks like a big rally anyway. Homelander's presenting it, and he's ranting about how evil trans people are and all the rest of that shit. And it's revealed halfway through that this is supposed to be just like a shareholder meeting. So the point the show is trying to make is that this is kind of what modern politics is. Even the ordinary run-of-the-mill business activity has turned into a mass media event. This is the dominance of the political rally over every aspect of culture. And they're all chanting USA, USA, and he's going on about how they're saving the world, Vort's making loads of money, but also he's kind of telling the president what to do, because this is the relationship that they will have going forward. It establishes quite quickly, quite early on, and Homelander's kind of on top of the world at this point after the events of the previous season. As for how much longer that will remain the case, we shall see, because somehow Starlight kind of infiltrates this in the backstage, and she's dressed as some kind of cheerleader, also with Skeletor, and it's not a good look. But
well, there's this weird motion where they show that the guy organizing it clearly looks at her, like,
yes,
and you'd like, that guy doesn't know what Starlight looks like, really?
Well, there's a bit later on where they say one of the people managing the event was a secret Starlighter, so he gets himself killed, I think, midway through when they find this out. So she's, over the course of this year, been cultivating networks and working, and I think the show wants you to think that she has got allies within the production staff of this facility, and so that's how she gets in.
I thought we saw that guy. That was the one that opened the door for them, right? He was like yeah. I'm talking about the casting guy, or the guy who's like doing stage directions. And obviously, there's more to it than even that guy. Like, she has to pass a basic look check from everyone here. Like, all those girls, too. It's just like, none of these people know what Starlight looks like. And forgive the memes of she changes her face every season. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems crazy to me that you chose her. And why is she here, other than the fact that she's essentially a bodyguard, I guess, to hopefully get it done?
Well, you remember when Sister Sage was introduced, Homelander just put on a hat and like a hoodie and walked outside to go meet her, as if people didn't know what Homelander looked like.
I think that's the only time that he wears like normal clothes in the whole show, right? Every other time he's wearing he's his
iconic suit.
His costume. Yeah.
But he's the one who doesn't need to do it because he can move so fast that no one can see him. Meanwhile, you've got the fucking boys who are the most wanted characters in the entire universe just walking around the streets, and at most they might wear a hat. And that's kind of it. Very frustrating when they do that. But I mean, Starlight wears a wig, so maybe, that tricked people. It's like, is it Karen in Born Again Season 2? She wears a wig. That's successful.
Oh, God, yeah. And
she does wear a wig, yeah.
So disappointing, too, that the reason they are caught is just because Black Noir was sort of standing there watching them. It's like, oh.
Yep.
Well, that's just great. We're off to such a good start.
We are. So he drops down and tries to fight them, and then she has to hold him off long enough for her random nameless lackey guy to upload the footage of Flight 37, and then that starts playing on the big screens behind Homelander in front of all of the crowd.
And
as has been mentioned, he then seems to be inclined to laser everyone to death.
it's
Dude,
crazy
this
to me
is the
that
big reveal. They built this for so long. This is
just
it.
before that, though, like Black Noir has the complete upper hand in the he can like do a lot of his. He's basically free to use any power he wants. She can't even use her primary power because it'll drain the electricity, and they can't release the video if she does that.
And reveal. Yep. Yeah, exactly.
And still, he does it. Like all Black Noir needs to do is, of course, make enough noise that, or destroy enough, or fly while holding, Starlight. Even though that's, I guess, a secret power that he has. Whatever. Black Noir 2.0 is so fucking useless. But the idea that Homelander is so close, and if he's aware of this, Starlight's done. There's nothing she can do as soon as Homelander's aware. But no, we don't do that, because we're doing the payoff of, 4 seasons, nearly 5, of building this up. We're finally here. They've released the video to the public.
Yeah. It is the thing that Maeve threatens him with, climactically, in the end of season 2, right?
Yeah.
Then they threaten that, and that's what gets him to stand down and not kill Butcher, because he's so terrified of this being released to the public. But this was before Eric Kripke had learned of the existence of AI and decided he could dismiss it with a meme, and then didn't realize that makes every other blackmail attempt, basically within the last 2 or 3 seasons, kind of redundant too, because you can just dismiss it as propaganda. I mean, fucking Stormfront even does it in season 2, when compromising material comes out and she just memes it out of existence and says it's lies by the fake news media. They've already proven that nobody believes this shit, and yet when they need it to happen, they have it that it's like a real threat to the various characters being blackmailed. So Homelander, like, he seems like he's inclined to murder a bunch of people, but Sister Sage stops him. She starts doing a PR spin. She's the first one who sort of live streams and says that the video is just an AI generated deep fake.
That's a happy ending for covering up the deaths of several, people, including children that were on that plane. And she gets a happy ending for essentially turning their deaths into a meme.
Yeah. And you might be thinking, well, this is easy to refute, right? Because Queen Maeve was actually on that plane, and she's still out there somewhere.
Go find her. Yeah,
that's right. She wants to stop Homelander, so this would be the ideal time for her to come out of retirement. But the actress said no.
Well, I mean, it is an awkward problem because part of her little, threat, you mentioned that it was about Butcher, but she made sure to insert herself in as well as protection. So at this point, 0 protection. And I mean. Because it was Ashley, right? She deleted the video of her miraculous survival. It was like, I don't know, man. Homelander should probably not take that seriously. Like, I don't even know why he would. Anyway, well, then again, I guess he would assume that she's dead, because how could she possibly survive that? It's just there should be more consequences for this than there actually end up being.
Yep.
No, but see, they made 7 fingers on him. That's funny, and now it's resolved.
That is the thing they do, yeah. They just doctor the image and make him look like he actually is an AI generated thing.
Is it Chris Hayes? Like, why are they getting like real like political like guys like in the press gallery?
They can't quite decide what they want to do with it, because on the one hand they want to portray it as though Vought and Homelander have purged basically half the country and are about to put even more of them into concentration camps. Anyone who's even mildly criticized Homelander on social media by posting memes that are disobliging, they all get thrown in camps. But then sometimes Ashley will say, oh, this is terrible because MSNBC will report on it. It's like, well, they wouldn't exist in the world that you're describing. You just told us that you don't have that kind of criticism, you don't brook it or tolerate it. But I guess it's just a familiar name to people who watch, so it makes it seem like it's set more in the real world, even though it's so absurd at this point that one makes that mistake.
To the point that she's doing, like, she's reading his mind, like, when he's asking questions, which I don't know about, like, that, as a thing. Like, that's just all... It's all a bit farcical, isn't it, really?
It is. I mean,
it was great for me as well, because I start watching this, and it's like, oh, the last thing I remember is these flight things were like a threat to Homelander, and he was like mad at memes and stuff. And then in the first 30 minutes of this, we resolved the flight video.
Yeah, she's
and
gone.
He's still mad about memes. And I was like, oh, I missed nothing. Awesome.
Yeah, speaking of Ashley mind-reading journalists, she has somehow become the vice president of the United States in the year that we've just had off. I don't really know exactly how this works, but it did. And I'm not entirely convinced that it should, given everybody's.
Why is she the press? Like, why is she fucking Caroline Levitt as well?
She's also the press secretary. Yeah, she handles all of this.
There are different people who have these different. She's just sort of this amalgamation of, I guess, a bunch of people. I don't even know why she's in this story, honestly. Like, I don't understand what the appeal is of like Ashley as a character from Eric Kripke's point of view.
I don't know, like corporate duplicity, but then there are so many other characters who demonstrate that, and I suppose like what it takes to survive in what he believes the modern political world to be, it might be that's what it is like someone who just has basically no shred of principle whatsoever, or can change them on a dime depending on who happens to be her boss at the time. She's just a bit of a clown creature, though, but then that's the description for most characters in this show. And we very quickly jump to another couple of them, because his sister Stage is telling Homelander that even though all of that's leaked and half the country's fucking protesting against him, it's only knocked like 1% off of Vort's stock, so it's fine. But he's very angry still, because people are memeing about him on the internet. And he thinks that it must have been Starlight herself who was responsible for that leak. So he says to Sister Sage she has to tell the media, or get it out there, leak it herself, that Huey and MM and Frenchie, they will all be executed in the next 3 days. You can just do this as the president of the United States.
Yeah. I don't know what that means or what that looks like. It's giving me Fisk flashbacks of like, what are these laws? Where were they made? How did they get passed? How does the government work in this show?
I was just thinking because
what appeals are happening.
I was just confused because like I was watching this and I was like, wait, they've been in this camp for a year, and now only now you decide, because they did the video, I guess, like we're gonna draw her out this time, and if we do that with her friends, then that's that. Then you're gonna come out.
At this point, you should move past the draw. It's like, dude, you should just be getting rid of it. Why are you not just getting rid of them immediately? Like, once they're captured, it should be game over. There's no reason to keep them alive.
Butcher, I let you live.
I feel like you don't need
killed
to.
You. I let you live, Butcher.
You don't need to draw them out. You're Homelander. You have like all the powers. You can find them yourself.
Looking for him. Yeah.
Go fucking
Homelander
look for
is
them.
all powerful. He's super strong. He needs to send the Deep. The only way
he's still around.
Forward is the Deep and Black Noir need to handle this like they have so many times before.
God, and he's they say that he's going to bring all the superheroes back from abroad as well. So he's got like 10,000 plus superheroes with all the possible powers you can imagine, any of which would be way more useful than the Deep. But
keep imagining them, because they're not in the finale. I don't know where they are. They should have been. They're not there.
Yeah.
Season 1, when Homelander is zooming everywhere, and they're like, he'll find us eventually. He never does that
it's
ever
a direct
again.
teaser to the comics, though. It's like he brings in all the superheroes, and they all occupy the White House. And you're like, oh, it's happening. They're gonna go scorched earth, mate. It didn't happen.
Gonna be diabolical, bro.
Yeah, no, a whole year of not trying the idea of, hey, what if we threatened to kill the friends?
Yeah.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah. We do see some of the superheroes he's recruited, because the concentration camp guards are a mix of random soldiers with guns and people you might remember from such seasons as Season 2. The ex-psych ward patients, including the nutter psychic guy who just explodes people.
Penis Man.
And Penis Man's there. Yeah, and beating people with his penis again.
I hit the stop button when I saw him. I was like, you're not serious. He's around. I thought that guy was just a meme in Season 2 or whatever that was.
I thought they defeated him in Season 2, but I guess, he recovered and he's back.
He's still here with his massive cock, beating people to death, I guess, and that's what he likes. He just drags it across the fucking floor. I was like, what are we doing? You can I don't even mind if you're like, if this would be a good show, and for a meme they would be like, yeah, I got V and now this happened. It's like, oh yeah, that sucks. But now they have them like as a villain, as a mini boss later on in this fucking episode. It's like, dude, stop, please.
I think there are 2 people in this season who get choked out with their own penises. 2.
Yeah,
I think
I
1
think you're right.
is more
Yeah.
than sufficient.
Well, the
Is
other one
the
is
other
a
one with his
ball.
balls? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of.
I guess you could say they're
Yes.
genitals. That's
You
the.
could
They are
group them
related
as part of the
concepts.
same, yeah, exactly.
The concept of cock.
Good job, Kripke.
If you had good media
So
literacy,
imaginative.
you would have known it was the balls. Okay.
my reputation as a critic is destroyed. Yes, I of all people do not know the difference between a dick and balls.
Damn it.
Butcher comes on the scene. Butcher is. We need to reestablish that Butcher's evil at the moment. So he goes and visits his father. You might remember his father was dying of cancer, but this season has decided that his mum has died instead, and his dad is still kicking around. So Butcher
Denethor.
goes and Denethor, yeah, and then Butcher kills him.
Yeah, this scene,
Which is
in
nice.
retrospect, I guess, is just to tell us the story of this season for Butcher, which is that Butcher's he's evil. All right, just so you
Yeah.
understand. Because apparently even Eric Kripke understands that this is pretty brutal, no matter what the dad did at this point to just execute him in cold blood. But hey, you know, I don't know what the point of this scene is, other than a sort of like, we got to wrap up that, I guess, because he could have died off screen by now. In fact, it would have made sense with the last we saw him, I think. They want to show
Yeah.
Butcher killing him personally, or at least, you know, allude to it for the most part. And
And they might have hoped that they can show him that far gone, and then they can tease he might not be that far gone, and then he can sort of relapse at the end. Maybe they thought it was a journey, but it was. I don't think it achieved a huge amount for the time it took. It does establish that he's an absolute twat, though, because it makes you feel sorry for Denethor, which I think is the intent, obviously. But it's I think we already knew kind of everything we needed to know about Butcher at that point at the end of the last season. So as a reminder, it's kind of super derogatory. But Butcher then goes and
I was gonna say, it's because he's a good actor too. Like getting him in and have it, you can tell he realizes like what is happening before it becomes explicit, and it's just a weird. It's kind of weird in that way of watching a scene where you're like, so Butcher's just gonna kill him, and you're like, yeah, okay.
And he knows it, and he even says, "There's no point. I'm going to be dead in a few months anyway." And Butcher says something like, "Well, you know, at least I'll get to hear you scream, and I'll enjoy it."
Yeah,
So, lovely guy.
Hmm.
He then he goes then to track down. So you might recall that at the end of season 4, virtually all of them were captured in various different ways. Starlight flew away, but Frenchie and Kimiko were both captured. And yes,
that was
so Butcher
confusing,
goes,
man. It's like,
it was really fucking confusing.
I thought we weren't even gonna get an explanation. It was just be like, nah, she's just not captured. You're like, okay. But no, they do. They explain it. Don't worry, they explain it. They explain it really well.
Yeah. So he goes. She's in some foreign country. He just tracks her down somehow, and has a little chat with her, and so you wondering like, how the fuck did she escape? Did she fight her way out? Like, what on earth was going on there? Well, we will find out, but not quite yet. So we then move on, and Butcher sort of goes back then to recruit Starlight, or not recruit, but rejoin Starlight as well. You also learn that Butcher isn't dying anymore, so that's a couple of sort of whiplash things that are happening. So Kimiko was captured but not. Butcher was dying but isn't.
He's not just not
We
dying.
knew that
He's
because he teamed up with the tumor. Like,
yeah,
tumor's now working for him.
they shook
The
hands.
iconic tumor.
It's
Well,
the weirdest
the tumor's
shit.
like Venom. Remember in the movie Venom, we're like, I could be like the thing is killing you. It's like, oh, sorry, I'm not killing you anymore. Now we're friends.
It's literally that, yeah. And he's just one of the most powerful soups that ever existed now, thanks to him coming to terms with his tumor.
Yeah, just became
It's
one.
such a
with the tumor.
flip of stakes of like, you know, season 3, as much as it's still bad, it's like you take more temp V, the more likely it is to kill you, but it gives you the power enough in the moment to be able to take your revenge. You're like, okay, there's something there. It's like, oh god, he took so much of it, he's definitely dead now. Unless he teams up with the tumor and it makes him even more powerful than he was. You're like, I don't know, why? I don't understand. You're like, yeah, shut up. Yeah, okay.
Shut up.
Well, I'm not even kidding. You had to watch the Boys Diabolical animated show to find out about the super tumor. That was like the big episode reveal.
What is like? What happens in it exactly? Does he talk to his tumor?
There was like an animation of like a super tumor, and it was like wink wink nudge nudge. This could be important later. And then Butcher got a tumor, and I was like, oh okay, that's what's gonna happen.
Okay.
The problem is I don't get the mechanic of why Butcher has like superhuman strength though. why would the tumor be able to affect every? If the tumor is a strong thing and the tumor is like shooting out of his body like the symbiote, why would he be able to eat an eye beam?
I don't know.
Because it's a temp V tumor. It's a permanent V tumor now. It's the V. Some V is involved in it somehow. That's
I just
all
don't know
the
why they
explanation
didn't
you're
take V. This temp V thing was like basically created simply for that one season.
Yeah.
And now every time they need compound V, it's just the real shit that wouldn't have killed him.
Well, it's so
Yeah.
funny
Cancer.
because if you have this temp V stuff, you would imagine you had like the big fight at the end where this the new 7, which are all even more evil, and it's like, hey, you all volunteers, let's get some temp V and just go fight these cunts. Oi, 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 cunt, and then you have a fight or something.
Diabolical.
But that never comes up again, at least not as a mechanic. It's just like, yeah, temp V, I took that. Anyway, moving on. We have V1 now. Just like, okay.
Yeah, so Starlight asks Butcher how he found her, given that she has been in hiding for an entire year, and his wonderful explanation is ways and means, love, and that's all we're going to get. And this is where we learn as well that Kimiko can speak. And Starlight says, you speak? How? And Kimiko says, fucking therapy, and lots of fucking TikTok.
Yeah, I like her better when she was disabled. I gotta
Yep.
be honest with you. Wow.
Yeah.
It was.
I didn't even believe it when she said it. I was like, oh, obviously I've missed something in the other 2 seasons that I didn't watch before this. Like, obviously, and I was listening to you guys for it's like, okay, any second now she's gonna start talking, right? That wasn't all the things.
I remember she was like Asian, right? Not like Asian American.
No, they forgot that. They forgot it. So now.
Their excuse is she learned it all from TikTok.
therapy.
That's why she sounds insufferable, annoying, and stupid. It's like, oh, I guess that does make sense.
The
problem, of course,
really funny.
as was mentioned, you had your reason for her to be able to speak again that was more characterful, and now you've removed that and exchanged it for I watched loads of TikTok and got therapy.
Pretty cool.
Ugh.
Good.
Yeah.
And then every line out of her fucking mouth, even the people who love this show agreed, is like, this is horrible. Stop. Don't let her talk. Don't do this. It's
Even
too late.
Butcher says, I liked you more when you were mute. And you've just seen him kill his dad, and you think, yeah, you have a point. It's that bad. And then it's not even enough for that, because then, of course, there's the question of how she was even free to begin with. So she drops that on us too. And she basically says, oh yeah, Vought got tired of me killing all their guards, so they deported me to Manila. And then,
okay. Into a nice little house where she can chill out with some people.
And she says she tried to get back once in the wheel hub of a 747 and fell 10,000 feet and survived. She's so cool in this season. I like her so much. She has so much to say.
It's so great because like, yeah, we just deport her, but we don't have anyone like spy on her at all times, something in case, any one of the boys is going to try to contact her, which is inevitably going to happen, obviously. But no, she's just hanging out now and fell out of a plane.
Yeah, and they had to find her asshole like a mile away.
Yeah. So funny. But so Butcher sort of tells the Starlight about this execution plan that he's learned about, and so they have to formulate a plan to get into the camp and then get their friends and comrades out of the camp. And Butcher says he knows a guy who can get them into the camp. And you might be thinking, well, okay, but like if you know how to get in, then you know how to get out, because these things tend to work in 2 directions. But no, we have to have a separate plan to get out. The ultimate plan they go with is that Starlight's just going to have to fly them out one by one, and they agree that they'll have to get Frenchie first, because Butcher is giving them all this information only on condition that he gets Frenchie to make the virus again. So that's what's going on. That's the basic stakes of this first part of the season. We have to go rescue them before they get executed. And Starlight has become in this year since the last season very cold and horrible and cynical. And in so doing, she has forgotten what happened in previous seasons. So she justifies this quite cold, clinical attitude that she has to people she used to like by saying that, oh yeah, Maeve was basically just right. As in right to be so heartless and cynical. Forgetting that, like, the last 2 times she's had conversations with Maeve, it's always been Maeve telling her that she was right not to be those things, but never the fuck mind, I suppose. Continuity, who gives a shit?
I just remembered, and I assume you did it on purpose, but it's still funny. We didn't mention the Deep at all in season 4. Not one bit. Also,
He's
we
got a
didn't.
podcast. That's
Even though what happened there is going to be important, but also it actually isn't the reason why he's in trouble. But Eric Kripke got confused about that because that's his octopus girlfriend who dies.
Yes.
That when they go after him in the finale, they say justice for her, but Samuel L. Jackson, Hammerhead Shark, said that it was because of the pipeline that he didn't actually destroy.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to that, I suppose. But the other thing I was going to bring up too is there's a character who can split himself over and over again in season 4. And when I was going through season 4, there's this sequence, there's a couple minutes where he splits himself over and over again. So there's a bunch of naked dudes with cocks flopping around, and he gets his head shot and exploded a bunch of times. So you basically, there's like several minutes of just flesh and blood flying everywhere and just cocks everywhere. And it was very much like you sort of pause and you just go like, I'm just gonna go go outside for a bit and
Just some fresh air.
So season 4 was great, by the way.
But that was why I didn't include that whole section, because it's ultimately it's just about that. It's like, how can we stage a wacky multiple person naked fight scene?
No,
it's irrelevant.
I'd like suppressed it, and it only just came to mind for some reason in relation to the deep, probably because he's fucking an octopus as well. It's just cryptic stuff, you know.
Yeah, and then they kill the octopus off, and it's really funny because it dies really slowly, even though earlier in the same season it's happily outside of its tank while they're fucking. But this time it dies really quickly. When
Octopus
it's out of
don't die that quickly when they're out of water. That's just how they work.
They do not. No, they understood how it worked for sex purposes, but for plot purposes they forgot.
Really impressive animals, by the way, octopus.
I mean, they write about the show.
They have like 7 brains, right?
I think so.
It's something to do with that each of the tentacles, there's some like neural pathways or something.
Yeah.
They're really clever. The unfortunate thing for them is that they don't live for very long. Like only 3 years, I think, on average, which means they don't really get enough time to actually sort of, you know, like learn even more complex things. But they demonstrate some capacity to use tools, which is really cool.
They've got complex problem solving as well. Like they can unscrew lids, they can get in and out of locked boxes and things like that.
Yeah.
They're very good at. I think they're more intelligent even than crows, which are also very good at that kind of thing.
Super clever, yeah.
Do you think octopuses and elephants would be friends?
I guess if they could interact, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Not much environmental cause for them too. But I just picked, maybe we could make some kind of animated show where there's an octopus and an elephant. You know.
No, it sounds like a 10-season show right there.
Set in the Star Wars universe.
Solving crimes.
Oh, bro, Disney heard that and they're like, "That's a great idea."
That's actually
Disney saw
cool.
like, that's a great idea. Let's make a live action remake of a movie.
Remake it when it doesn't even exist yet. Like, wait, what?
So, having established what the boys' plans are for this rescue, Homelander back at Vought is becoming sort of increasingly more paranoid and more frustrated with everybody around him. He keeps noticing that everyone seems to be terrified of him. He's lost interest in Firecracker because she's come off her lactation pills because they were killing her. This is going to be important for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
And he gets frustrated with Deep and Noir as well because he set them the task of tracking down Starlight and Butcher because he's retarded. And he's very frustrated that they haven't done it again and accuses them of fucking up on purpose. And he's losing faith in all those around him. So he goes to his own private room where there is a massive cryopod in which is Soldier Boy, and he just gazes at him for a while.
Is it bad?
He's back again.
I was like, please wake him up now. Wake him. Soldier Boy's just got this weird fucking, I guess, aura would be the word to go with, of whenever he's in a scene, there's a chance I'm going to be entertained a lot more than usual. Kind of same for Homelander, I guess.
A lot of times he says what you think. It's like, why are you so fucking weird?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, why are you so fucking
The crazy
weird?
thing is, like, the most annoying and disappointing is when they assassinate him. And otherwise, he's actually pretty entertaining. And it's crazy how he just climbs the ladder immediately. Like, he smashes all the other characters except, I guess, Homelander.
Mm-hmm.
And that's despite him being kind of impregnable in terms of his motive. Certainly in this season, he just sort of flips all over the place.
I don't think I've ever seen a character that flipped their motive on a specific topic 7 times, but they do it.
Yeah, while remaining entertaining. One of the best things about the show is one of the most inconsistent things about it. It's a lot about the rest of the show. I think. But so Deep is aware that he's letting down his ultimate boss and godhead. So he decides actually it's not that difficult to track down A-Train after all. So he goes to where A-Train's family is hiding out. But they spot him coming, so A-Train gets his family away. Somehow he gets them away before Deep shows
They're
up.
just gone when they cut it back to them.
And for a show that begins by trying to show how realistic it is when speedsters like collide with non-speedsters, you can't really buy that he just picked them up and ran away with them. I don't think I'm having that at all.
Genuinely, if
That's
you
just the spine gone right there.
word of advice, if you're building your own superhero universe, you might want to not include speedsters. They ruin everything. They're so fucking ridiculously overpowered. It's so hard to account for them. If you, especially just, if you start to delve into the physics, which you have an excuse for to an extent with all the powers, but my god, A-Train could be doing so much more if he actually was motivated for the things that he cares about. But of course, it's, and it's just, the question is like, who wins, the Deep or A-Train? I'm like, I have no idea. I assume A-Train because he's so fucking fast.
How could the Deep ever catch up with him?
Yeah.
That's kind of what it works with everybody, except, of course, Homelander, who is technically another speedster.
Yep,
Yeah,
as
they
is
do tend
normally
to
the
do
case
this.
with Superman-type characters. They also get to go really fast, which kind of encroaches on the territory of the speedster.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do it in Justice League and the Snyder Cut, right? And there's a scene where
right.
Superman keeps up with the Flash, and the Flash is very impressed. But then it's like, then what's the point of you? But so they have a conversation, and A-Train kind of mocks the Deep for being so terrified and scared shitless of Homelander, and says, how he feels so much more liberated now he realizes that he doesn't have to be afraid of him. He doesn't do too much, I don't think, to convince the Deep. He just kind of assumes he's unconvincible and just kind of takes the piss out of him and calls him pathetic and leaves. So from this scene that A-Train is he's out of the villains camp, most definitely, but he is going to go on to refuse when Starlight asks him to help rescue
He's on a
the
hero's
prisoners
journey.
from the camp.
On a
He
hero's journey,
is,
boys.
kind of. He's refusing the call and will kind of continue to do that until he dies.
Well,
But,
so here's an idea for the Deep. He now knows the approximate direction that A-Train just walked, and you should have found you were supposed to find him. I'm gonna get my little smartphone out, gonna phone my little boy Homelander, which I have a quick dial because I'm in love with him. It's like, yeah, can you come over right now? It's gonna take half a millisecond. Yeah, he went that way, and that's A-Train done. Right?
yeah, I mean, you could even say the moment he knows where A-Train's family is the moment he should have called him. And that's an easy fix. All you have to do is show him try to call Homelander and Homelander ignore him because he thinks he's pathetic. And then at least you've kind of accounted for why he didn't do that.
Yeah.
They want it to be that he wants to capture him himself to prove his worth, but it doesn't really work quite so well in the circumstances.
No.
A-Train leaves a trail where he goes, and he's very loud. It's just like, yeah, Homelander's gonna get you, buddy. But I guess he does eventually get him, thank goodness.
He does. But the A-Train plan having failed on Starlight's part, this is when Butcher's sort of plan. Well, Butcher then reverts to his plan to get them into the camp, and for some reason, this isn't also the plan to get them out of the camp. So he contacts this deadbeat nerdy writer guy called Worm, whose power is that he is a worm. He can eat dirt and shit dirt out, and he makes tunnels. So he's going to tunnel them into the
We
camp.
get to watch a man eat dirt and just poo everywhere, and everyone's like,
That doesn't
yeah,
even make
for the
sense because
season,
once he gets in the tunnel, he'd just be depositing the dirt behind him and thereby closing the tunnel. Doesn't even make sense. You put all of this effort into showing how it works in a particularly gross way, and it doesn't even make sense.
Yep.
So glad I got to see that on my screen. That was really cool.
Yeah. It's
Do
wonderful.
you think he was more gross than Webweaver? We didn't really talk about him much, but I remember
I
you
didn't
guys
want to talk about him, I
groaning
think, because he was more gross. It's
yeah,
just...
he's more gross.
I can guess what happens by the name, so I'll just leave it there.
So, well, I mean, there's only two things, really. The first we mentioned is that he gets injected. He likes being injected up the arse with Rohypnol. And then later he gets captured and just shits himself for about 5 minutes straight and then dies.
Yep.
What a wonderful character.
Dude, Homelander being so disgusted as he just loudly shits himself over and over again. It's the webs. It's just like literally, this show is so fucking gross for no reason.
It made me laugh so much harder right now that you just saying it out loud what I've already seen on my screen. I watched that.
Yeah.
I think we fast forwarded. It's like, oh, there he goes, shitting again. This is the funniest thing ever, guys. This is so awesome. I'm so glad it's happening.
Oh god.
Yeah, so they follow the worm through the tunnel that can't exist, and they haven't done anything to, like, in the season 1 boys, they might have scoped the place out first to figure out where exactly they were trying to go because it's really dangerous. And in this season now, they just tunnel up any random location, appear in the middle of a concentration camp with guards everywhere, and it's fine. So that they get out and they go up through the tunnel and they go into the hut, but oh dear, inside the hut, it turns out that the 3 guys they're here to rescue, they've already been tied up and bound, and Homelander is in the room waiting for them because he knew that they were coming.
Well, and it's just, this was the expectation, and even the Hueyan friends like, oh, fuck, this has all gone wrong, this is the worst case ever, and even the writers know, like, this is it, man, he's caught basically 90% of the problem, so what's Homelander going to do? And he's just like, well, where are the rest of them? It's like, oh, come on, dude, you gotta start killing them. And it's like, okay, fine, we'll let Homelander hurt one of them. Which one? The only one that can survive. Like, for fuck's sake.
Which is really bad as well, because she's going to be the one in the fight scene with him at the end. And so, like, they show you what his lasers will do to her. It cuts her in half. He lasers Kimiko in half in this scene.
Yeah, just huge mistake. It'll be logged into the powers that Homelander definitely has, abilities he can definitely perform, that will be completely ignored to facilitate the biggest payoff in the whole show.
Also, imagine if he went vertically instead. Then I guess she'd probably be dead, right?
Maybe. Not entirely sure how well. Well, because if she can fall from 10,000 feet and survive, I don't think cutting
But
her
if
in
you
half.
split her in half, which half would be the one that regenerates? How could it decide?
Maybe
Or would
that's
there
how
be
you
two
clone
Kimikos?
her. Maybe they should have tried that. Yeah. I mean, he seems to be more interested, Homelander, in just complimenting Butcher on his dedication to getting cancer. So he's just like, oh, it's like,
Hey, nice job
well
with the
done,
cancer.
you. That shows some devotion. The fact that you have all those tumor tentacles inside you, that's cool. Then Starlight just flies in because she can do that. She couldn't have done that to get them in and out. She could only do it once they tunneled in, and they couldn't get out through the tunnel. They had to fly anyway. She just blinds Homelander temporarily and sort of blasts them all apart so they can escape.
I knew this would be bad, but like the power scaling in this whole sequence is horrendous. He's blinded for like what feels like an eternity. It's so horrible. Because you know for a fact that he'd be the one to recover from it first, but everyone else recovers faster than him.
It shouldn't even stop him. He has like super hearing and everything. Just go to where you hear them. Like,
you would have seen her, you would have heard her preparing. There's just, it's so cruel how much they nerf the shit out of him in this sequence.
Just don't make your characters that powerful if you don't know how to write around it. Just don't. Just don't do it. It's your own fault.
And there was a very chaotic escape sequence where just about every single character forgets that escaping is their top priority. So Frenchie and Kimiko reunite, and they just start snogging for what feels like 2 hours until they get captured again and have to be rescued. So that's real smart of them.
Well, the OP person from season 2, the bald person who can blow people up at will, just doesn't blow up anyone important throughout the whole sequence.
He takes out some nameless people, and then Butcher decides to go after it instead, because, escaping. He no personal history with that character either, just decides, no, that's the one I need to kill. Never mind Homelander, I'm going to kill the bald one. So he goes off to do that. MM decides that choking the giant penis man to death with his own penis is definitely his top priority in this scene. So he goes to do that. And then eventually they sort of coalesce again, and Homelander manages to sort of get his hands on Huey, and things look pretty bleak because his lasers are activated and he's going to shoot them in the face. But then who should show up at the end of his hero's journey, which lasted 2 seconds? It's A-Train, and he does an X-Men reference.
He has his chance to kill Butcher too, Homelander, and he just doesn't take it again. And I guess we're just supposed to, at this point, it's like the Stormtroopers. It happens enough in the form of plot armor that now it's a characteristic. Now it's just something he just never wants to hurt Butcher because he likes him so much. It's just like,
Yeah.
oh, that's what we're doing now. And then it's like, how about Huey? The amount of times he's had a chance to kill him and doesn't. And it's like, well, because he doesn't want to. Like, no, he can't pull that off because he actually kills him in this sequence. Except he's thwarted by A-Train. And you're like, oh.
He even says, I think at some point earlier on, it's like, oh, you should have killed him ages ago. And it's like, yes, you should have done.
They also fuck up here big time because they portray... Is this the first time they've portrayed A-Train's powers as a Timu Quicksilver from the X-Men films?
I believe it is the first, yes.
Yeah, so establishing this means that there's no fucking way you can deal with Homelander ever.
Well,
Like,
no,
if this
he's
is how
that
this...
fast.
The thing about the speed, right, and this is another... This kind of gets in the way of Season 1, too. You're telling me that this is how A-Train sees everything. Basically, that he's in full control with ease, and there's nothing that could ever surprise him. Like running into someone and exploding them by accident. And this is the thing. I've never seen it portrayed this way before in the show. It feels like it's just influenced in a copy of a certain very popular set of sequences in the X-Men films. But the point being, of course, that it's relevant not to just Season 1 but Season 5, is that Butcher is slowed down such that his tentacles can't even move. If Homelander is as fast as A-Train... ... You know, like, there's no fucking way you're beating him. But apparently they do. Or whatever.
They even
Well, the
show...
speed of light is what's coming out of his eyes. That means both of them are faster than that.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's moving because it's still, that's the only thing that's still moving, but it's moving really slowly. So he's moving basically like 99% the speed of light.
Snyder did the better job of having Superman see the speedster, right? And then start moving. But they portray him as about what, like 0.75% sort of the speed of the Flash in that sequence. But here, like, yeah, sorry, but the way that they portray it is that they're basically 1-to-1 on speed. A-Train doesn't outrun Homelander, he trips. That's why he loses. Like, he's able to keep up with him. Meaning that Homelander should be realizing that he's here anyway. In real time, I mean.
Yeah.
Like, he should be seeing everything his way, and then you'll see a guy running around, and you'll just be like, what the fuck? But whatever.
Almost like he needs to know that he's going at that speed to choose that he's going at that speed. But if he doesn't know he's going at that speed, then he acts slower. I don't think that's how it really should work, but that seems to be how it works.
No, like I said, they had their own version, and I think introducing the Quicksilver version actually fucks everything up.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, A-Train does run in, and he does rescue Huey, and I suppose by extension, Butcher as well. And then Starlight manages to fly Frenchie away, and then she goes back for them because Homelander becomes bizarrely interested in taking out A-Train as opposed to anybody else. So he goes off chasing him.
This might be the one thing in isolation I would defend, but only because of how I would have written this show versus Kripke's understanding of everything. A-Train's probably the only person that can actually stand to threaten Homelander, especially with the existence of the virus, because of how fucking fast he is. And again, speedster. So if you have the chance to take out the one guy who's as fast as you, it's like, yeah, you should probably, like, he's highest priority and he's been waiting for it. It's like, that makes sense to me, but everything up to that and this whole sequence has made no fucking sense at all.
Man, that being your takeaway is so funny because it probably is just like, well, Homelander's super insecure and his friend is turned on him here. So the logical thing you can do is kill him. And that's gotta be the justification.
Yours makes sense in terms of like power levels and everything, but it's actually was like, he's me, not on my side, me.
That is the explanation they go with is definitely the latter. It's just just his insecurity and he's being pissed off. But then also having like betrayed A-Train in this way, and it depends which version then of Homelander's powers you go with. But it would have been so easy then to pitch to A-Train a season or two ago. It's just like, hey, we'll give you this virus, go kill him because he can't stop you. And that's, you know, A-Train's out. He would have got everything he wanted.
Weirdly, for this to be in season 5, but this is probably the coolest and most intimidating the representation of Homelander's powers ever get in the entire series. He's basically like the speed of light, firing his lasers, smashing through everything with the red eyes, just chasing someone to kill them. Yeah, I kind of like it.
Well, it was all in there just to kind of introduce you to this types of stuff we're going to see in this awesome
yes.
finale, you know?
The kind of man that is so fucking threatening, he could just destroy everything on a whim. It's darkness, red eyes, just chasing the fastest character in the whole series with ease. You know, it's kind of threatening. You wouldn't want to deal with this guy. I don't think anyone really can, actually.
Well,
no, they cannot. But they will find a way. Shite often does. A-Train manages to redeem himself in a really inopportune way during this chase because a woman steps out of her car without looking. You shouldn't do that generally, but she does. And he tries to avoid hitting her because he doesn't want to do another Robin, but in doing so, he trips and goes flying through the woods and crashes into a tree, and that's when Homelander catches up with him.
Doesn't really make sense. He would have seen her a while away and would have been easy able to dodge her, considering how we just saw how his powers work.
Not particularly consistent, but so Homelander sort of gets him up against a tree, and A-Train laughs at him, and he says something I don't know that it's almost like foreshadowing, but based on knowledge, I don't really think he has. So A-Train says that he used to be scared of Homelander, but then he realized that without his powers, he's just an empty, pathetic, sniveling loser. The important qualifier there is without his powers, but as far as I know, A-Train doesn't believe yet that they have any likelihood of getting those powers away from him, and importantly, he still has those powers now.
Oh, and also, that's not even the plot line of this season up to this point. It's to get a virus that will kill him, specifically because he's superpowered. He's jumping ahead to something that's going to happen later, which is that they changed their plan to give Kimiko the Soldier Boy powers to take away Homelander's powers. So you're totally right. It's that he says something because they're trying to set up what the finale is actually going to be. But, like, as the story stands right now, without any awareness of the fact that that's where it's going and the fact that he doesn't have that awareness, it's just a strange thing to say. It's like, oh, but he does have powers, though. So what does that make him?
I didn't understand, When I was watching this, it's like, why was I ever afraid of you? It's like, because he can kill you.
Because he can kill you. And in this case, obviously, they're going to have it be, like, a relatively swift one. But what happens to A-Train if Homelander decides he wants to be a little bit more vindictive and he, like, rips his arm off or something, right? Can you then still have A-Train laughing in his face? Or if he, like, lasers his foot off or something, right? It's like it kind of relies on Homelander being so big mad that he gets, like, a swift and relatively painless demise, you know, in order for him to have the last laugh when it's kind of hard to have the last laugh on somebody who could just rip all of your fingers off with ease. You know?
And having A-Train be like, you're a freak, you're a sniveling loser, you're pathetic, and then having Homelander like tear up,
actually get like sad, like he's hurt his feelings.
I was already just like, oh god, like so I get people were citing this scene as like how well paid off this is. Like, guys, this is the same season. Like this was written for that. It's like A-Train has the script. He knows where it's going.
Mm-hmm.
And it does sort of overstate the nature of their relationship up to this point as well. Because they want to redeem A-Train, they've sort of retroactively increased his esteem in the eyes of everybody else, particularly of Homelander. They seem to have decided that Homelander always viewed A-Train as like the closest to him, or like the only one he kind of half respected on the Seven, because he's done stuff for him before. But like everyone on the Seven has done stuff for Homelander. Homelander ditched A-Train when he started to slow down a little bit, forced him to take V to sort of carry on, belittled him whenever he wasn't at his absolute best, spent half of one season calling him fat and useless, sacked him from the Seven, I think twice.
Yeah.
Didn't actually view him in the way that he seems to view him here.
Something Homelander could do here is just be like, sorry, I'm the sniveling loser. Like, you're the guy who basically got a drug problem that destroyed your heart. You annihilated your own family like relationships because you're obsessed with being the best and you couldn't even pull that off. You killed your girlfriend, man. You're pathetic. You killed her because she was a liability for you with all the problems that you caused. And what? And you never, in your entire career, you never saved anyone. You did it all for publicity. You did it all for fame. It's like, I'm sorry, are you really gonna shit on me here? Like, you're so categorically an awful human being, and you're so pathetic. Like, I'm almost like, wouldn't Homelander be kind of amused by this? It's like, oh yeah, I'm such a sniveling fucking loser. I suck, but you're great, man. You've nailed it. Go you. Remember his name. He was Reggie.
Well, they never would do this because they're afraid to let the big evil of the show or the movie make a perfectly fine point that you probably agree with. Because they're like, no, we can't have them say something that's true. And also, they probably forgot that even happened, all of that, but, you know.
Homelander's just be like, bro, you're shitting on me for stuff that, like, you helped me with. Like, you were, like, my team, man. Like, I don't even... It's like, oh, well, I've turned a new leaf. You're like, oh... I don't care.
Yeah.
So
Kind of
yeah,
interesting thing.
this is an example of one of many scenes that are coming where you're like, oh, this isn't Homelander anymore, huh? And you're like, nope.
It is not. That though was the end of episode 1 of season 5, so I would say not a good start.
No.
But it's only going to get worse. So there is that.
At least it
and-
gets worse.
Yeah, don't worry.
It just gets worse in an annoying way, not in a way that I even have much fun with. Like sometimes, when like Stranger Things was kind of fun in the way it got worse. This one just kind of pissed me off a bit. Maybe because I don't know, it wanted me to care about. I think it's more generically in a bid to be so edgy and countercultural. It ends up being the samey, most boring, tedious, predictable fall in history. But that might be why. We move on though to episode 2. And Vought is staging this elaborate funeral for A-Train, and we get our first glimpse of O-Father, who's kind of the replacement Ezekiel, but slightly more charismatic, I suppose. And he delivers this quite militant eulogy, and he says that A-Train was a martyr and he was murdered by demon-possessed starlighters. And he tells the audience that they are fighting a war with the ballot box and the ammo box, because this is how religion functions, I guess.
I have a question.
Hmm.
What is his power supposed to be?
That's
Does
a
he just
great
shoot
question
wind
you
out
have
of his
there. An
mouth,
excellent
or-
question. Anyone else notice how much of pussies they've become in the show of telling you what powers actually people have? Like, people were wondering what the fuck Firecracker's powers were for ages, and it's like, she's strong, and she can do sparks. You're like, how
Yeah.
strong? You're like, she's strong. How strong? You're like, she's strong. Oh, Father, what's his powers? He's like, well, he can yell real loud, and it creates like a wind tunnel that can like blow people to pieces. And you're like, okay, so he's strong as well. And you're like, yes. How strong? He's strong. How strong? He's like, he's strong. He's durable.
Okay, I'm
the
glad I'm not the only
closest-
one who was confused by that. Good.
He's like similar to what's his Blackagar Bulbasaur or whatever it is from Multiverse of Madness. Like similar-ish in that he
Yeah.
can speak really loudly, and sometimes this sends crowds into ecstatic raptures, and sometimes it causes a force field, and sometimes it makes his own head explode, and you're never entirely sure which you're going to get. But he's going to be fairly important in this season.
Yeah.
You know, he's involved. Homelander seems to like him an awful lot for no very clearly established reason. But this is our introduction to him here. He's leading the faithful, because we are now blending church and state for this part of Homelander's arc. He wants to become the head of America, the head of basically everything, the world as its godhead. It'll only become more explicit as time goes on. You do see that Homelander sort of feels guilty about A-Train's death. He even gives like a little monologue to his coffin about like how he wanted to be his big brother. Which again, don't think that's in character, but you know, fuck it, we have to care about someone, so I guess A-Train is the one. But having sort of broached the prospect of families and looking up to people, he decides now is definitely the time to go and open Soldier Boy's cryopod. So he is now back in the show.
Yay.
I guess, yay, he's entertaining.
Mhm.
The actor's cool. He offers him a deal. He offers Soldier Boy a deal. He says if he can track down Butcher, then Homelander will forgive him and then rehabilitate his public image because they told everybody he was a Soviet spy, and then he will make him number 2 in the 7. And
Just to be-
Soldier Boy,
So very, very explicitly clear. The last time we had Soldier Boy, he was fully intent on taking the powers off and killing Homelander outright.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Yes,
so
he
bad.
was.
This season is so fucking bad. This is the first of many flips where it's like, no, Soldier Boy's back on Homelander's team after one conversation. It's just like, no. And you're like, yes.
Yes.
so while all that's going on and he's agreeing to totally contradict everything we knew about his character, and he gets introduced to the president and everything, and the president is belittled because Homelander is now in charge of everything, and that's how politics works. You get Sister Sage and Ashley, because they have a few not very relevant conversations across the span of this season. And in this case, they are talking about expanding the quote-unquote freedom camps because Homelander wants now to arrest anybody posting anything even slightly negative toward himself, and so they need more camps in order to do this. And we learn what Ashley's power is because we saw her inject herself with V toward the end of the previous season. And she has now got Voldemort on the back of her head.
Yeah.
That's her thing.
And that Voldemort head could read minds.
And it can read minds. And it has a conscience, which she does not. It's the moral half of her and the mind-reading half of her. And Voldemort at this point basically says, no, you should do good. You should stop these purges. But Ashley says she's powerless and she can't do it, and then she puts the wig back on and Voldemort shuts up. So even at this early stage, and I think probably because I'd been binge watching all of The Boys in preparation, I knew this wasn't going anywhere good or interesting, and all of these scenes are just fucking annoying. I don't care about Ashley, and it's all going to be paid off in one very quick scene toward the end where it's really just a mechanical thing. She just gets them out of a room that one time, and that's kind of it. That's where this is leading to.
That room, man. There's so much to say when we get there. But,
there is.
You know, the president, by the way, he's actually the whole reason that Skynet get Judgment Day. Does anyone know what I'm referencing?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes, that's right.
That fool. He approved it,
idiot.
even though
And
they
then
said
he
it was
got
inevitable,
shot.
but still, he did it. Bastard.
He was inevitably going to approve it. That's how you square that circle. So the boys, they've set up their new base. It's in a disused elementary school somewhere in, I think it's Pennsylvania. And Butcher's already there. He's got a lab already set up so that Samir, who is the scientist that he kidnapped midway through the last season, can carry on work on this new soup-killing virus. And Butcher has lied to him and told him that Newman, who was his wife, was killed by Homelander as opposed to being killed by Butcher. So all of this is leading somewhere very dramatic. It's all worthwhile, and you should really invest in all of it, I'm sure. And he has a version of this virus which is almost ready to test. And they decide that they do need to test it before they try and use it, because there is a risk, a non-trivial risk, that it might also infect and wipe out all of humanity. They throw that in as a line. It's not going to get developed, but that's the reason they have to go away and test it.
Why?
First of several major moral tests that Huey fails in this season, that borderline assassinates what little is left of this stupid character, where Butcher's lied to the scientist about who killed his family, or at least dealt with them, because killed one and the other one's fucking ran away. And Butcher's lie is what's keeping him motivated to help them with this, poison, I guess. And Huey considers telling him the truth and then stops. And I just felt like that was actually completely out of character, because the implication is the Butcher will kill him if he does that. And it's like, are we really doing this? Like, we're 5 seasons in. Is Huey going to have a spine for fucking anything? I thought you're supposed to be Mr. I'm the heart of the group, you know?
Yeah, I thought at this point when I saw you, it's like, oh, he's probably going to talk back to him properly and not going to take all the shit. But, well, here we are. It's just still...
I thought it would be obvious. It's like, you tell him the truth, the scientist man is fucking outraged, and then it's like, yeah, but I assume you're still going to make the poison because we need to, because Homelander's going to destroy the world, which I think is worse than anything else right now. But no, Huey's like, I won't do that. And not the first time in the season that Huey will fail miserably at the only thing that he's supposed to have.
There's another one that, I think I know that specifically one that you'd be fixated on. Pretty bad.
We'll get there.
And then they sort of try to absolve him of it because, I don't know. I don't know why this show even bothers trying to pretend that it's trying to instill moral lessons. I almost find it just amusing that it even aspires to be that when it's one of the most cynical shows I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, there's a secondary moral failing even in this very scene, because when they discuss then who they're going to go and test this potentially world-ending virus on, they decide, let's go to the house where those teenagers live. We'll test it on the children, which is kind of like, I'm sure you could have found a more evil soup to test it on, but I guess they're easy targets, so we'll do it. Something else Huey doesn't really object to. They sort of... he and I think Kimiko as well kind of have this very brief dalliance with hey, maybe killing all soups is bad. But in Huey's case, that's because he doesn't want Starlight to die. But Starlight herself...
She's a piece of shit.
She's a piece of shit, yeah. So she's like, No, she says like sacrificing 10,000 soups to save 8 billion humans is an acceptable price in any war. So she's going along with it. She's become much more like Butcher. That's her storyline in this last couple of seasons. So off they go. The Teenage Kicks house is where they're going. And there is unexpectedly, it's not just the Boulder Man who is there. He's the one they're after. He kind of just doesn't move. He's made of rock, which is like basically lava and solidified cum, I think, because it's the boys.
Well, yes, I didn't understand this. They almost answer the question of, you see, he comes and then it solidifies, and that's how he ended up here. And I'm just like, so he just sat here coming forever?
Yes.
Did he get? Why is he fat as well? Like, he's got like a fat face. Like, did he come on his face? Like, what? And why would he just stay still? Why wouldn't he want to move? There's an image of him on a poster in his like heyday. He looks like he's like a bodybuilder, but rock. And it's like, so he stood in this room and cummed until he was just a mountain on the floor, like a blob.
Yeah.
Just like me, for real, for real.
Doesn't make any fucking sense. It's just weird, man.
Dude, I don't know. That fucking character was gross as shit. I don't know why they decided to do this. Like, in general, how about we have a guy that's magma, but the magma is cum?
He cummed himself to death. And it's like, that's your pitch?
What if Ben Grimm was covered in semen, guys? It was great.
Oh.
Man.
Just so clever.
And then they're standing around him and he just comes again.
Yep. He tries to kill him with his cum.
Gross. And I'm just like, why did you put this in your show? I hate you.
Yeah.
So they're struggling to get through his many layers of solidified cum. But has been upstairs, and up until recently, he's been kind of not the character he used to be. He's drinking, he gets into fights in the concentration camps and everything. He goes upstairs to explore, and he hears a voice, and it turns out that the house wasn't totally empty, because another young soup is also there. Countess Crow is there, and she's recording. There's a whole recurring gag about them recording sponsored placements, which is never really lands, but they think it's really funny and edgy, I suppose. She only has 2 crows left. She used to have loads more, but one of the other teenage superheroes, who is a cat, ate them or something. And he gets rid of the crows really easily, and he captures her. But you can kind of see in his face already, maybe the old is coming out. He's not like trying to kill her or be mean to her or anything. He kind of feels a little bit protective. He's wondering what she's doing there.
What's going on? It's like, oh, who's always pretty normal, is considering being all evil, but then by the end of this season, he won't.
Well, yeah, because I don't know what they wanted to do with him either, so we just have to do some weird in-between season reset. The hallmark of a great show, when in between seasons they decide that they want to dramatically change the characters and reset their arcs, or just invent new ones that are pretty incongruous with what we've seen before. I don't know, because, running that in parallel with Starlight, just... I don't get it, really. But I guess I do, because you didn't know what to do with your story that you've created and spent, 7 or 8 years of your life working on. Just no idea where you want to take it.
Even gets a little speech later in this season where he basically explains, at the beginning of this season I was evil for some reason, and then I remembered I didn't like doing that, so I stopped. I think that's character growth. Great. Speaking of evil, though, so he brings Countess Crow into the room with the Boulder King and says, what did we do with her? And Starlight, who's kind of upset because one of her Starlighter cells has just been killed, says, I guess we just have to use the virus on this small child as well. We don't have a choice. So she suggests killing another innocent person. It's just, she's so evil. She's horrible. She just murders people left, right, and center.
I don't even want to know what she was up to in that 1 year we didn't see her. She probably has her own concentration camps with that fucking characteristic.
She keeps innocent homelanders.
Yeah. just some guys with another costume, so it's like, shut up.
I just liked his movies, okay? Jeez. Leave me alone.
So later they're having to go away and fetch some more tools, and they drive past the remaining members of the Teenage Kicks, and they are arresting Starlighters in front of their children and dragging them out of the house because allegory, I guess. And Kimiko wants to intervene and stop them, but just says no, and he threatens her with his little cancer tentacles as well. Not that they would have done anything about her because she's invincible. And not that it would have stopped her once upon a time because she didn't listen to him, but I guess we need to have the scene where they show them recording sponsored content placements while arresting people in front of their children. Biting satire, I'm sure. Not entirely sure of what, but if something, it certainly is. So they get this virus, and they set up briefly that it's really, really fragile. If you drop it, if it explodes, it will go airborne immediately and potentially wipe out the entire planet. So they give it to Huey, and Huey has to make sure that it doesn't get damaged on the way.
Thank goodness Huey has something to do. Good
I
God.
know, he carries things from
Yay,
place to
finally.
place. He carries water for people. So they're going to take this back to the Teenage Kick's house, but Soldier Boy teleports onto the scene at this precise moment.
Yeah.
There's lots of teleporting in this episode.
But
Yeah,
he's just such
even-
a sight for sore eyes. It's like, yay, say
Yeah.
funny things.
Say something funny. Talk about a funny,
This is like the time
anecdote.
I face fucked that actress at the fucking VMAs.
Dude, it's funny because I hate this show and I don't like how vulgar it is, but when it's him, I really enjoy it. I enjoy the way that he delivers all of
It
these
is Jensen Ackles. It is
lines.
absolutely him, 100%.
I mean,
It
it's
is
also
him.
just
If it was someone else, yeah.
was it just in universe? It's funny. Like he's been awake for like 5 minutes, and already he found two of the people.
it's
No,
oh,
it's
it's so
looking for
fucking
funny.
dumb.
Yeah.
It's nice to see that he's that competent, even though I don't even understand how he did this. Really,
Oh yeah, no
Like,
clue.
I don't know. He teleported here.
maybe he had like a talk before. Was like, can you hear them somewhere right now? And it's like, yeah, probably somewhere in that direction. All right, I'm gonna go check it out.
If
what's
they asked
funny
him,
as
it's like,
well.
how did you get here? And he's like, the writers for the show fucking suck. And I would have been okay with that. I honestly, coming from him, I'd probably be okay with it.
Well, then it's like, isn't it over? Wouldn't you have told Homelander? It's like, no, Homelander doesn't want to come
Yeah.
because he's scared
No.
of the poison. And you're like, are you
But
fucking
it's
kidding
still
me?
over because surely if Soldier Boy's chasing, he would be able to run super. He'd be doing the Captain America like in Civil War, where they're running faster than the cars. Why does he run at like a normal pace?
Well, so he was
bother.
told too what Butcher's new powers are, and I don't understand
Yeah,
what
he-
his
he
plan
knew.
was because
But he
Butcher's
knew
got
when he shot
regen
him, and then
too.
he's like, "Oh, I know that doesn't work now.
Yeah.
I guess." Like, yep. I mean, and also you got to go get those other guys, bro. Like,
Well, and the only shot he
Clearly
has
he's
is
right,
blasting the power out of Butcher, and it's like you won't be able to do that because Butcher's always going to be able
No.
to run away or throw shit at you or throw you.
or use the tentacles, to throw you away.
So I actually have no idea what Soldier Boy's plan is. Like he can't beat Butcher technically. Like it would just be a stalemate. If assuming Butcher can't kill Soldier Boy, which is again I have no idea.
And that's assuming that he would go along with Homelander's suggestion in the first place, which makes no sense. So he shouldn't be here. He should have had a plan if he was coming here. He didn't have a plan, and he shouldn't be here. So what the fuck?
And it is. I gotta say, it is awkward from the show because I'm rooting for Soldier Boy. You fucked him over in season 3 when he was about to
He was
solve
about to save the
everything.
show. Yeah, dude,
You know,
the
I am-
fucking
I am
dude says,
chaotic in the sense of my
"Aren't you the dead
hierarchy."
socialist?" And he just punches him. It's quite funny.
Hmm.
Because he's all American, all right, Mr. Soldier Boy. To the point where
Yeah.
he'd be the only reason to actually give the Fort Rising show a shot as well.
That one is gonna be funny though, because apparently there's like at least 2 massive races in that one, and I'm gonna be,
Well,
it's gonna be interesting
Soldier
to
Boy's
see how
race
they do
too,
that.
isn't So it's 3, I think, right? Isn't it? Because you got him. There's and Stormfront is in that as well,
Wouldn't
right?
everyone
Yeah.
just be
Oh, you got
a
that bomb
huge
man guy,
racist?
right? He's like, forgot his
Like
name.
I just assumed that all of them are probably going to be racist. It'll
Yeah,
just be
yeah,
different
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
permutations of racist.
But it'll be,
But
soft
it's
as
gonna
fuck.
be so lame racist.
Yeah.
As weird as that sounds.
That's what I'm saying. It's soft as fuck. They won't actually
Yeah.
cross any lines at all.
They will not.
I hate
Butcher.
lame racism. Or proper
It sucks. I know. Commit. But fuck it, they can't. So Butcher tries to tell Soldier Boy basically that Homelander has tricked him. Homelander knew about the virus and sent him here to be, and I quote, his sacrificial cunt, because obviously it's Butcher, so you have to say that. So he basically tries to strike another new deal with Soldier Boy instead. Homelander has betrayed you, start working for him. The Soldier Boy just kind of ignores them, and then they start chasing and fighting and chasing and fighting and chasing and fighting, and the rest of the teenage kids get involved as well, and Huey gets flown up thousands of feet into the air and dropped, and Starlight rescues him. Eventually, the fight makes its way inside the house, and Soldier Boy gets hold of Huey and grabs this virus canister from him. But then it turns out that it's empty because a switcheroo has been done. Frenchie's got it, and he's already opened it, and he deploys it in the air. And this highly lethal, potentially world-ending airborne virus, they watch it work with the doors and windows wide open, and they all stand there wearing masks, which is fine for them, but potentially not for everybody else in the world. And they just stand there watching it. They only start like locking the house up with some weird plastic thing they didn't have time to install way later. The damage should already have been done, but it doesn't. So one of the Teenage Kicks members, the flying one, I think it is, sort of like starts vomiting black goo. He dies. Soldier Boy gets these weird hives on his skin and collapses to the floor, and you think, oh no, he can't be dead because it's only episode 2, and you'd be right, because he's not.
Well, it's,
But, and then-
he slammed Huey into a wall, and it somehow just doesn't do enough damage. It's just like, it's all good, don't worry about it. It's like, his spine should be fucking broken. So
good
annoying.
old trope of superhero media. Throwing the regular person at the wall and it doesn't do anything, even though they cave in the bricks and everything.
One thing to throw him at it to show the damage it does to the wall. It's like, Huey's not a soup.
No, that's what I'm saying. That is the trope. The trope is always they throw a normal person into a wall and then they smash the wall.
Yep.
I had a friend who was very, very angsty and wanted to punch a brick wall because he was very upset. He punched it once.
Did he do it? Oh, he did.
He never did that again.
No, I mean, that's I've talked about it before. I always was fascinated when I saw American media where characters would punch through a wall, and me as a little kid, I'm like, that's not possible though, right?
They're very strong over there.
And then I remember it's like, no, it's just American walls, and they're paper thin walls, and all I hear is injecting DNA into an egg.
Yeah, no, very tragic to see Soldier Boy. He might die here because he was like the one chance we could have to have something tolerable. So, you got to hope against it.
You do. The only one who doesn't die is Countess Crow, because it turns out that MM has secretly moved her out of the house, and he tells her to go, and she goes, because he's good again now. Remember when he wasn't good for all of 5 seconds? Well, he's good now.
Well, it's kind of a big fuck up in a way of like, you really actually can't trust her. That could be a really bad thread to lose. Like, she could be giving information to Homelander immediately, and you're all dead. It's like, nah, don't worry about it. You're like, oh, okay.
Or the opposite. She's gonna save you at some point and help you out, but she's gone. That's
she's
it.
out.
I'm pretty sure we don't never see her again, right?
Yeah, you don't get like the Avengers scene with the portals and crows coming in to save the team.
Oh, that would have been funny. Final episode. It's actually the day is saved by Countess Crow. But so that's kind of it. The boys go back to their base and they watch the footage and they see that the virus, was successfully killed all the soups in the room, seemingly at least. And Frenchie asks Kimiko at that point to run away with him because he's done. He thinks this is horrific. He wants to go to an uninhabited island. But she says, no, we have to protect innocent people. We have to make amends for our past. Because remember how we did that in season 2 and in season 4? Well, we're doing that again. And already in season 5, I remember watching this the first time even thinking, yeah, see, you're having these conversations with these two. And they're very quickly becoming the type of conversation you have if you're like egging the audience on to care before you kill one of them. There's a specific flavor of conversation that does this. It's not very subtle. When they start talking generally about the worth and importance of the love they found, one of them's fucked in a lazy
if
show.
something ever happens to me for some reason, tell my long-lost brother that I have a stash of cash in Summerson Square or something.
It would be so wonderful. We're seconds away from having the best life ever. I'm actually retiring in 5 days. It's going to be great.
Dude, they did that unironically in Forspoken. Like, the fucking guy was like, if anything happens, tell my sister that I tried everything. And like 2 minutes later, he gets evaporated to nothingness. It's so fucking funny.
We've been making fun of it for decades as a civilization. Why not? It's tried and tested. Just keep doing it. It works, apparently. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Tell my wife I said hello.
Did it say Forspoken? I meant Dustborn. I don't know. These games blend in together. They're horrible.
Yeah, Huey and Starlight, they have a little conversation where Huey basically tries to tell her not to be so evil, and she agrees. And then at Vought Tower, you see that there's a hazmat team that's wheeling Soldier Boy's body out in a body bag, and Homelander seems to think that he's dead. Homelander is like the one person who can't think this because he can hear people's hearts beating. But he looks over the bag and he sort of apologizes and he's really upset at what he's done and he just walks off. And in the background over his shoulder, you see Soldier Boy sit up very abruptly in his bag.
You are 1,000% correct. Homelander is uniquely able to know that he's fine, which is really annoying because Anthony Starr is doing a brilliant job in this scene, once again showing you more layers that make you confused in kind of a good way until the end of the show. He's like genuinely hurt by knowing Soldier Boy's dead, and likely because of him, as in he sent him in and he got hit with the poison. And you could be like, yeah, but it's just selfish because he just, and it's like, I don't think it's just because of the fucking performance that I end up going like, I think it's more complicated. Like, he really wants a father figure. He had a beginnings of a possibly good relationship, and like he's actually hitting himself. He's furious. He's near crying. You sort of sit. You're like, ugh. This is kind of interesting, I guess. But don't worry about it. We'll be having plenty of these scenes just scattered in as we have had before, and they'll mean nothing when you get to his last scene.
Mm-hmm. It is almost like the first half of this season and the second half of the season are just different stories. They're telling entirely different stories. It flips when he has that sudden revelation from not God, or Stillwell God. That's when the show just like changes almost entirely, and you can know because the way they dispatch Soldier Boy from basically that moment onwards, it's like, oh yeah, we were writing this story about his complex attitude toward family and fatherhood and love and loss and all the rest of that stuff. Then we realized that we didn't have enough time, so off he goes, fridged. So that sort of brings us to the end of episode 2. Which is not an improvement, and once again, it's only going to get worse.
Previously on, where they're showing loads of clips from season 1 because they got to remind you of a bunch of shit. It's just once again, it's like, oh shit, I forgot how much better season 1 looks than the later seasons.
Yeah,
it's funny because that
has a certain style.
That one intro is like, here's some plot, and as the season progresses, it's like less plot, more gore, and by the end of the show, it's just like head smash, fucking body explode. Becoming Attractions is literally just a highlight reel of gore, because that's really all the show is.
Yeah.
Pretty much. But every time that this happens, when you're watching behind the scenes and it starts showing stuff from a really long time ago, it's sort of bizarre, makes you think, like, why are you showing me translucent from season 1? Why are we jumping so far back? And then when you watch the show, you go, this is the reason why sometimes previously on, you kind of need to treat them like spoilers. So if it's a show that you actually care about, like, it's often advisable to avoid it, because the things that they choose to show in it are probably going to tell you, what's going to come. And if it's particularly out of left field, then it can really ruin a surprise.
Well, yeah, it's like,
in this show, who gives a shit, right? But I'm just saying, if it's a show that you actually like, not this, but something else, just keep an eye out for that.
Really unfortunate result of credits sometimes, like intro credits, where they're like, this actor will be in this episode, and you're like, oh, well.
Yeah, guest starring, like, oh, damn.
Or the equivalent of like, we're about to reveal who's in the big behind the door. Who could it be? Anyway, previously on, remember this character disappeared in season 2? And you're like, yeah.
So episode 3 kicks off in Russia. There was a team of Russian military types, and they're looking for a CIA black site, but they get attacked by a mysterious off-screen hero who kills them quite horribly and quite graphically, like rips their faces off and everything. So you're wondering, oh goodness, is this some new evil foe? Is this some relic of the past? Is it maybe like another one from Soldier Boy's era? And then it just turns out to be Ryan.
Like, I'm sorry, Becca, but like, you failed.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Like, this thing that you're invested in of like, oh, he needs to be good. It's like, dude, he's got quite a body count at this point.
Oh, I mean, the writers didn't. What is Ryan? Like, what is this character? He's just, will he, won't he become Homelander? It's like, he won't.
Yeah, and then
I
in
guess.
the consequences, like, well, he dabbles in it a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, well, it's already game over at that point. You can't dabble in it. You're either in it or you're out of it. At the end of the day, it's like you're giving him a happy ending when he's killed a bunch of people and was smiling when a guy got his face lasered off. You know?
Yeah, and then next up you have the when he goes good and he doesn't want to turn people against their families, and now here he is murdering people he could just fly away from. The reason he's in Russia is because I glossed over this when we were doing, I think it's the episode 1 recap, but at some point between seasons 4 and 5, the cover story they created was that they put him in school in Svalbard for some fucking reason, and they told this, like, right, okay, so that just explains why he's not here for the moment. Cool. But he is actually in Russia, so they maybe did actually put him in school in Svalbard. Who the hell knows? So yeah, he's now a mass murderer again. That's nice. And then we go back to the US, and Firecracker is kind of propagandizing to rehabilitate Soldier Boy's image because that needed to happen for some reason. She's also pro-Russia.
It's so fucking arbitrary. Obviously, it's bad enough with Soldier Boy. It was much worse with Starlight, where across the 5 seasons, they're like, she's the greatest person ever, she's a horrible monster. No, it turns out all of that was lies, and she is still the greatest person ever. No, that was a lie, actually. She's a monster. And it's just like... and you know that Kripke would be like, yeah, crazy, isn't it, that the media would lie to you about who... And you're just like, shut up, Kripke. You're not even close to being in any way interesting when you come to this shit. You're doing this for plot reasons. You're just like, you need the character moved into a particular place, that's all.
They are, and it's they try loosely, I think, to tie it into what Homelander wants them to say, obviously, because he then reveals to the press that Soldier Boy is his father, so like he wants the image of his father to be rehabilitated. He gets given the Medal of Patriotic Freedom as well. They've invented one of those. And Soldier Boy is fine. Like he wakes up, he's okay, he heals, and Homelander tells him that like Butcher was lying to him. He didn't really send him to face Butcher, and wouldn't have done that if he had known that Butcher had the virus. But Soldier Boy doesn't believe him and is quite hostile and hates him again and calls him a soft, wet boy who will die from the virus one day, and Soldier Boy will be fine and he will lead the Seven. So like, what the fuck are we doing now?
Just the softest, wettest boy.
Just so we're clear, wants to kill Homelander outright, and then flips to, okay, I'll work for you and help you, flips into, I hate you, you suck, you should die. We're just going to track this as we go. I also want to bring up, too, the whole revealing he's my father and bringing him back at all were both surprises to Sister Sage. She's a fucking idiot.
Yes.
Pretty smart.
It's funny because even you,
information from the ether.
The average person could predict that he would wake up Soldier Boy eventually.
Well, why would he have his cryopod in his bedroom if he wasn't planning on doing that eventually? She knows about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, she gets blindsided by lots of very obvious information in this season. So her short-lived reputation as smart is gone already.
I saw it asked to explain a line. So the Russian soldier, before he gets lasered by Ryan, tries to appeal to him by saying, "I love Imagine Dragons." Just so you know, they were asking why that appeared. That's why, because this is amazing writing.
Even though it was after he said he had a family, but that didn't matter to Ryan, and he lasered him anyway.
The same kid who said that family is more important than Vought in the previous season. Fuck it, he's not a character. Nobody is, though, as we mentioned. So the Soldier Boy is now basically flipped again, but he's not going to do anything about the fact that he's flipped. He just says that Homelander will die. He's not actually going to try and kill him. And then we get the explanation backfilled from 2 different parties at once, because what we're doing in this episode is setting up like a race for V1. So Samir on behalf of the boys and Sister Sage on behalf of Vought are theorizing as to how he was able to survive the virus.
Very Stranger Things energy, this sequence. Especially with the drawings being fucking useless. Like, here's what V looks like, here's what V1 looks like, and they interact differently. Like, why did you even draw them? What was the point? Like,
Stranger Things would have done it via the medium of vinyl records.
Of course.
I think that would be the difference. But yeah, otherwise, it's the same basic setup, even the way it flips between these different expository sections, and they all have their own props. But yeah, that is basically the reason V1 is not the same as V. It has a different molecular structure. The virus binds to normal V, and it slides off of V1, because that's how this works. And that's why he's still alive. He's immune to the virus. The virus is not going to stop Soldier Boy. So now they need to find any remaining V1 to stop Homelander from getting it. And their plan in order to do this is to go and meet with Stan Edgar, because they figure if anyone's going to know about remaining V1, it's going to be him. So they somehow, even though Vought controls the government, secure like an immunity deal for him, a plea deal, a bargain. They give him a get out of jail free card somehow. I don't know where they get this from. There's always been a slight conflict in the way that they think the CIA exists entirely separately to the government of which it functions, which is, it's half true, but it is only half true. But anyway, they managed to go see him, and they asked him questions. And Edgar explains to them that it was highly lethal, this early V1, and it was eventually stabilized by Dr. Vought way back in the 50s, but everyone believes that he got rid of all of the V1 after that point. He doesn't believe there's anything left, but at least there might be some files at this old house, which is where they go, and where they bump into Maverick, who is Translucent's son, who I think is featured in Gen V Season 2. He's there for theme reasons, I suppose. That's kind of it, really.
He makes clear pretty fast that he's been lied to about the death of his father. And Huey once again fails the character check of, okay, like, your father tried to kill me, and I killed him in self-defense, essentially. He was going to set Homelander on me. Like, it was awful. It was the one of the worst things I've ever done, but I honestly don't regret it in the sense that your father was going to hurt a lot of people, innocent people, and I'm sorry. Like any kind of scene of that caliber, you're not going to get, because Huey's a fucking coward.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fesses up eventually, but only when he's basically forced in the middle of a fight scene to do it. And
there's something else, about that pisses me off. I think it's in this episode, it's a bit later, so we'll wait, but we'll get there. It's to do with when they start losing this little stronghold. Actually, I think, is that down the line? Is that this episode, or is there a later one?
That I think is this episode, yeah.
All right, well, we'll get there. A lot happens in this season where nothing happens, if you know what I mean. It's all self-contained in the episodes where insane shit happens, but past the episode it's a part of, it's not really relevant.
Yeah, so MM decides that he can decrypt these Vought files, and because they're looking for references to Fort Harmony, which is the place they will be going to in a subsequent episode. They figure out that this is where the V1 testing site was. They're going to have to go there soon. We don't go there immediately, though, because once we've learned all of this information, this is the moment where Homelander kind of beclowns himself, and the show beclowns him in every conceivable way. So he's general unhappy, slightly paranoid self, and then he just hallucinates Madeline Stillwell, and she appears to him like an angel, and she tells him that he's the one true God. He's greater than Jesus. His destiny is to violently cleanse the world of unbelievers. And then she shows him her tits and he orgasms. And this is going to be him for the rest of the show. He's now going to be God.
The filter they have on Elizabeth Shue, to me, is like the skeleton key for understanding why actresses get the work that they get done. But it is so sad, right? Like, so if you look at it, she doesn't look quite right, but basically they're just trying to, erase all wrinkles. But, like, that's what the point of the Botox or whatever the things are for, is to do that, but, in real time, forever. And it's like, ugh. It always makes you look so strange. Because it's kind of like, when you see, like, pitch black hair on a dude who's 80? You're like, dude,
yes.
it doesn't...
Not right. We know. We know that you've done something. We are aware of the ravages of time, and it's okay. As George Carlin said, you're getting old.
It's not like Homelander when Butcher has powers. Like, what did you do?
Yeah. Well, it's the horse teeth thing as well, right? It's like, no matter what you do, everyone's just like, I can tell. They're like, no, you can't. No, you can't. Like, the great. You're like,
thinking about how, like, Boogie's teeth, it's like, yeah, they're obviously fake because they're like white. They're like so white.
Yeah.
And so symmetrical, and like it just looks horrible when you smile. It's worse than somebody who's got kind of shitty teeth, but at least they're real teeth,
Yeah.
So, that's his revelation moment. He's now flipped, and we briefly hop away to Ryan again, because Ryan has been contacted by Zoe, who is Newman's daughter. I debated even including this because she's so fucking redundant, but it does happen. She basically invites him here. She tells him that the boys are inside this big old house with with Edgar and says that they can lead him to Butcher, and then when they find Butcher, they can kill him as vengeance for him killing Newman. But Ryan says, no, it's too dangerous. You'll get hurt. Butcher will kill her. And then she gets upset and she goes back inside. But then Butcher is spying on them, and he walks out, and so Ryan gets annoyed at him and pushes him, but he can't because Butcher is now a soup. So somehow this makes him immune to super strength, I guess. Like weight changes. I don't fucking know. And they have a little conversation, and Ryan tells Butcher that Zoe was right about him. He's a monster. Butcher says that he's not going to kill him. They both love the same woman. They both hate Homelander. And they both know that Homelander is the bad guy, not Butcher. Butcher just says he wants to have a chat. And so they're going to go away and have a little chat. This is, again, the kid who just tore people's faces off for no particular reason. Now he's potentially going to be good again, which is great. I love this consistency in his characterization. This then, I think, takes us to the bath breast milk sequence. So Homelander is in the breast milk bath, and Soldier Boy walks in on him. And Homelander offers him another chance, he says, if you help me find the V1. And he says that an angel told him that it's his destiny. He says that Soldier Boy wasted his immortality, that he's a disappointment, not Homelander, and Homelander will not be a disappointment. He's going to take what's rightfully his, and he says, with or without you, a reckoning is coming. And Soldier Boy just belittles him again, as he is wont to do. He says, all I see is a freak with grey pubes, and he walks out. Again, stuff is going on. There are exchanges happening. There's not a huge amount of progression, I wouldn't say, from either of these things. No. You have one quite long scene basically establishing that Butcher and Ryan need to have a talk, establishing some stuff. And then you have quite a long scene with Soldier Boy and Homelander rehashing an older conversation, but with an additional God complex. It's not much movement is occurring, just images on screen.
Yeah.
So we go back to the boys. And this is where they decide that Fort Harmony must be the place they have to go. But before they leave, Huey goes to have this chat with Maverick. This is the part of the episode where he lies to him. There's a couple of little setup beats to establish how things go retarded later. So he wears a specific deodorant, too much of it, because Translucent apparently used to wear it, and it reminds him of his dad. That is somehow going to be important imminently. Huey tells him that his dad is also dead, and Maverick offers to help him take down Homelander. And Huey says no, because the more you try, the less sense it will make, and you should just let go and live your life and go fall in love with someone. Huey, who murdered his father, is telling him, without telling him that he murdered his father, not to hold on to the murder of his father. Kind of shit behavior, that, really.
Yeah, it's just a piece of shit, really, but, it's fine. We got so much to work with Huey in this season that it's just a small part of the flaws. Everything else is great.
Yeah.
Like the next line where Maverick says he already has a girlfriend who is an alpaca.
Okay.
I don't... What? Fine, cool, whatever, fuck it, moving on. So Frenchie...
Wait, YMS's ears just perked up? Like, what?
Some of they all sort of split up in their own independent groups at this point. Starlight and Huey go away from a chat, and she basically tells Huey to stop being evil, which is ironic coming from Starlight. Frenchie and Kimiko go away to unredact some more files, but the main scene we're now moving on to is Butcher and Ryan. So they go to, I think it's a bar or a pub of some description, and Butcher pitches Ryan this idea. He says that he's the one who can hit Homelander with the virus. He's strong enough to do it. He's fast enough to do it. He reminds Ryan, Homelander raped his mum, and Ryan's the only one strong enough to possibly get back at him. He says, if anyone has destiny, it's you, Ryan. And Ryan asks what happens to him when he releases the virus. And Butcher honestly tells him that he will die, they'll both die, all the soups will die. And he says that's what his mum would have wanted.
I thought it was really funny that that's the actual ask,
Your mother wanted you to kill yourself.
Like, the idea of I want you to take out Homelander is like kind of a secondary to the main thing, which is I want you to kill yourself and me and every soup in order to take out Homelander. It's like, I'm sorry, what?
Your destiny is to kill
We need to
everybody.
do a little genocide. You have to kill everyone. It's what your mother would have wanted.
He's such a moron. Like, the way that he delivers this, he's like, oh yeah, by the way, you will die. And so will I. And so will loads of soups. I guess that's
It just feels like the show is just like, all right, we fucked this one because he's like, listen, I'm not gonna lie, your mother wouldn't have wanted this, but you have to die. It's basically his argument. That's basically it's like we're just throwing. Listen, I tried doing the parenting thing. All right, you kill me, friend. All right, we're gonna have to kill everybody else now. That's the only way out of here.
This is like Zod showing Superman the skull. But it works. But it works.
Well, yeah. The first thing he says to him is, "Well, you know, you wouldn't be the first guy to die to do something good in a war." Just saying. Like, okay, thanks, Dad.
Dude, don't you wish this was a season 4 conversation so his voice cracked the entire time? It's like, I don't want to die, Dad. Like that would be so much better.
They'd have to pitch him down. Like, this isn't working. Dub him.
So after that shocking ask, there's just an interstitial conversation where Frenchie and Kimiko talk about having kids because obviously Frenchie's going to die, so we have to care about that.
Very sad.
I know, spoilers. Who the fuck cares? Then Butcher, we're back to that scene again. He slips something into his pocket, I think, and Brian asks Butcher about his own father, and Butcher tells him that he was an abusive father and now he's dead, and then he tells him that he killed him and he wishes he would have done it sooner before he'd caused more damage. Now, this is not, and I wouldn't ever be in the position of asking any stepchild of mine to go and commit mass murder-suicide. But if I were doing it, I probably wouldn't first say, or like, add to the conversation, yeah, I just killed my own father. It's not hugely persuasive. It doesn't make it sound like you're doing any of this because you're good. It kind of makes you sound like you're the villain in this situation, which I suppose Butcher is after a fashion. But Brian does kind of find this convincing, though. He says that, you know, all he seems to do is hurt people. He can't be around anybody. Like, yeah, but you did have a choice. You know, you didn't have to kill all of those Russians. Never mind. Butcher says that without us, without soups in general, the world is a better place. So Ryan says, okay, I will do it. He has agreed to this murder-suicide pact because he's, again, not a character. How the fuck he can ration that as, yeah, Mum would have wanted me. My mum would have wanted me to kill myself. Fuck. Yeah, so and then cracks this code. They learn the location of Fort Harmony, and they learn what's there. So that, you know, they again say that's where they're going to go. But before they can leave, this is where the alarm goes off, and then it turns out that once again, the grand plan to kill the boys is to send Deep and New Black Noir and some random extras from previous seasons, like the bald psychic Nutter. So they have arrived, and luckily this is a Vought location, so there's a really well-armored safe house, but they are trapped down there, and then Edgar realizes that Zoe is missing, because she's been hiding in the back of Frenchie's van. So she goes in with him, she finds her dad lying on the floor. That's nice, and then Frenchie lets them go because he doesn't want her to grow up even in the way that he and Kimiko did, so he's doing a nice thing for them. And then Edgar tries calling her because he really cares about her for some unsubstantiated reason, really. He tells her not to come back because they're under attack and it's not safe. And they decide to while away their time locked in this basement by having cigars with MM. And Edgar says he remembers MM's father, who was very impressive. And he says that, I think this is another Kripke line coming through. He always puts these lines in the mouths of extremely smart people. And Edgar basically explains that it's impossible to win. His father couldn't win. MM's grandfather couldn't win. The boys can't win either. They're fighting an unbeatable foe, more powerful than Vought, more powerful than Homelander. Basically, it's capitalism. They're all just cogs in this machine, and even if you kill all the soups, something else will take their place because corporations must still grow, the machine must still be fed. That is the way of the world. This is not going to be represented really at all by the end of the show, and I don't know why they put it in here.
This speech doesn't work.
I don't know why they put. Yeah.
He's making.
This whole scene is funny because we get like another whole part where the writer is kind of just be acknowledging the situation they're in is not really ideal. Where MM's like, you know, I can't fucking believe it. Like 2 seasons ago, I was hunting the fucking guy who killed my family, and now I'm having cigars with fucking Stan Edgar. How did we get here? It's like, I don't know how we got here. I have no fucking clue how we got here.
I don't know, man.
I agree with you, MM. I don't know how we fucking got here, MM.
And, the scene doesn't work because Stan Edgar's making a big point about like the broad nature of evil influence through different systems, including, I guess, at this point, capitalism. But MM's talking about taking down Vought and the efforts that his dad made, which made a huge difference. He's saying like, your dad could never win. It's like, no, he could, because Vought can go down.
Yeah, I mean, and also like, you know, as much as you can sort of tie it into like a broader economic system, surely even Stan Edgar and Eric Kripke would have to agree that some corporations are worse than others.
And some of them
like,
go down.
Vought is evil, it can be taken down, and it being taken down would be a substantial blow to essentially an entity that is only responsible for perpetrating evil in this world.
And if you want to make the point that yes, but it will be eventually replaced because of the human nature and stuff, but you just make the reverse argument. It's like, yeah, and good will be there to try and take it down again.
Exactly. Yep. The battle between good and evil.
Well, the problem with this,
idea that, like, well, the evil arises again, so I guess fuck it, right? You might as well just accept that everything's gonna go to shit.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
not
a
very
fine
inspiring message.
Conversation to have about the nature of good and evil, but this starts as a conversation of whether or not you can take out Vought, and he's basically like, nah, you can't.
Of course you can.
Of course you can.
Of course you can take down Vought specifically, even if it were to arise elsewhere. But then the problem is, it's like, well, this starts to get to a problem that the show is going to have to deal with, which is that it doesn't really want to get rid of Vought.
No.
And it doesn't believe that all of the heroes should be gotten rid of, when obviously I don't really care about this show at all. It's like, dude, but like 99.99% of them seem to just be monsters. So it's really weird to be like, oh, but you can't get rid of them. It's like, dude, they're all evil. They're all like evil. They kill people. They rape people. Like, they do all of these horrible things. And then the show wants to have like a sort of moral conundrum of like, oh, well, you know, what are you to do to deal with this problem? It's like, dude, it's got to go. What's got to go? The soups have got to go. Like, it's actually just, you know, but that's the thing. It's like, what Edgar's being made to say is like sort of incompatible with where like the story's actually going.
Yeah, and the fact is they make the same mistake Game of Thrones did, but in a different avenue, right? Like, Game of Thrones, the writers thought, the main conflict really is with Cersei. And it's like, oh, no. The whole... The reason everything's coming to collapse is well beyond any personal, petty, political thing, you idiots. You weren't supposed to wipe them out, the White Walkers, before the fucking... What are you doing? And then vice versa with this show, they were like, Homelander, he's the one that needs to be stopped. Everything is about him. And it's like, well, shouldn't it be about Vought? Isn't Vought like the ultimate? And the show literally is like, no,
Vought. They can't get rid of Vought because they said, is this going to be a prequel or a sequel? And then they said, we're not going to. There's going to be a current day Vought thing. That's why Soldier Boy needed to live. Vought needed to live. I don't know what the original plan was for this, but it's not what we got.
Like, Vought creates Homelanders. Like, that's like an inevitable consequence of the, like, getting rid of Homelander doesn't fix anything. It's like toppling specifically like the leader of a dictatorship, but then not like changing the institutions, like actually rebuilding the country. You know, like it's not.
He's a symptom of Vought.
It's exactly, and of course there is just that I don't even care, because in this world all of the heroes are evil, which would make me conclude that like there is something in Compound V that messes up people's brains and turns them into psychos. So, you know, I don't know, man. Like, what do you want me to say? It's just weird for it to even be like an ethical conundrum. Like,
and then all of that packaged in a context of evil doesn't ever die, so why even bother being good? You're like, what? It's a mangled version of something that happens in...
He's speaking to a truth there. You know, I don't like Edgar that I've written, but, you know, he's right. This world is cruel. It turns good men cruel or whatever. No one stays good in this world.
Evil
whatever
dies
those
tonight.
Lines were from Batman v Superman.
But of course they have a plan for this, because even kind of nods where the future is going to lead, because he says he clocks that Edgar is aiming to run Vought again. And says, if that day ever comes, I have a part to play too, putting a bullet in your skull. I'm sure we will see this at the end of the show.
The Boys season
when
6.
Edgar is indeed back.
I mean, we might. Who knows? We still might.
It's possible, but like, otherwise, what? You're telling me the show will end with Vought still in existence, with Soup still in existence, having acknowledged that Vought creates more Homelanders and will create more Homelanders, and the show will present it as though the heroes have won, when they haven't. The heroes lose at the end of their show unless they get rid of one or both of these factors.
This show ended
Huey, Butcher, and Homelander's story arc, and left the door wide open for spinoffs. That was the goal, I
Yeah.
think. I think that was the
You're
goal,
probably
and I
right.
think you're gonna see with Vought Rising what they're gonna do with that, because I can't
I
imagine
think
the
It's
entire
gonna be an
thing's gonna be the
MCU.
best.
The problem
But
is that we're
actually-
in an era where you can never fully close the door on anything. It's like not really an acceptable writing
Just to be
choice
clear-
anymore. There always needs to be potential for more story.
There is nothing, absolutely nothing stopping them from announcing the boys, you know, resurrected or something. You're like, what is this? And you're like, so it turns out they always had a clone of Homelander in the basements of
Oh, no.
Vought.
Somehow
And he's
Homelander
just
returned.
he's just been activated, and it's like, I hate you.
Super
I hate you
geek.
so much.
I can see them doing it if they get really desperate. I think that after Vought Rising, you'll see, depending on the numbers, if they conclude this show can work without Anthony Starr. If they conclude it can't, they probably might. I would not put it past them to try and get him back to play a clone of himself. It seems like the kind of dumb thing they would do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one very small but extremely damaging conversation. There's a bunch more then after that, which are just like filler bits, really. There's a brief kind of, it's not even really a subplot, and it wants to think it's a character beat, but it kind of isn't one of those either, where Firecracker and Soldier Boy have an affair, and Soldier Boy learns that Homelander never fucked her, and he's disappointed because that's the reason he wanted to fuck her. This is supposed to be doing something partly for him, and it's also partly supposed to be telling you something about Firecracker, who goes on to have doubts about her. But she's such a joke non-character that it's one of those, you can safely kind of skip it. It doesn't make a huge amount of difference. And it's just one plank of an argument that he eventually has with Homelander. So it's just not really that much worth talking about in it.
I like Soldier Boy talking about how awesome a 1911 is.
They do flirt over the size of their guns, that's true.
Though they won't show Firecracker naked, but we'll get fucking 10,000 cocks flopping around on the screen. It's an interesting decision show, but that's fine. You do you.
So Butcher takes Ryan back home to meet his dog, who's going to be slightly more important in this season than ever before. But Kimiko and Frenchie are already there.
Wait,
and,
you say before, like the dog has been like a regular appearance in all the other seasons. He's literally just not in the show. I have to stop you there because that just drives me fucking crazy. The dog's got like one scene in season
Series
1.
regular Terra returns in this episode.
Fuck that, bro.
And the thing is that when he gets brought back, it's like, oh, you're gonna kill him, aren't you? Because you're a bastard, Kripke. You're gonna kill that dog.
It's the equivalent of the Frenchie and Kimiko conversations. They've shown us the one thing Butcher kind of cares about. So
We should
obviously,
run away. We should go through the French Riviera. It's like, right, all right, clock's ticking for you, pal.
TikTok Frenchie.
But Kimiko and Frenchie, they show Butcher that the lab was wrecked, and he gets very annoyed when they tell him that they let Smith and Zoe leave.
They get the fucking... We were just talking about how Soldier Boy goes back and forth on motivations. We have referenced this before, but Butcher's I'm nice. No, I'm not. I'm nice. No, I'm not. And he's back to his no, I'm not scene where he just is an asshole for no reason in loads of ways. And you
Even
understand.
Though it's detrimental to his goal.
Yeah, none of it makes sense. It's completely out of character for every way you could imagine. And now it creates a problem that can be solved later by him being nice again. And that's story. That's what story is. That's what conflict is, apparently. It's just him being like, oh, you're wrong about me. I hate everything. I hate you. And then next thing he'll be like, right, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. I was wrong. I was harsh.
Why did you just turn to Mr. Frog?
I was so wrong. Hello.
Hello,
so sorry.
And then the next scene, hello, but I'm not sorry.
I'm an asshole now. Sorry. Homelander.
Yeah, I'm not sorry though.
So Butcher being an arse in this scene nearly gets his son killed. So what happens is that Brian says, well, we can still go after Homelander, and he says no, because it'll take like another month to get the virus ready again. Ryan says, well, you told me I was strong enough to defeat Homelander. That was my destiny. And Butcher says, no, I was lying to you. What?
I don't.
What are you doing?
As far as saying, it's just stupid scene.
Yeah. He just tells him that he was lying, and then tells him the precise nature of the lie. He said, I just told you that so you would get Homelander out of the tower. Without the virus, you'd just be a stupid kid on a suicide run. So Ryan gets annoyed and calls him a lying, pathetic asshole, and then he leaves because it's the show is going
suicide run.
to go on a suicide run.
It's just insane.
And the show is going to try and redeem this by saying it's like an Empire Strikes Back moment. Like, it isn't though, is it? Because Yoda didn't lie to Luke and make Luke annoyed enough to go and fight Vader. That's what happens in that film. But fuck it, I guess.
Well, he did lie when he said
damned.
The Last Jedi you are, because there was 1,000 more out there.
There were, yes, at least 1,000 more, possibly more.
What a prick
Ahsoka's
Yoda
still
was.
around. Let's see what he was referring to when he said there was another. It's just
Cal
one Dave Filoni's-
Kestis. You could save the day, buddy.
Yeah. So, and then it gives Maverick a plan, and he gives him a gas grenade because Maverick's on side because Huey has also lied to him, so he wants to help them escape from the Deep and New Black Noir. And the plan is that they're going to send him out with this gas grenade. He's going to knock out the soups who are trying to get in, then they'll be able to escape. And Huey's like, oh, he's a really good kid. And he tells Starlight we should give him some V1 when we get it, because he just wants to give all the superheroes he likes V1 and leave all the other ones to die horribly.
Yeah.
And he says saving people will break the cycle. And Starlight, rather than pointing out that he's a lying, hypocritical nutter, says, oh, it's been such a long time since I've been around someone who wants to make things better. Because she's going good again.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Which is funny because didn't she decide to not get them out this whole time?
Yeah.
So she can be evil?
They never really address that. It's just like Butcher asks her, he's like, I guess I thought they would be safer in the death camp. It's like, what?
That's what a death camp is. Harmony camp. It says it on the thing.
Peace and freedom camps, yes. The problem is, though, that Maverick has already been established as wearing extremely strong deodorant, so that kind of defeats the point of his invisibility, and nobody seems to think this is a problem. And one of the soups that's with Deep is like dog guy, a companion of cat girl,
Who can
so he smells
smell
him.
things, yeah.
Yes.
I also just it's just so risky. Does Black Noir have heightened senses? I assume he does.
Why? He's an actor.
Who can fly?
Did you forget this is Black Noir too, like a dog? It's
Well,
just-
no,
I don't
but
know what
he's also
this
got a
character can
shit-
fly and stuff. I don't know.
That's the thing. It's like once again, it's like, what are the powers of this person? It's like, who knows? Grab bag could be anything.
He loves the theater. And
He
can
sure
fly.
does.
By the way, I love how super strength in this show is so fucking boring. You either have no super strength and you have like normal power scaling with other people who don't have super strength, or you have super strength and everyone is exactly as powerful as everybody else who has super strength.
Pretty much.
So,
yeah. So him getting captured by Dog Man, by the way, this actually really stood out to me as a huge character fuck up on the writing. So on the security cams, all they see is that he's clearly been caught and they're talking now. And Huey's reaction is, "Oh no, they're talking." Like that. This could mean that they could find out stuff. And it's like, no, Huey. You killed this kid's father. You've lied to him such that he's actually working for you guys. He's took on more risk than any of you to do a job that he wouldn't support if he knew the truth. And he's nearly dead now because he's been caught. The reaction, obviously, from Huey, if he was accurate to the character, would be panic and guilt and, oh my god, everything's gone to shit, he's going to die. But instead, they've skipped that into, oh no, Deep might tell him the truth. It's like, no, that's not Huey's character. You fucked up there. Neither for Annie. None of them actually care about his health in any way. And you might be like, yeah, I guess they just don't care about it. And it's like, I don't know, man. Even just a basic that he was doing this for them, and he might die. And of course, it's like, am I going to feel sympathy for you guys that he's going to betray you when he finds out that you guys killed his dad?
Like, you've had many opportunities to be honest with him,
Yeah.
and you're not. And then he finds out the truth and he wants to get you, as would be expected. But hey, it doesn't matter because he doesn't survive this episode,
No.
does he?
No.
No, he doesn't. Sorry,
He
I was
doesn't.
trying to remember. Of course he doesn't. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it just came flooding back into my
Yeah.
mind.
It's a very cool death that's not cringe or anything.
I think we had to rewind that one, right?
Oh, yeah, we'll talk about it when we're there.
Yeah,
It won't be
kinda
long.
confusing.
No, we are coming up on it imminently. But so Maverick basically says to Deep, "I'm doing this because Homelander killed my dad," and Deep says, "No, he didn't. Huey killed your dad." This is very speedy and efficient writing, and gets straight to the point. Maverick just instantly believes them. He doesn't even suspect for a second they might be lying to him, just as he didn't with Huey. Starts crying, and then he lets them in through the front door. So then all the boys try and run away. Edgar then traps them in a room behind him, but then he gets taken out by Noir. And then Noir and Deep put him in a van. Deep gasses Noir in the van and then lumps him out of the van so he can take Edgar back himself and get all of the acclaim. This is going to be very important for absolutely no reason later, like some just random closure for characters we don't care about.
Yes, it technically goes nowhere, but it also goes. It's the exact same thing as we were saying the whole time. It goes both nowhere and everything. It has the most impactful thing ever, but also it doesn't really matter.
Directly consequential for the fate of the Deep. But because nobody cares about that, and Noir too, because they're both shit, it's kind of, consequentially inconsequential. So back in the facility then, Maverick's very pissed off, and he and Dogman go in, and they start attacking the boys, but Dogman's easy to beat because his nose is weak to deodorant. So he gets separated. Maverick then fights Huey. Huey is basically forced into admitting that he killed his dad. And then, in a way, to try and make him feel better, says he killed his own dad too, as though that's going to make this much better.
Fucking funny. Listen, I might have killed your dad, but I killed mine as well. So
we're kind of even if you think about it from a certain point of view.
Well, and that's the problem with this stupid show is that it forgets what characters it's dealing with, and it forgets the potency that's actually available in the favor of a joke. Huey could literally be saying like, "Yeah, I'm fucking sorry. It was horrible." But like, do you want to know why? You want to know what was happening? Do you want to know what your dad was? Do you want to know why I did this? And then he could even bring up what happened to his dad in relation to Vought and how the horrors of V1, V whatever. I don't know. It's all a waste. It's all a wash. It doesn't fucking matter. It's all for jokes. Fuck it.
Yeah, it's just so stupid. That happens a lot in current media TM. Where it's like, oh, you have something to if you would just explain it better, the way it actually happened, you could have had a very different outcome. But always like, you killed my dad. It's like, yeah, I did, but I also here's other unrelated thing that doesn't help me at all. Like they don't use the fucking setups they made themselves because they're too stupid.
He uses two in this very exchange. That the first one is I killed my dad, and the second one is something Robin. Like, great, that's going to appeal to Maverick, who doesn't know who the fuck Robin is. Yeah. Lo and behold, it doesn't change his mind. So they sort of carry on fighting, and by fighting, I mean he just chucks him around the room because that's how fights work when you don't want to kill your heroes.
He's also a moron. He's got a bed right there. Take up the blanket, and you can very easily find Maverick.
Also, are we supposed to believe that, like, Stan Edgar, who seemingly has, like, really solid plans for most of this, and is generally more intelligent than I guess the show even wants us to think. He just told this kid that Homelander killed his dad, not expecting that there'd ever be a time where that could like blow back in his face if he talks to like one single person.
I think Edgar didn't tell him. It was Deep who told him that.
No. Deep told him what actually happened. But he was in Edgar's camp, meaning that Stan Edgar was like, oh, yeah, this will totally work. This won't blow up in my face, as if that kid wouldn't kill him immediately upon finding out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, seems like a retarded plan to me. So Maverick sort of gets the upper hand eventually. And then they fight a bit more, and then, he gets the upper hand. And then I'm still not convinced I saw this, but I think I did see this, so you'll have to tell me if I just hallucinated it. The bald psycho nutter comes in and then explodes Maverick.
Yes. What you're supposed to think is you've got Huey's on the floor, Maverick is in front of him, invisible, and then they are a few meters back, all in a line, and that this power... I don't really... Like, this view is the best we can have to explain this. They grab and explode at a distance telekinetically, but apparently it works in a straight line. Like, as in, you send a force in a straight line, so if it hits the thing in front of him...
Man standing shielded Huey from the blast, so Bold Person was trying to get Huey, but unwittingly ended up hitting Translucent Sun, thereby saving Huey, but showering him in blood, as is usual, so that Annie can then come in and snap his neck.
Not at all how I thought the power worked. I thought it was a three-dimensional sort of pick, and you blow up.
What does it even mean that you shoot it in a line? Like, what does that... You know, like how? Like, why would that?
It must be
the
like
way that it
eyesight
works?
related, as bad as that sounds. Like if you could
It would
see
be
it,
like
you can
eyesight
So
blow it
that,
up.
that an
related
invisible
to-
thing wouldn't change your
to an
depth
invisible
perception.
thing. Yeah. You're looking at the guy. You're looking at the person that you're trying to get.
Like I said,
but because there's
it
an
can only
invisible person in the
function.
way, the beam hits them and explodes them.
Yeah, if it's like a beam or if it's a projectile of some kind, like that's the only way this works. If it's you look at an area and you blow up that area with your depth perception, and an invisible person standing in front of you, it wouldn't change that.
It shouldn't anyway, but I mean, God, it's very, very lucky, and it means that you can explode some stuff, put Huey in blood, which they even make a joke about at the end of the season that they love doing that, and then Annie can come in and snap neck, and
Yeah.
that's it. They're all good.
Which is another example of like, will that kill them? And you're like, yes, apparently. Oh, okay.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess that's the end of Baldy.
Bye.
No.
And then
By the
yes,
way, I knew immediately this was going to happen when you came inside the room and the way they were positioned. I was like, "Oh, you're gonna do that."
I wasn't
aren't you?"
prepared for it, honestly.
No.
I was so
I was
fucking
like,
confused.
Apple.
I didn't know what happened. I had to watch it
Oh,
like
I saw
5
I saw
times.
the blood and was like, "Oh, that was the invisible guy."
Oh no, I knew. It's more so how the fuck could this possibly have happened this way?
Oh yeah, the way that it actually happens is just fucking stupid as shit. But I thought this show is stupid. So
and then
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Starlight just comes up behind and breaks the bald one's neck, which is really easy to do selectively. Then she starts crying, and Huey, who is kind of responsible for all of these people, one of whom is kind of an innocent kid getting killed, goes over to comfort her as though it's about her. It's not. Like, of all the people to be cut up by this, it should be him.
isn't it still super funny that he gets covered in blood all the time?
Yep,
I
yep,
think
You
that's
hear
yep,
me walks
yep,
over,
yep,
it's
yep.
like, I'm so sorry, honey. This is almost as bad as the time I let that woman rape me. I will comfort you immediately.
And
That's
only
Huey's
almost.
role in all of the boys. He's just
It is his
perpetually.
role, and his role to do that, and for people to pretend that they care about and like the character when they only care about the show for Homelander. Sorry, I gotta keep bringing it up because it's just true. It's all about Homelander and a bit about Soldier Boy.
Yeah. Speaking of, Ryan goes off to meet Homelander, and Homelander says it's a miracle. Ryan says, you only pretended to care about me. And he says, I need to ask you. And Homelander says, I forgive you. He says, I put too much pressure on you. It's impossible to fill my boots. But I'm going to live forever now, realize my own legacy. And he says that Ryan is free to do whatever he likes. But Ryan continues with the question he was going to ask, because what we've tacitly done without acknowledging it is that the religious revelation has now severed all of Homelander's past feelings at all about his family, which is kind of lame because they were one of the more interesting parts about him. But Ryan asks if Homelander did in fact rape Becca, and he says no, it was a consensual affair. But Ryan can hear his heart racing. And Homelander tries to lie about the reasons for that, but then Ryan loses his temper and starts lasering him and hitting him, and Homelander kind of bats him off kind of casually. He's not really getting into the fight all that much. He tells him to calm down. He says that a blessing came out of all of this. But eventually he overpowers Ryan and he gets on top of him, and then he starts smashing his face in repeatedly. And I think the audience is supposed to wonder, oh my goodness, did he kill his son? And then you look at the episode and it's only episode 3, so obviously he didn't.
No, they're doing the invincible thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Kind of.
There's a couple things here. Like, one, unfortunately for the writers, season 3 has established that Homelander cares about Ryan beyond himself. A lot of people would like to write it such that Homelander only cares about Ryan, like, possessively, or in however he can help him, feel better about being alone or whatever. But, like, no, he opts to protect Ryan over saving himself in the end of season 3. So you can't really go that direction. It doesn't really work that well. So do I believe that he would be punching him to death? It's like, well, 1, no, but 2, we know he doesn't, and that he would know he didn't. It's kind of weird.
Sure is.
But yeah,
It
it's
is,
definitely meant to be like a big old cliffhanger of, oh my god, did he kill him? It's just like, it wouldn't make any fucking sense.
No. It doesn't make sense even that you would hit him anyway, because as you say, it's one of the few established things that was solid about Homelander was the affection for his son, but never mind that. I suppose we're done. It's supposed to show that he is now so consumed by his own ego and his desire to become God that all the things he used to care about have just fallen by the wayside, I guess, but the result is just so much less interesting. So the boys then finally, like, they all regroup. They know now that they have to go to Fort Harmony next. But Starlight understands that we are only in episode 3, and this is about the time filler arcs normally take place if you have not enough story to tell. So she kind of gets sad and upset and angry, and she tells Huey that if he dies, she can never recover. It was easier when she was on her own, and then she fucks off.
She just leaves because they can't have her in the next episode.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's pathetic. So many times in TV writing, or just any writing that's bad, you'll be like, why the hell did the writers make that happen? It's like, wait. And you're like, oh, that's why. Fucking hell. Losers.
Yep, extremely lame. Butcher gets an unconscious Ryan out of the building, and Deep brings Edgar to Homelander, and that's the end of that. So on we go then to the midway point of this season, where Firecracker goes for...
so bad.
You say that like the others are not.
No, well, I know. Relatively.
To be clear,
relatively.
When we were watching this for the first time, Nick did suggest this would be the trophy episode for the worst one. Now, finale is up there too, but I would say this is absolutely a strong contender, episode 4 of season 5, for the worst episode of The Boys, just outright. Pretty bad.
Yeah, it's a very low bar to clear. So Firecracker goes for a chat with Homelander, but he smells Soldier Boy on her, and she lies to him and says they were just prepping for an interview. Homelander knows that she is lying to him, but he says he needs something from her. He tells her that he's received this wonderful message. He's visited by an angel who foretold his destiny. God, not serving the Lord, but being the Lord. He says, I am the Messiah, the Savior of the world. And you can see on her face that she's not entirely sure what to make of that.
This. I don't believe that he believes this. I thought the whole point of Homelander was that he was essentially a cynical opportunist. Not that he's actually like genuinely starting to believe that he's like God. You know?
It was nice and fundamental in season 1 of whatever God would be all powerful. I am all powerful. I am God. You know, in a cynical way.
Not specifically that he's like the Christian God.
Yeah, it's not like a reference to any.
Because that would be it's just bizarre. This it feels like he's turned into a totally different character with this with this season.
Yeah, no subtlety. It's the only place that Kripke thought he could like ramp the character up to, I suppose. No merits in a subtle exploration of his character at all. But he tells Firecracker that he's chosen her to spread the word of his coming, and she agrees to do this, though with some obvious doubts that he doesn't seem to pick up on.
Yeah, just to be clear, right, we're going to get to it, but the big reason why he's going to take her out is because he realizes she's not a devout follower, which he would have known for ages by now. And he's not doing anything about it.
You're like, hey, why is your heart rate getting so fast when I said that I'm God?
It's remarkable. Whenever they need a character to exit, they will just remember he has powers.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of annoying.
Yeah. Then we rejoin Butcher and Ryan. Ryan wakes up at Butcher's place, and then Butcher, this is where he does this Empire Strikes Back analogy, and Ryan hasn't seen it, so it doesn't make any sense to him. He says that Ryan should have waited till they had the virus, and Ryan says, well, at least I was brave enough to try. You don't give a shit about me. And Butcher says nothing. He goes to get him a drink. So obviously, when he gets back in the room, Ryan is gone. So, I don't really understand Butcher at all, or their relationship at all. He doesn't dissent, doesn't say no, doesn't say yes, just lets him go.
He's having his good scene, nice scene, heart of gold scene, being nice. That'd be nice.
Yeah. So
Frenchie
Frenchie
can make up his mind.
It would be nice if he could. He will by the end, I'm sure. So Frenchie's cooking more virus, and MM and Butcher then join him, and Frenchie says that the virus needs several more weeks at this point.
Are you seriously skipping over the immense and powerful moment of the suit-up for MM?
Yes.
Are you kidding me? This is incredible. He puts his watch on, puts on his necklace, he shaves his beard a bit properly, and he says, "Welcome back, motherfucker." What the fuck is going on? What is this? Like what? Like the show is like MM is back, everyone. And you're like, where did he go? What's going on? Like, dude, he's got his watch on now. Nick, how
And
good
it's
is
so
this
simple
watch?
Like the time that I fucking nursed that fucking bird back to fucking health in my house.
Oh god, that fucking speech.
Nick, we need
My
a
name
watch
from
review.
Saving pigeons. Yeah, is
Which,
the watch
look, I'm on
good?
board with helping pigeons go. Yeah, actually, no, that takes priority. Tell us about this watch.
Yeah, Nick, what's the deal? How good is this watch? Look at it. I'm trying to get a good
I
image,
didn't see
but
the watch.
I'll send you a little image here because you need to know. Is very proud of his bling. Okay.
I am supposed to fucking decipher what that is. I'll have better luck right now if I go on the prop bid website to see if I can find exactly what it is actually. So you keep going. I'll run it back if I can find it.
If you type in MM's watch, I'm sure there's plenty of huge fans of the show that'll just give you all the details.
What is
so
your
iconic.
What is your favorite watch brand, Nick?
Ferrari.
Oh,
know.
you want to get that new Ferrari electric car?
No,
You showed me
not
that,
at
did
all.
you? That's hideous.
That thing looks terrible. It's probably just the regular fucking one everybody says. I enjoy Rolex. I like Omega.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll allow it.
Oh, there's a post on Reddit. What is
I
Mother's Milk's watch? I like MM's watch. I'm struggling to find it online. Hey, who are you making fun of, Mahler? If you go to the boys subreddit, there is somebody who really likes this and wants to own it.
What do you mean making
I'm
fun
not
of? It's
even
his
kidding
iconic
you.
watch. Of course someone's asking to buy it.
Someone will definitely want it, yeah, for sure.
You can see it pretty well when he's being attacked by a massive penis.
The duality of the boys.
Oh, no. That'll be a great interview
really...
question for the actors. Like, you know when you were being attacked by the giant penis, I got a good look at your watch. What make is that? Just be like,
What kind of a mind does that? Like, you see a man being attacked by a giant penis and you think, oh, that's a nice watch. Like, what? Who does?
Average the boys fan. That's what that is.
I think I understand that. I get it because it's more interesting to think about what the watch is.
Yeah, my point is that watching a giant penis slap around is just like, yeah, that's just the boys. But look at that watch.
I think that's the watch. I think it's the Nixon Century chronograph. I think that's the watch in the picture you just sent me.
Oh, okay.
So, is it good? Is it bad?
Yeah, it's a good watch.
I mean, that's a good question. What does it go for? $425.
Oh, maybe a question, Nick. What watch would you recommend to somebody who's really cheap and wouldn't want to spend more than $100 on a watch?
Casio, easy. Easy. Casio's pretty sick. Yeah.
Okay.
Give MM's watch a number out of 10.
I don't know much about it, but I would say it's. It depends. We got 42 millimeter stainless steel. All right, quartz movement. That's kind of expensive for $400. You're hoping you're getting something kind of automatic at that price range. I think he should get a Casio.
You saying what are we looking at? 5 out of 10, something like that.
I don't like steel watches that look like they're gold, so I'm gonna give that a 3.
3 out of 10.
I know that it doesn't look exactly the same, but that's reminding me of the watch. It's not even remotely the same, but this is where my mind goes. You remember the watch in The Simpsons where there's so many jewels in it that the hand can't even move?
Yeah.
So the watch doesn't even work. Good meme.
So,
anyway, back to the boys.
Yeah. Yes, sorry to have to do this to you, but here we are again. The problem is the virus will take too long to make, and Huey says we need to get to Fort Harmony now. He is very keen on getting V1 before the virus is complete. I know that we've just done, as has been mentioned, this suiting up sequence to establish that MM is now back to being his nice self, the moral anchor of the group, and that we're about to go to a place where a character is going to be the moral anchor of the group, and it isn't going to be him.
I like the idea that everyone is the heart of the team. They just keep, like, it's MM. Not really, in a way, it's Kimiko. It's like, no, it's Huey. It's like, well, no, it's Frenchie, of course, yeah.
So I think we might as well just do all of Starlight's contributions to this episode in one go. Because
oh boy, that should take us a few seconds.
It should. She goes home to her dad's house for a talk. He apologizes for leaving, but he didn't want to lie to her. Then her stepbrother calls the police, but then he tells the police to be nice. And then the policeman says, okay, but make sure she's gone in an hour. And then many hours later, she finishes dinner and she leaves.
It's
Yeah.
great. It's so good.
Yep.
All that time when we paid it off, thank goodness. And it's not at all a cynical attempt to keep her away from the main plot line because she would destroy the main plot line if she was there.
Yep. I don't remember. Was the dad ever like on screen before? Or
He was
did they just decide
mentioned.
to do this like
He's
right
mentioned as having left, and she didn't know why.
Yeah, I
so she
remember
has
that.
that
I was-
mirror to Huey's mum leaving.
now? No, I
But
was
the
just wondering
implication-
if he ever was like physically in a show like
No.
this before. Yeah, I didn't think so.
The implication behind him leaving, though, was that he regretted the experiment, right? The V in Annie or whatever. It was like
yeah.
a discussion that kind of made you think that. And it's like, oh, I guess this
didn't
could be
wanna
interesting.
I didn't want to lie to you anymore, so I left.
I left and had a
That's
better
Abandoned
fascinating.
you
family.
in your
Like,
childhood.
I
His
abandoned
weird
you
thing
and
isn't
left
that he
you
didn't
directly
object to
after
the V. He said he was fine with the idea of injecting it with V. He got the ick when her mum
Just a little
started telling her
religious
she was
stuff.
chosen by God, and then he thought, well, I can't be putting up
And
with
so I
that lie,
decided
and then he fucks up.
I'll
I'll
leave.
inject my
I'll
daughter
leave
with
so that-
experimental drugs,
yeah.
but I won't tell her she should be a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
I think what I find funny is I wasn't really on board with that, so I left so that she would be the sole voice that kept reinforcing that belief in
Yes.
you.
I also love that her I guess her stepbrother is like, "You traitor! I fucking hate you! I'm gonna call the police." And then she goes to his room, is like, "Oh, donuts! Those are nice."
Yeah,
Like,
you're
fuck
right,
over
actually.
fucking
Wait,
donuts.
Yeah.
She just goes to his room. There's no other really awkward piece of Kripke dialogue that occurs before
Yeah.
she embarks on the journey, where the dad
Yep.
has to be like, "Make sure you knock first. I've seen some horrible things opening." Like, why, Kripke? Why?
Yeah.
Why did you? There's no need
Because
for this.
he's just a weirdo. That's it. He's a
Right,
weird
like, hey,
guy.
Dad and I, we always got the donuts. Oh yeah, I guess you and I, we're cool now. I didn't tell you about the police though. And then the police guy comes, and it's luckily an old-time friend. It's like, I let you live here, or whatever the fuck he says. Like, okay, fine. And yeah, this really stupid. It's really
Yeah.
stupid. And I hated it.
But at least we've dispensed with it now, so that saves about half the episode's runtime.
Hey.
Oh, good news.
Sister Sage, remember her and how she's in control of absolutely everything, and this is all part of her plan? She manipulates Soldier Boy into doing what Soldier Boy would already have an incentive to do, because she tells him that Homelander is going to Fort Harmony to get the V1, and she says, oh, if he gets it, you get to spend an eternity together. Maybe you should go with him and show him where to look, because she's very clever and she knows that he doesn't want that, so she's still in control.
Except, of course, he did want it like yesterday, and he will
Yep.
want it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She's
So
very
this all
clever.
makes a huge degree of sense. So the boys are already walking to Fort Harmony. People just sort of flop around the country at will quite quickly. They've already reached it. They're just there. And Huey trips over some corpses. And they spot that something seems to have ripped them apart. And they speculate there may be a monster in the woods, and there isn't. Deep is just like eating fish, and Noir has. Do we have to? Oh, yeah. I guess we do to understand where Deep ends up, but all these scenes could easily be skipped as well. So Deep is he's eating fish quite happily these days. New Noir has a go at him because he fucked him over and he thought they were friends. This is all just going to build up a rivalry in which Noir will sabotage Deep, and then this will lead to Deep being killed. It's
Yeah, you could
really
kind of just,
interesting.
if you want it, like the simple version is, because Deep knocked out Noir 2.0 to take credit for Stan Edgar's capture, which Noir can undo immediately by being like, Homelander, that was me, and our fucking teammate over there actually sabotaged the mission nearly, which would cost Deep more than he's gained, of course. But no, Noir decides not to do that, and to instead be mad at the Deep, and eventually try to get some revenge on him, and then they get revenge on each other, until they're both dead. I suppose we can get to that part when we get to it, but that's that.
Yeah.
Did we even
Pretty much.
mention that they're doing like a Dude Bro podcast together now? Did
I
we-
mean,
Oh,
I gave it
God.
exactly as much attention as I think it deserved, so no, we
Okay.
didn't.
I just found it cringe and wanted to mention it because I had to watch it.
Yeah. I know,
Yeah,
I
guys,
know
because
that
like
pain.
podcasts and stuff, like they gotta have podcasts, guys.
Well,
It's
right?
part of the
funny
toxic
because, again,
manosphere.
this
He
feels
says,
like
bro.
feels like another out of date thing, like the deep popcorn. Not that these podcasts don't still exist, but you know what happened? It was because in 2024, when the election was happening, that became like a big talking point about what was influential in the election was these podcasts, and then Kripke was like, "Yeah, I guess I'll like put that in my show," even though my show's coming out like 2 years after that.
Yeah. Also,
Just- it's just like
sunbathing
the Deep
Uranus.
Popcorn
That's what they put in here. That was a thing 3 years ago that people did.
You know, South Park can do it because they can turn around an episode in a week. It's like
Yeah.
a very unique advantage they have. But when you're a show like this where you're not getting, you know, it's relatively more efficient in terms of production, clearly, than a lot of its contemporaries, in the sense that it was, 5 seasons in 7 years? That's kind of rapid by current
today's
standards for
yeah,
these sorts of
absolutely.
things, but it's still too long, you know, to be doing this sort of shit.
Yes, indeed.
Like, I don't know, does anybody... Well, you know, whatever. It's just, everything with the Deep is just a total waste of time.
It is.
Yep. As is most of the stuff with Ashley, so she's fucking father now, and we show that he likes kinky shit, because this is vitally important to set up a certain ball gag that will be his undoing.
Yes.
And then we also learn via Voldemort that his church is bankrupt now.
The
So
finale too.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh god.
We had to do that. So the boys are now scouting out Fort Harmony. Huey gets annoyed at Starlight for making everything about her and says she can be such a bitch, which is absolutely true, but the show thinks this is evidence of an early problem arising, because what we're going to be doing, obviously, is there's a certain mind-infecting monster creature in here that makes them, like, angry, like the Ring in Fellowship. So the fact that Huey says something true about Starlight is the first sign that he's not right, because otherwise he wouldn't have said that. The fort itself, surrounded by dead animals. We jump away to Starlight, which we've already done. We go back to Vought Tower, and they're workshopping. And Worm is here, by the way. Worm, the guy who made the tunnel for them, because he hates Vought and didn't want anything to do with them. He's back. He's writing for them again. They're trying to figure out how to sell that Homelander is the Messiah. It's a hard sell.
Someone's mysteriously missing from this scene.
Who could it possibly be?
The smartest woman on planet Earth?
The smartest one on planet Earth, who Homeland has been in direct comment, you know, to trying to figure this whole plan out. It's like she's spearheading the project and she's not in the room with it deciding what to do.
Yes.
Okay. Makes sense to
That
me.
seems like a minor oversight.
It's so
But
funny
this
because
is,
I haven't even accepted that she's like the smartest person, that I didn't even question that she wasn't here.
She's the smartest person that, like, they're capable of writing.
Oh shit,
Ugh.
no.
Well, it's sort of a similar thing to the reason they've sent Starlight away, and that the point of this scene requires she not be here, because this has to be a firecracker scene, not a Sister Sage scene, so she can't be in the room, even though she should be. Ashley is kind of asking a couple of half-sensible questions. You know, what happens when people deny that he's God? Because apparently polling says only 22% of Americans would accept it. And Worm has this idea they have to tell a story.
For their first poll.
I know.
That's insane.
For their first poll, yeah. And it is just pretty funny. It's like, what does the polling look like? Hey, so we've got some questionnaires for you to fill out. So question number 1, do you accept Homelander as your Lord and Savior? Yes or no?
But Firecracker then has this brilliant idea. She says that Jesus' ideas don't sell anymore. They need a church that preaches America, Manifest Destiny, a real American hero as their savior. They need a democratic church of America. Excellent idea. This cannot possibly go wrong. People will absolutely buy into it, I'm sure. So that's developing in the background.
It's all just... Anyway,
pathetic.
Yeah.
Well, it's like they're running out of time anyway. They were already bad at this, but now they're like, well, we got to do our maximum now. So it's just like, okay.
By the way, I don't know if you even want to go into this, but considering how much attention they put on like media and social media and shit like this, isn't like anyone around the world concerned with what is happening right now? Is there like nothing?
Does the rest of the world, does Europe or anything have any opinion at all? On like what's going on? Nah,
Homelander spread V all over the fucking world in season 1. You'd think there would have been more repercussions.
You think there'd be consequences? You think that it might manifest in the story? Maybe there's an economic downturn.
Well, there is one acknowledgement of that later on, which is in the Deep's plot line, and it doesn't really make a huge amount of sense. But at one point, they obviously when they're discussing the pipeline that's being built, I think it's Ashley who says, when Homelander declares himself God, OPEC will cut all ties with America, so we need our own oil pipeline.
There you go.
Is it even worth trying to unpack how that would work?
So that you could have your deep... It's just for the deep shit. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the only reason. It's not for any, like, meaningful world building.
The
It's
United
just so
Arab
that there's a reason
Emirates,
why.
notably a Christian majority country, gets very offended when Homelander declares himself the god of Christianity, and so it cuts off oil supplies to America. I don't think that's how it's going to work.
Because I guess like the angle for the boys is I guess sort of like American evangelicalism. But what about like Catholics? You know, why is this relevant or factor into the storyline at all as well?
It's easy. You can just kill them all because that's the plan.
Like it is just becoming so farcical, this show, the longer it goes on, that it goes from, yeah, Homelander might kill someone, but like it actually can present like problems for them that happens, right? There's like a cover up that needs to, whereas now it's just like you will see that Homelander explodes the head of, what one might call a very important person, and there are just no consequences or ramifications for it at all. It's just, that's how it's gotten now. It's just Homelander, and by extension, basically any superhero can just go out and murder people, and there's no ramifications.
Yeah, and who can stop him? So,
Butch.
Homelander and Soldier Boy are also walking toward Fort Harmony. They do try and contrive a reason for them not just to have flown straight there, and it's because Soldier Boy decides he refuses to be carried again. The implication being he was carried here and then decides he doesn't want to get carried, because otherwise if they did, they'd reach it before the boys did, and you can't have that.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how did they get this far? Because if it wasn't by him carrying him, they wouldn't be this fast, right?
I think he says, I won't be carried again.
That's
so the implication
so
is
stupid.
Yep.
Oh, yep.
And then, of course, Homelander could just be like, all right, well, I'll just head on in. See you later.
Yeah.
And this episode would be over.
It would indeed. And sadly, it is not. So they have a little chat during this walk, and Homelander mentions a certain Clara Vought. You might know her as Stormfront. And Soldier Boy looks a little bit shifty as he says he fucked her once or twice, but he's obviously hiding something there. And he asks where she is, and Homelander said she'd suicide. And Soldier Boy quite angrily says, no, she'd never do that. Where's the body? And Homelander just doesn't tell him. We are leading somewhere with this, which is, I think we already spoiled it in the previous stream, but it's a slight change in Soldier Boy's romantic priorities has been undergone. Inside the fort, Frenchie, he finds some blueprints to the place, and Huey suggests that now might be a good time to call Butcher an asshole because of what he does to the people around him. So they all start arguing, and it's so obviously forced and manufactured that you kind of know what the deal is before it reveals it to you. But even Frenchie and Kimiko, they start arguing as well. But Frenchie's kind of the only one who seems like it's not fully affecting him yet. And he says that, something about this place just must be making them all in a really bad mood. So he leads them on to the next scene. This is where I then skip forward past all of the Starlight shit that we don't need to talk about. Inside the factory again, so that they go past even more corpses, and these are decades old. They seem to have been hunters, and it looks like they tore each other apart. And in case there was any subtlety left in the scene, Frenchie asks, what if the monsters here are us? Because that's cool.
Well, on top of that, we get a Last of Us reference as well.
No.
We do.
Yeah.
Yes. And then one of them says
we
that's
do.
just zombies with mushrooms, which it kind of is, I guess. But there's also no Abby in this show, so it's not as good. They posit it might be V1 that bled into the groundwater and infected the plants, and then that spread a mind virus. They don't seem to realize how fucked the rest of the world would be if that was the case, because if the groundwater isn't localized, it kind of tends to flow all the way to the sea eventually. So if that's the case, everybody's fucked.
Sage plan for that was all planned.
Yes, all of this is Sage's plan, obviously. And Frenchie figures that the only reason he hasn't been affected by all of this is because he's a drug addict. So his neural pathways have changed, and that makes him fine, I guess. Why? Yeah. And then Butcher looks out the window at this moment and sees Homelander and Soldier Boy slowly walking toward them, looking at them, but obviously they can't see them because Homelander doesn't have X-ray vision at this particular time, or super hearing, or super smell, even though he knows what Butcher smells like. But so Frenchie then says that it won't get them what they need. Sorry, I've lost my place temporarily there. So so Butcher and MM want to go outside and fight them immediately because they're all very angry. And Frenchie tries to remind them, no, they need to stay in here, because if they start fighting now, then they will obviously lose. So they have to go further, deeper down into Fort Harmony. And they do, but they can't find the V. MM then opens up a cupboard, and he finds evidence that somebody else has been here before them and not all that long ago, and Frenchie finds a trace of heroin. So from these two pieces of information, somebody came and stole V1, that person liked heroin, they conclude it must have been Bombsight. It couldn't possibly have been anybody else.
He's the only one who's addicted to cocaine.
Yeah. Out of all the 10,000, he's the only one, I guess.
I'm also very struck by this visual of, we're all in this building, and unfortunately we now see that Soldier Boy and Homelander are just casually walking toward us right now. And, one, Homelander's just looking around, so he's probably using his X-ray vision, which means he's got you. 2, he can hear you. Anyway, pretty easily, so you guys are doomed. 3, why are you guys strolling? Do you know what they're doing here? It's to find the cure to the poison that would be the only threat, as far as Homelander knows, to him. You want to maybe have a slight jog?
Well, yeah, the pace of everybody in this episode is lethargic.
It's pathetic. It's like it has become a soap opera, but with extreme budget and amazing actors. Of just like, it's almost like everyone's bored to be here as well, at least in their sort of body language. Like, well, yeah, this is where we go next. And then, of course, just like, we're going to go beat them up. You're like, oh, so it makes you extremely, like, beyond the pale fucking irrational. They both know they can't win against...
Yeah, it's kind of like psychotic, essentially. They are, like, beyond reason once they've been exposed to this.
Insane nonsense. And that's the thing, it's like, yeah, this episode's kind of bad, but it's not notably bad. And you're like, ha 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 ha.
You gotta put the copyright filter up. You gotta put the filter up.
Oh shit.
Put the filter up. Quick.
That's probably too late on that one.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll fix that in post, I suppose. Leave me alone, Twitch, YouTube, don't take me down.
So MM figures if Bombsight has the V1, then it's fine. They don't need to torch it, and therefore reveals that he and Butcher were always planning to destroy it rather than using it to save Starlight and Kimiko. And then that causes an argument, which leads to a fight in which Butcher activates Cancer and starts attacking them all. And Kimiko then attacks him, and Huey fights MM, and all of this is really loud. So obviously Homelander doesn't hear a single thing. Then they all start running off in different directions and chasing each other through the place, and Homelander still hasn't seen or heard anything. Because he's too busy arguing with Soldier Boy. And because they're obviously affected by the mind virus too. And he tells Soldier Boy he was a pathetic child. He was terrified when he was given V. And then Soldier Boy traps him in a room that he knows exists full of, like, somehow still actively irradiated fucking uranium that then starts interfering with and, in fact, depowering Homelander. He can't use his powers while he's subject to this radiation. Seems like a really useful little trick that they could have used at any other point in this series, and they don't.
Insane to establish this late. It's like, wait, did anybody know this? That we could have significantly weakened Homelander with material that exists in the real world? We just discovered this is a thing? Are you serious? It's like, well, yeah, enriched uranium, I guess.
Enriched uranium, but I mean, to be fair, it's only in this one facility used explicitly to depower and hurt superheroes. I can't imagine the CIA would have known about it.
No way.
So, and he gets told, not only is his skin melting off and he's flickering on his fucking lasers, he starts being able to struggle to speak, and Soldier Boy says you're going to be shitting out, like, blood out your ass. All of that in mind, weird. Homelander doesn't say, please, Soldier Boy, get me out of here. I'll suck your dick. I'll shit on your dick with live penis or something, on TV. It just doesn't try any of that. In fact, he doesn't even seem that desperate at all. He seems more annoyed.
Yeah, just mildly annoyed, but he promises he'll get out. The other weird thing about it is that this place makes people uniquely rageful, and Soldier Boy, when he gets rageful, tends to explode. Because that was an entire thing in an entire season of this show. And he also hates Homelander again, generally and specifically because of the mind virus. But because it's not time for that, in fact, it never is going to be time for that, he doesn't get so angry that he uses his blast to take his powers away. Because we can't be doing that yet.
And, Homelander, when we see him, he's not dead, but like he's looking fucking rough, man. He's struggling to stand. And
it looks like you might have him here.
I think you might be able to. Like
go.
Butcher gets to it, and it's just like, I think you can kill him, dude. Use the
Yeah, I think
tentacles,
you can-
open
yeah.
the door, tentacle, rip him open. I think you could do it.
Yeah. I mean, surely that would work because Newman got blasted in the face with a laser and it didn't do anything. So, like, if that's a point of reference and he was able to rip her in half, then yeah, it seems like it might actually be possible that he could just rip him in half now. Like, you've got him by the balls, man. But
Yeah,
instead, he's not going to do that because we've still got half
Scorched
the season left.
Yeah. Well, instead he's
Yeah.
going to deliver a speech about how you're a pathetic, whiny little shit, and you're totally
Yeah.
going to cry when the last episode comes in, and this is good writing because I said that that's going to happen. And of course, the thing we referenced previously, where he says it doesn't get weaker than beating your own son. It's like, Butcher, you tried to C4 a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
also told-
failed to see for a baby.
The writers don't remember, I guess. So whatever.
He also told his own son to just essentially kill himself.
It was funny.
Yep.
It's like the only person who even knows about that is Homelander. It's like he's the worst person to say this to. You just be like, "Didn't you try to kill a baby? Like, why are you? Wait, what? At least mine was in self-defense, bro."
Yeah, Butcher finds him and just belittles him. Homelander then does a psycho round, just says Ryan is alive because he's the son of God, and Butcher says, I'll use the virus to kill him, and Homelander says, you don't have it because you would have used it if you did. You can't stop me. You've got no idea what you're up against. I will get the V1. I will flay you alive. You and all the non-believers, you will drown in your own blood. Butcher says, I'll kill you first, and then leaves. And so that's kind of done for now. And Soldier Boy, though, he's still on the search. He comes across Frenchie. He shoots him. He misses. He chases him. And then he comes into a room and sees a weird kind of creature. A face seems to have grown into the wall. And he recognizes it. And that face is Quinn. And you can see the effect that it has on him. He's very cut up about it, or he's very angry initially, but then he's not going to be very angry for very long. He blasts it with his huge power that he could have just used on Homelander, but didn't. And this ends the effect.
Probably worth mentioning. So if Starlight were here and she were angrily trying to kill everyone, she would kill them all. That's why it wouldn't work.
Big AoE attack and then would be done.
Other than, of course, someone like a Soldier Boy or Homelander, which again. The thing is, they would have just nerfed the shit out of her anyway. It probably would have began with her getting hit in the head by a rock, and then she just falls on the floor and she's out. Because it's like, I'm sorry, Kimiko and Huey are fighting? You're like, yes. How does Huey survive? You're like, well, he grabs a door and holds it closed, and she can't open it. So there you go. It's like, Huey, is it Huey or Frenchie shoots MM at one point?
I think it's Huey.
Huey shoots him. He's like, "What the fuck?" or something. I know that's his iconic line, but he gets shot. He just keeps going.
See, they set up the watch. He should have shot him in his wrist, and it shot the watch off. And then MM was like, "No,
my suit up watch,
my fucking." You know, that'd been intense and great. But yes, also Soldier Boy
bought that for me.
Soldier Boy versus Frenchie, and it's almost like, what do you mean? How does that go any other way than Frenchie dead? And you're like, well, I guess that takes us to what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, Frenchie baits him. It gets a bit tiring when all the characters bait themselves in exactly the same way, but Frenchie just says that Quinn thinks that Soldier Boy is a coward and a weakling and pathetic, and he should kill him. So he does, which removes the effect from everybody, and now the heat is gone, and they are left to pick up the pieces, and they leave the facility, and they drive away in silence.
It's worth everyone's reminded of. So Soldier Boy, out of anger, activates his power. You remember what it does. Remember the giant AoE destruction that can destroy a building.
Well, I now know what it does, and I'm very surprised what I've seen here.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Mainly, he just sort of shoots forward a little bit. It doesn't even damage the wall that Quinn is on.
Yep.
So that's handy. Imagine it had detonated all over the building, stripped Homelander of his power, killed everyone except maybe Kimiko. That would have changed the ending.
Should have been just over here.
Yep.
Like everybody lost his power, got exploded. GG, we've done it.
I guarantee you, people who love this show will be like, well, to be fair, they hit him with that poison and it's probably reduced its power now.
Oh, you made that up, though.
You're a lying little shitbird. What the fuck?
I think you're
So-
a little trickster.
After the boys leave, only after the boys leave, Homelander finally gets the strength to break himself out of the radiation room.
What a sentence, by the way. Soldier Boy explodes Quinn, then you're like, so the boys leave. You're like, excuse me? You're like, well, they just leave. You're like, oh, okay.
And bear in mind, nothing has been accomplished.
Nope.
Here.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, they
It
found
was a
out
waste of
that
time.
it was probably bomb site because there's
Oh
heroin.
yeah. I love that. It's just like, oh, it was probably him. It's like it probably. Surely it's like maybe at best. No, it's probably and they're right. It is him. Like he's got it.
Yeah. Of course it is.
Yeah. But Homelander breaks out of his little cell and finds Soldier Boy crying and asks why he's crying. But Soldier Boy says the V1 isn't here and tells him to just fucking do it already. Assuming that Homelander is about to laser him in the face, but Homelander just doesn't. He just turns and leaves.
And Homelander is in weakened, irradiated fucking uranium mode for a while. Like, this did a lot of damage to him. And it's funny.
Soldier Boy wants to kill this guy. He does.
He's changed his mind.
Or he should. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's just funny that combined with everything else we knew, it's just like the idea of trying to hit him with radiation would be as part of a good show, as the build-up of how we're going to take down Homelander sort of thing. But in this show, is just for this episode, really? I mean, it will come up again, but not for why you would think. Not at all for why you would think.
I found this episode fascinating in another way, because it kind of feels to me that they accepted that, just Homelander and Soldier Boy being here are not enough stakes for our protagonists because people are gonna know they won't die. So let's put this other guy here that's been, I don't know, made into a fungus into a wall that makes them angry, so they fight each other. And that's the drama, because our fucking super god-powered guy plus his father, who is also super powerful, that's not enough stakes anymore. And we even then we gimp them by having them have a stroll towards Fort Harmony. It's bizarre. It's awful.
It's just this place as well with all this kind of information and potential shit that they've just left forever, and it's overgrown with some soup that makes you want to kill each other. It's just like, what nonsense you've invented that just came out of nowhere.
Also, of course, that they still found some fucking tapes and can figure out what that there was a V1 and anything. Like, this place has never been decommissioned and just been left to rot with all the information, all the documents, all the everythings inside. Unless their implication is that this place was, like, fucked up by the fungus man or something, and they just left it alone. I don't know.
I think that is supposed to be the backstory, is that they made him accidentally at around the time that they were making Soldier Boy, and then they just thought, well, that's us done, and they left the facility completely alone, and then he sort of just grew there.
Of course.
But we go back to the lab very briefly. Frenchie and Kimiko have a chat, so you already know what that's about, and I don't need to tell you. Starlight then comes back, and she gives Huey a hug and says, sorry, I wasn't in this episode at all. And then we meet Butcher again, and he's watching those tapes that they've had from Russia since when? Like season 3, I think it is? The ones where they find out how Soldier Boy was made. And MM comes in, and like they have a little moment because they're fine with each other now, and they change the channel over to Oh Father, who is talking about the newly rebranded Democratic Church of America, and that Homelander isn't just a man, not just a Superman, he's the prophet of the Lord, prophet of America, and Homelander takes the stage. But the important part of that is that Butcher is watching material that he's had for several years at this point, because he's just now had a bright idea. And we are now going to pivot in strategy from virus to, hey, let's just do Soldier Boy again.
Well,
Didn't think of that before.
I thought they found those tapes in Fort Harmony. That makes it even worse now.
It is even worse. The only thing they got in Fort Harmony was the heroin sample, and that's it, I think.
God. What a waste of fucking time.
You betcha.
So we join then episode 5, and there's an advert for the Democratic Church of America, and Firecracker's talking about how really successful it's been with all the white people. And Oh Father says attendance is up. They're expanding their campaign for the church. And Homelander, though, isn't very happy. He thinks that a prophet is the wrong title. Prophets are servants, and he wants to be called the Savior. Oh Father suggests he be called the Lord. And they realize that Easter is just around the corner, so they suggest announcing Homelander's second coming. That's a sentence that I've just delivered, as though that's just an acceptable thing to say. But they're going to announce Homelander's second coming, and Homelander says, no, it's not a second coming. It's like the first coming of Homelander. Firecracker is trying to delay him, though, and we'll find out deliberately, although her reasons for doing this are completely opaque. She has produced a special Homelander Bible, which has a New American Testament in it, and it's all amazing, but they need more time to print it, so they don't want to rush his debut as God, basically. And Sage points out that, this might cause some widespread civil unrest if you just go around telling people that you're God now. But he says, well, we can just take all the superheroes overseas and bring them here to secure the streets. And then Firecracker gets a concerning phone call, so she goes to meet this old reverend of hers. This episode is almost could be entirely skipped. Yeah,
it's a really bizarre, sort of condensed anthology sort of episode where they even put the big text on the screen for each of the POV characters that they're following. In this case, broadly being the bad guys. And it is fucking fascinating that they've chosen. I can't believe that this show is like, we got to humanize Firecracker. What are you doing, man?
Made the reference last time about The Walking Dead, but the second the Firecracker's chapter starts, her dialogue's already very different. She's much more considered.
Instead of being a caricature, she becomes like a person.
She's speaking with more layers. There's more to everything she says and does in terms of reactions. It's like, oh, she's like more of a person now instead of just this fucking annoying...
Which, of course, means, the clock's ticking on you.
Well, yeah. That's the only assumption you can make from this, is like they're getting ready to kill her, because what's the point in killing someone if you feel nothing for them? It's like, well, I gotta feel something. I don't know. And this does work.
But it doesn't even have the intended... Well...
No, not on us.
What I was going to get at is, because there are people like, oh, poor Firecracker, and then there are people who remind them of her history.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm getting at. Like, the boys fans will be like, it was a tragedy. It's just so tragic what happened to her. It's like, why? Because you found out that she grew up somewhere because she had people who loved her. As though that shouldn't be the fucking basic for every character in this stupid universe.
Except for Homelander. But fuck him.
I mean, the thing is, they have given us such an in-depth take on his history that it is why his last scenes aren't going to work, among many other things.
Mm-hmm.
So we get... Sorry, after you.
Well, I was just going to say, I think someone may have been confused in chat. We're familiar with, abandoned places for all kinds of reasons. I'm talking about... Vought aren't going to abandon a facility that has V1 production inside it, as well as a soup that's, overpowered to the point of his vines can get in the water supply and convince everyone to kill each other.
Yeah, that's probably something you want to keep an eye on.
You might want to,
Probably want to weaponize it, talking about VOD.
Yeah, I mean, they've spoken in previous seasons about the fact that they're a pharma company and they create all kinds of things to try and alter people's lives and perceptions. This is the kind of thing that you'd think they would be interested in weaponizing, not just leaving behind. But they, I suppose, figured it was too much work for them to control this extremely dangerous resource. They don't even know its growth potential. What if it just infected the entire country? It's like a huge... What if inspectors go and notice it? And they're like, well, you've abandoned this factory and there's loads of animals dying. We should check it for disease. Oh no, there's a man in the wall who makes us hate. I think the FDA may have something to say about that. The EPA might have something to say about it too. But we've done that episode. We must move on. We must progress through this extremely important episode where they have decided belatedly to try and give character to some characters. That requires just a devoted episode to give this to them, as opposed to just bedding it through the entire season and leaving yourself an episode to do story with. It's really quite frustrating. So on the one hand, it has some of the better acting, I think, from the ancillary characters, some of the better plot stuff for them even. But on the other hand, we know where they're going, and it's just totally anticlimactic, so it's kind of pointless.
Too little, too late, yeah.
Yes. Firecracker's story is basically that her old reverend says, hey, our church is losing money and members, and some supers attacking us for not being part of the new Democratic Church of America. Can you intercede with Homelander on our behalf? And so then you see her conflict between her old religious upbringing and the true Christianity that helped her when she was poor and had nothing, and her devotion to Homelander, which she does through tears when she denounces this church live on TV because she's been told by the teleprompter to do it, basically. And that's kind of...
It's a shame for the actress, too, because she does a pretty excellent job in the delivery of the information with her expressions and the way she says the words to tell you everything you need to know, which is that this is extremely difficult for her to do, but she's choosing Homelander over her integrity. But then they, like, hard cut to another shot where the tear goes down her cheek and the camera follows it, like, intensely. I almost think it's like, well, she achieved all of that in the scene where she delivered the information. We get it. Yeah, and it's in with the different filters right outside of the news delivery. It just seems like overcompensation for me. Like, the creators were like, do you understand? She's betrayed herself. This is tragic. And it's like, yeah. You guys aren't doing much with this. It's very straightforward. To be honest with you, she already did this. Like, they already addressed the fact that she's done this
the whole time, pretty much.
So, like, does this change anything for me? It's like, no.
Well, it doesn't change that I don't care if she gets impaled on the wing of an eagle. Why would I? Why would I give a shit?
I suppose on that note, we can probably move on to Black Mars' story, or Black Mars 2's story, because this is the nature of this episode, really. It's like...
This is like the definitive evidence this character didn't need to exist. We now have the beginning, middle, and end of his arc, and if you remove the entire thing, it doesn't change literally anything.
Nope. So he is doing a bit part work as an actor in a theater, and he's really enjoying himself. It's the director that used to do all Vought stuff who's been kicked out of that company, who sort of... They talk about how the art and the play is brilliant and amazing, and it saved their lives, etc. And he gives Black Noir 2 this idea of upstaging this arsehole that he works with, who we then learn is the Deep. So Black Noir 2 then, basically they're doing a podcast with O-Father, and he basically tells O-Father that everyone thinks Deep is a joke, and he suggests bringing him being Noir, on stage for Easter so Homelander can restore his voice and teach him how to fly, because he can already speak and he can already fly. And O-Father thinks this is a really cool idea. Deep doesn't, though, so he kills the director to take vengeance by shoving eels up his arse on the toilet.
I was going to let the chat guess, because it's Eric Kripke. How does the Deep kill this guy? It's like, well, of course he explodes his ass. Like, how else would he kill him?
Well, what were his final words? My ass really hurts, I think, right?
Yeah, he says, come closer, and then he whispers, my ass really hurts. It's so funny. So then Black Noir 2 goes back to Vought Tower, confronts Deep, accuses him of murdering the director.
Bro, dude, what the fuck, dude? Bro, dude, did you fucking bro that dude?
That's the one.
It's very
I can't
good.
believe you learned the script. That was good.
So he confronts Deep, and Deep basically says, you're a fucking stupid fucking moron idiot, and you're going to do whatever I say whenever I say it, or I'll tell Homelander that you were starring in a play. That's leverage.
Yeah, sure.
And that's the end of that story. The next one, I almost want to, we could even do the guessing again. Guess whose perspective you get next if you haven't already seen this episode. Which of the minor characters or even the major antagonists might you get a perspective? Oh, no, never mind.
Major reoccurring character, dude.
Major recurring character. Yeah, so famously, and obviously, whatever other choice could you possibly make, it's Terra the dog. He gets a mini episode. Yay!
Which, I guess I'm on board with that, but the problem is that then we got to hang out with the boys who I'm so tired of.
Well, and people were spreading this online of like, this is a frame from season 5 of The Boys. Just to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he says right there in the text there. That's what he says.
So, we're doing great.
There's
this is great.
A lot of resources were leveraged to make this show. A ridiculous amount. Like, if you quantified it in the number of houses that could have been bought, it's just scary.
Yay.
Really, how much money goes into
Can
this.
you put the filter over that again? It's on my second screen. I don't like it. It's just
A lot of people
me.
want it off this screen. Don't you worry. I got you.
Dude, I love the fucking vocal for it. It's like, hey, you need to come over here and fuck me. Do you wanna fuck me? You need to fuck me.
Yep.
So this part of the anthology episode is itself a mini anthology because obviously the dog doesn't really have thoughts. So we get to eavesdrop on various conversations by other people. in which you hear wonderfully character developing things, like MM telling Butcher that he is calm and happy now that he's realized he's already dead. So what's to worry about? His family are better off without him, and he's better off without them. If he worries about them, he might be too scared to do what they need to do. That's his mini thing. Really useful, impactful information.
I also want to just chat. You may find this strange, okay, if you haven't seen this episode, but they make it very clear several times. Dogs cannot eat chocolate. It's dangerous to them. It's poisonous to them, okay? They cannot. Anyway, completely unrelated, Frenchie's making something chocolatey.
Big chocolate cake.
It's the most pathetic shit ever. It's like, what?
Oh, I could never have one of you. Oh, I would kill you if you were mine. That was explicitly, that was literally just the dialogue. That was it.
The other thing he says is just the usual Kimiko nonsense. It's like, oh, she needs a peaceful, normal life. I don't know how to give that to her. Anyway, chocolate cake. Oh no, it burned. It goes in the bin. He walks out. That's him.
It's so like you almost think you're being tricked. He's like, no way, it's just gonna be the dog eats chocolate, and that's the episode. Like, what are we doing? Why is and then Eric Kripke's like, no, it's really clever because it actually is more like an allegory for something else. Trust me, it's gonna be so clever. The characters will learn from this. Things will be learned.
It's gonna be awesome.
He goes and starts trying to eat the thing out of the bin. That gives us an opportunity to overhear Butcher and Huey arguing about whether they should use the V1 or whether they should just kill all the soups. Again, it's not really development. This is just restating the basic stakes of the show. So he eats the chocolate and he gets sick. Oh dear. They make him throw it up. And then he has another dream of Homelander where he asks Tara to fuck him. Huey Butcher thanks Huey for saving Tara. Butcher looks at this award. Look, I've called it the Lenny Award. It's an award that Denethor had on his mantelpiece because he decided he liked the sun, actually.
Before you say it, I just want to stress, because I don't know if we've done a good job stressing how much this is like the plot of this entire like the boys centric argument. It's like, we need to use this. Well, we're gonna kill all the soups. No, we need to keep our friends alive. No, that's too much risk. We can't do that. So this happens. This whole thing goes down. The dog eats chocolate. It throws it up. They fucking use rubbing alcohol, and Butcher, with like puppy dog eyes, turns to Huey and goes, "When we get some of that V1, you could give that to our friends. they can live."
He's having a heart scene. This is Butcher again, spinning his fucking wheels. He's back to Nice Butcher.
That was it.
Nice Butcher is here.
Yeah.
We're not going to give the chocolate to the other soups.
You can have some of it as long as we have time. Oh,
it's so good, yeah.
As soon as the virus is ready, we'll use it, whether we've got the V1 or not. But if we get the V1 in time, give it to Starlight and Kimiko. Like, thank you so much. That's very kind and generous of you.
As if those are the only two soups in the whole universe who are good, and they're not even good anyway.
Dude, his dog's about to die. He's like, all right, we'll let two of them live.
Yeah.
Two of them in it. We'll let two of them live.
The dog starts fucking a toy, and that's the end of that. So now we move on to Sage's story, where we get to appreciate her genius.
This one is particularly nothing, isn't it? Like,
I think it is.
What is the point?
So Soldier Boy gets in the lift. She asks if he's found V1, and whether Stan Edgar has talked. He says no. Ashley goes for a meeting with her. They talk about withdrawing soups from Ukraine because it's really current. And that markets are tanking. Sage says that Homelander wants to do it. She offers Ashley a drink. Then she starts talking to Voldemort, and she wants Voldemort to read Soldier Boy's mind because Sage can't figure out what he wants because she's really smart, but not smart
enough.
Specific instance.
Even though Soldier Boy's pretty predictable in every way, other than the one way they never can settle on what the fuck he thinks.
Yeah. And they have a quick chat about their parents, because we don't need to know any of that stuff. This is just where she talks about how she cured cancer again, and it's just, and how Ashley wanted to be like her mum. And Sage says, oh, you can still be like your mum, strong and pushy, and Ashley gets annoyed and says that Sage is manipulating her. And Sage says that like her plan is she's just revealing this to Ashley because I guess she knows Ashley won't reveal it to anybody else, even though she probably should. Sage says that phase 1 is controlling the country, phase 2 is controlling the world. She wants the virus released because that will trigger a world war, and then she can hide in her bunker reading forever. But it means that Homelander has to die.
Which
And,
this makes her the most evil character in the show.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah,
it makes her
yeah.
more evil than Homelander because she wants everybody to die. Homelander wants most people to die, so she's worse than him.
It's a numbers game.
That's crazy that she could actually out Homelander in terms of the evil front, and yet this character will get a happy ending.
Mm-hmm.
Gets to go to Harry Potter land.
Yeah. She does. So is it really a happy ending, or is it just eternal torment?
I guess it's
I
up
would say
to
it's
how
torment,
much you
but-
enjoy.
I mean, she
Harry
leaves
Potter
with a
land.
smile on her face.
Well, yeah,
so
she's
I'd
so
say, yeah,
retarded
she's got a
that
happy
she'll have
ending.
fun no matter what. Is kind of the
Dude,
argument.
I
for
love
that.
it because she's not really written to be all that smart.
No,
Like that's not. It's so So when they actually make her stupid, they lobotomize her. They make her really dumb. But when she actually isn't being lobotomized, they've just removed the powers. She's still kind of like retarded, you know.
Well,
She's,
it's
like,
kind of
for the juxtaposition.
fascinating, isn't it? Right? Like, yeah, that basically the conclusion to be drawn is that without Compound V, she's like an idiot. She's not a normal person. It's not like when like in Futurama when the monkey with the hat he gets like moderate intelligence, so that's why he goes to business
know that
school, which
reference
makes
now.
Farnsworth really. That's right. It's not like that. It's like she's actually like an idiot, like a fool.
Yeah.
And that is the end of her story. Soldier Boy is next. He notes that Homelander is pissed off. It's because Stan Edgar hasn't talked yet, so Soldier Boy suggests he has a go, and Homelander says, no, I don't trust you, and Soldier Boy says, well, you didn't kill me, so I feel like I owe you. I just need an hour with Edgar, so they both go up to meet him. Edgar basically says that he handed Soldier Boy to the Russians way back when because Homelander was more promising. And he reasons that he's only still alive because Homelander can't bring himself to kill a parent figure, just in case we were wondering what the dynamic between Homelander and Soldier Boy was. It wasn't sufficiently clear, I suppose.
Yep.
Yeah, Soldier Boy just brags to Edgar that he's tracked down Zoe, and so he asks where the V1 is, and Edgar says he doesn't know, but he knows someone who might, which is Mr. Marathon, A-Train's predecessor on the Seven. Because he just keeps curious. He has a very keen interest in Vought history, so he might know. So they go off to LA together. Mr. Marathon is kind of this washed-up ex-actor who now just makes superhero films with Sony.
Just so you know, Platoon, I don't know if you do, but this is just a supernatural reunion. That's the point of this.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
I got that sense.
It's completely self-contained nonsense, this whole sequence.
Yeah, it's just there's people, including Seth Rogen, playing poker, and they interrogate Marathon. He takes him to the basement. Then it turns out there is a superhero there who can just knock Homelander out. That seems
fucking believable. We just did the enriched uranium, and now we've got a soup who, if he breathes on Homelander, will knock him out. What? As if we don't have enough fucking ways to take Homelander out. We've now got another one.
Pretty cool.
And it knocks him out for a little while because all these washed-up actors and Seth Rogen, but I repeat myself, he basically pitches that, well, Homelander's changing everything too much, and we just want to go back to the good old days, so why don't we kill him now, and you, Soldier Boy, be leader of the Seven? And Soldier Boy says, no, nobody fucks my son but me. I know how that sounds. And then he starts killing people by tricking the speedster into running into them.
Which we know now doesn't work well enough that way with how they establish the speedy works. But also, just harshly cornering yourself as a writer. Soldier Boy absolutely wants him dead to the point where he nearly did it himself. And it's like, okay, well, he has the chance now. It's like, no, he changed his mind. No, now he wants him alive, actually. You're like, what's the motive? You're like, if anyone's going to kill him, it has to be him.
But I'm not going to do it, though.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna. You're like, it's a fucking show. And so, yeah, everyone just starts exploding.
Yeah.
Yep. Throws them in, and then they explode into guts. Wow, look at that.
And then he
He does
pours
the
baby oil
same
on the
thing
floor.
over and over again. It's so stupid.
It repeats about 4 times basically. Of
Yeah.
he runs, and then Soldier Boy throws the next person into Sam, and then he blows him up, and then he throws the next person. Oh, Castiel, there he goes. Oh, Seth Rogen.
They literally
boom.
show us how speedsters work in this season, and this guy
Yeah.
cannot evade Seth Rogen. Are you serious? Like, it's
Yeah.
one thing if they change the mechanics as we go, and it's like, well, that's kind of annoying. It's really convenient, but whatever. They literally stop to show you how cool it is when the A train can run.
Yeah.
And it's, I don't know, it's insane.
But he trips Marathon up in the end with some baby oil, breaks his leg, interrogates him. And then Homelander sort of just appears. He's woken up now, and then he crushes his head. And so they agree that they need to go find Bombsite, because that's the information they got from all of that scene. That was worth it, I suppose. And at this point, the very final bit of the episode, the anthology episode kind of forgets that that's what it is. So we rejoin Firecracker, even though this isn't really her part of the episode. And she tells tells Homelander about how she fucked Soldier Boy, etc. And he already knows because Soldier Boy has told him, but Soldier Boy has also told him about their pillow talk after, and that she would tell him things about him. So while she says, like, she goes all loyal and says, "Oh, you gave me everything. You're brilliant. Being with like the light of your father is better than with no light at all," etc. And Homelander says, "No, that's all cool. I like that you're loyal. What I don't like is the pillow talk stuff." And then he pierces her head on the left wing of an eagle, and now she's dead. The end.
It's kind of weird. So the pillow talk is her explaining she's not fond of the whole plan with the god stuff, right?
Yes.
Stuff he already knew because he can read her heart.
Yes.
So,
So he learns nothing new.
Doesn't really work, does it?
No.
But it's her
what's
time's
the-
up,
what's-
so she's out.
You got to show the wide shot though after she's been impaled. It's very funny.
So at this point, he's killed like so many people of his own team. He's the-
Again, look how strong that marble and then statue must have been.
It's just hanging there.
It's just the image. Look at that with her knees slightly bent.
Yeah, killed by the left
Pretty
wing.
sturdy.
But yeah, I assume what you were getting at there, Metal, is that Homelander's got a way higher body count of superheroes than the boys do.
Well, the funny
not
stat
only that,
is
also
the 7,
just
right?
the whole. Yeah, the 7. It's just so many people of his own team as well. Where I just wonder, how are they just covering that up, because they don't even address it anymore. They just go to the next episode and talk about that one hero's like, oh, he was a martyr who did like they just pretend the whole Starlight
Meanwhile,
thing is like this
Translucent.
broad.
That was like a thing for the whole season.
Blank, but yeah.
Yeah, the boys have killed Translucent, one member of the 7 in the entire 5 seasons so far. Homelander has killed Firecracker. He killed Black Noir.
He killed A-Train.
He killed A-Train.
Yeah, Black
This
Noir.
is so stupid. Like, what the fuck have you guys done? Homelander's the one that's running through the 7. It's not the boys.
It's so fucking weird because obviously, or at least to me, obviously, it was the thing. We gotta have to fight through all these heroes and eventually get to Homelander in some way. But yeah, as just pointed out, he's been doing all the work while they just fuck around and get fucking captured and put in prison for a year or some bullshit.
Good job, Kripke.
Wonderful job, which takes us to episode 6 and the return of Paul Reiser. He's back now, which means you already know basically the subject of every line he's going to speak, because he has one trick.
Well, it was funny because I think Nick was like, oh yeah, Soldier Boy dialogue is just him saying, oh, I fucked this person in this way at this time. It's like, that's Paul Reiser's dialogue, okay? It's like, oh yeah, I guess it's more than one person, but still. A shame too, because he's a really good actor.
Yeah. So he's working at a Vought Cinema, and MM goes to meet him and tells him they're looking for Bombsite, and Paul Reiser says, no, you don't want to meet him. But MM explains about the V1 and how if Homelander finds it, it's kind of game over. And then he threatens him basically, and Reiser says, well, you sound like Butcher, because that's theme. And but he agrees to help find Bombsite anyway. So he is now on side. It's going to be quite easy for them to do this. They probably could have done it without him, but I guess they want to pay off his character, such as it is. Meanwhile, you have Sage testing her attempts to remake V1, And she's doing it on sort of various random poor people. And so the only one you see this work on is the guy who just shits himself to death, inevitably. This is where Deepa arrives then asking about Firecracker, and Homelander just tells him she's dead because she was a non-believer. And Sage gives Deepa a task, and this is the pipeline introduction. Go and tell people the pipeline is good because we need oil for some reason. And he agrees to do it because he's a lackey and he has no spine. Then she tells Homelander that she's tried and tried, she can't replicate V1. And he correctly points out that Fred Vought can't have been smarter than her because she is the smartest person in the universe. So he tells her to keep trying. Though if I were him, I'd be really suspicious as to why she's the smartest person in the universe and can't do this. But I guess he's just not thinking about it, maybe?
Listen, God doesn't have to bother with mere mortals, you know? He doesn't have to have consistency or think about stuff. That's other people's job. He should send the Deeps to think for him, actually.
So you guys know, this is the intro where they have the boys on screen and then a corpse blood poops on it.
Yes.
Oh god, yeah, you're right.
I just needed all of you to understand how important that storytelling was.
That's another childhood memory gone and replaced with that memory now.
Yep.
Thank you.
My job.
That's my job. I'm really glad
The
we're
boys
friends.
have a new plan. Because Homelander's Jesus coming celebration is scheduled. They know where, they know when. And so they have a plan. They're going to put some virus in an air freshener. They're going to sneak into this place, which is obviously not going to be heavily guarded, because why would it be? They're going to leave the air freshener on a timer, and it's going to spray him with virus. And Huey says, well, can't we wait longer to get V1? But Butcher says, no, we're out of time, and Starlight agrees with Butcher, because she's evil. But then MM then brings Paul Reiser in at this moment and says, well, no, we now have a way to find Bombsight because we can just go through his girlfriend who is in a retirement village near here. She can get a message to Bombsight, and if we get Bombsight, we get the V1. And so Huey says this is obviously an opportunity, right? We can still get the V1 in time before we do the whole virus plan. And he makes Frenchie and Kimiko promise that they will do it. So they say, yep, sure, we'll do it. We'll go and do the thing you want to do while you are given the virus that you don't want to do, and you can go with Starlight to plant the virus. What could possibly go wrong with this plan? That's the division of labor that we have going forward. So that's it. There's the race against each other. One has to install virus, one has to get V1 from Bombsight. Then you have... Yes?
No, I just said exciting.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't it just, yes? I didn't even register that word. It's lost all meaning to me. So Sage and Ashley, though, they're having a fight over in Vought Tower because Sage still wants Ashley to read Soldier Boy's mind, and Ashley doesn't want to do it because she doesn't want to have anything to do with bringing on the apocalypse that Sage told her she wants to bring on. So Sage demands to know whether she's in or out, and Ashley says out, so then Sage goes for plan B and she chloroforms Ashley, and this leaves her alone in the room with Voldemort, who agrees to help. So Voldemort is now going to puppet the body.
I don't know if they know, but if that's absorbed into the blood through the lungs as a way to neutralize someone, that means both heads would be down, not just the main one.
You would think, given they're attached to the same head.
But never mind, don't worry about it.
So, yeah, she agrees to help because they say Homelander cannot be allowed to become immortal. And, yeah, they're going to read Soldier Boy's mind when he comes in. Kimiko then and Paul Reiser, they enter this retirement home, and Reiser obviously just points at all the people he used to fuck, etc. It's really exciting dialogue. The one they're after is Goldie. Goldie is this old Asian lady who is Bombsight's old girlfriend, and Kimiko is a big fan, and she tells her that she learned how to speak English by reading subtitles from her old TV shows. But Goldie refuses to help and says that she just hasn't seen Bombsight in years, so they just leave. They give up very easily because, as Kimiko tells Butcher, she didn't want to have to hurt a bunch of old people. Butcher says they're not people, so he and MM go in to hurt old people.
He's on evil mode again. No,
yeah.
Butcher.
And Paul Reiser's not very happy with this. Like, he tries to get MM to stop Butcher, but MM says Butcher's the only one making sense because he's also flip-flopping on evil. And Reiser again says he's turning into a monster like Butcher, and then he leaves. So that's great. Theme stuff is occurring.
Well, there's a great theme line from him where he says to MM, MM says, go butter popcorn. Then he says, oh yeah, better than turning into whatever the fuck you're turning into.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful line. It tells you everything. It's like, oh,
It's so deep.
Yes.
So insightful. Over with Starlight and Huey, they
Did
have
you say it's the deep, or did you say it's so deep?
I said it's so deep.
It is
I
the
know you just said it's the deep. Like, good one.
I'll retroactively claim credit for that one. So, Huey and Starlight, in their part of the plotline, are wasting time lying on top of a car, making shapes out of clouds. She says that it's one of her favorite things to do, and he says, "Oh, you make it sound like it's the last time we're ever going to do it." But he says, "No, it's going to be fine. We'll get the V1. She'll be safe." And she says, "Oh, I don't know where your unshakable hope comes from." And so, this being the boys, he tells a story about how his dad taught him it, and then we move on, because that's the only thing they know how to do in these scenes. It's always, oh, character moment. I remember this time with my parent when they did thing which taught me the value of X, and now I have hope. And, yeah, it's cool, but we've had it so many times before, you don't even have to dwell on the damn thing. Soldier Boy then storms into Sage's office. He demands to know why he's been recruited for the call sheet for this church thing for Homelander the next day. And she says he has to cover for Firecracker. And he tells her that they haven't found the V1 yet, so he's busy tomorrow. But while he's doing this, Voldemort is supposedly reading his mind and finds out that they have a lead on V1, finds out that that lead is Bombsight. And so Sage learns that, shockingly, though it shouldn't be because she's clever, they are searching for him, they know who he is, and they haven't told her, and they haven't done that deliberately. So Sage tells Voldemort it's time for Phase 3. She's going to cut her losses, cut out her tracking chip, leave the building, never come back, and just go into hiding. So that's her plan now.
She's a genius.
Obviously it isn't. I know she is. She's so clever.
Smart.
Her real plan, obviously, is that she's going to go hook up with the boys and help them instead, because why not? She needs salvation from somewhere. So Kimiko and Busher go back into the old folks' home. Goldie then tries to fight them off. She has powers, but MM drugs her unconscious, and they kidnap her and wheel her out of the building. But it being the boys, it's time for a fight scene involving a man with a comically extended scrotum. So that fight happens, but Kimiko at least stops him killing people.
It was like a squeaky wheel that gave away they were in a room, and I was like, how the hell did they get this far without making a sound like that? They're all in the room. They even get the chair that far. And then on top of all of that, they're like, well, ha ha ha, you can't do anything because we're injecting you. It's just like, take the IV out of your hand. Why didn't she do that?
Yeah.
And then it's just like, we gotta. Sometimes these writers, they just create so many fucking problems for themselves. The most easy scene ever, but I mean, to be fair, it kind of gets outclassed by the ball sack nunchuck scene, so.
Fucking hell. What power can we do now? Well, we had a massive cock. How about we make some long balls? Diabolical. Fucking hate this show.
It sucks. It sucks. I don't know how much Kripke was paid for it, but how much was too much. Anyway, we get to jump away now and do some retroactive damage to Soldier Boy's continuity. So he and Homelander go to what they think is Bombsight's last known address, but all they find there is a laptop on a table, which is playing a sex tape. And you hear the sounds of Homelander basically fucking an amputee Stormfront. And this very much upsets Soldier Boy, because though in season 3 he was very much in love with Crimson Countess, I think it was, now it turns out he was always really in love with Stormfront, and so he's angry and he punches Homelander. And yeah, it's great.
You'd think this actually sets him on a path of being 100% anti-Homelander, but it turns out, no, it's the complete opposite of that. Also, Homelander immediately surmises this is the work of Sister Sage trying to fuck with him. And it's like, man, if only she was a super genius and found a way for that video to play in front of Soldier Boy in a way that wouldn't have given away it was her. But I guess she's just not smart enough for that.
So they have a brief argument, and Homelander says that he loved her and couldn't let her go, and acknowledges that was the same for Soldier Boy, even though it definitely wasn't. And Soldier Boy tells him to shut the fuck up. And and Homelander concludes, as you say, that this was Sage manipulating them. And Soldier Boy then flips at this point, and he says that well, obviously, without the V1, Homelander can't live forever, but Homelander doesn't deserve to live forever. Fuck him.
All right. Switched back into anti-Homelander 100%. Okay, we're settled on this now, right? Writers, we're good? Yes?
But even though, like, he's now found out that his son was fucking the love of his life, that doesn't make him angry enough still to try and zap Homelander and remove his powers, because we're still not ready for that, even though... Like, everything we know about Soldier Boy suggests that should basically trigger automatically just because of who he is as a person, even if he doesn't mean to. But never mind, I suppose. You know, we'll do something with that power. There will be some sort of payoff, I'm sure, in the future. We go then back to Huey and Starlight. They've broken into the back rooms behind the church where Homelander's ceremony is going to be held. And they know that there's pictures of all these psychics lined up on all the walls, and they wonder why that is. And they break into a morgue that's there, and they find Firecracker's body. And Starlight isn't sure how evil she's supposed to be at the moment, so she says she should feel happy about this, but instead she feels sad, which is weird.
Well, she read the script, so she knows she had a tragic ending. So Starlight probably watched the episode, honestly, on TV, because I think that's what all the characters do now.
It does seem to be the way, yeah. And we go back then to Butcher's group. Goldie tells him she doesn't know how to reach bomb site. So he threatens to torture her, but Frenchie says no, she's telling the truth. And they go to just a random nondescript building, and who should be sitting there waiting for them but Sister Sage? Because she's smart, so she can pull information out of the ether and just teleport places. So she's here and she says, I want Homelander dead now, so I'm joining you.
I think... it is out of character for Butcher to not immediately shoot her in the head and then fill her heart with bullets as well.
Yep.
This is the thing with someone like Sister, and I know she hasn't been written smart. I know. However, if she turned up here, I would be like, you can't convince me you're on our team because you're Mr. fucking fourth dimensional chess. So no matter what you tell me, I'll assume you're running another game. So I'd rather just take my chances and I'll just kill you.
Mm-hmm.
But no, she's lucky enough to just convince them by saying, hey, I could have beaten you and I didn't already, so there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, she says she didn't betray them, so that means she's telling the truth, which is just not how that works, but, you know. Apparently it is. Elsewhere, that Vought pipeline has exploded, so Deep's very unhappy. He wakes up on a beach, a fish dies and says, we know it was you.
Which doesn't make any sense already, because that means the fish know that he's one of the victims of this event, that he thought it was tragic, and that he's only advocated for it, and that they would probably know already who did it, but he at least knows who did it, and he can tell them.
Yep.
Doesn't
very strange. Also, again, more Kripke, just weird animal abuse. I find it's just... And also making fun of it, because, you know, it's jumping ahead a little bit, but the show seems to almost find it hilarious that the Deep is upset about, like, 1 billion fish dying, which I don't understand that. Like, I don't get it. Like, what, because they're fish, who gives a shit? Because, I don't know, man, a million fish dying instantly? Yeah, no, I know, but it's almost like that's what Kripke thinks, but, like, personally, like, when 1 million fish die... that really, 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 really sucks. That happened in the Murray, like, some years ago. And it's like, dude, that's a catastrophe. Like, I don't know why we're like, haha, that's funny. Why would you even care that a bunch of fish died? I don't know, man.
Well, so to be clear,
what do you think?
This makes so little sense that fans of the show have constructed that alternate view that I mentioned in the previous part, which is that he's got, like, a schizophrenic self-hatred that brings voices to the animals where they have none. And they are only knowledgeable of things that he is, and that he's punishing himself by having them think he's to blame for the pipeline when he isn't. Like, that's the workaround people have constructed, because this is just a major hole in the writing. It doesn't make any sense.
Dude,
he's not responsible for the destruction of the pipeline.
They should be called fan theories, because that's, like, what they are, in terms of efforts to repair a show that's just kind of not worth the effort, lads.
Yeah, like, why spend time? You fix that, you gotta fix plenty of other shit before you can get anywhere with this show.
You do indeed. So we then go back to Frenchie and Goldie. It turns out nobody even mentioned to Goldie that they were after V1, because the minute Frenchie does mention that they're after V1, she says, oh, I'll just tell Bombshead to give it to you. He doesn't want it. So if they just mentioned this in the retirement home, then we could have saved ourselves quite a lot of time. But I suppose they didn't think to do that. She explains that Bombsight got it for her, but she refused it because getting old and watching, well, him getting, he left because he didn't want to watch her get old because she refused it. But she says she doesn't want to live forever because that would be torture. Summer is only beautiful when you know that winter is coming.
I almost want to. I don't know if it's. We're gonna have to wait, but just they established pretty quickly that Bombsight's whole thing is he would like to be young and powerful forever with the woman he loves. She doesn't want to be young forever. She wants to eventually die. That doesn't even make sense on its own because V1 doesn't prevent you from dying. It prevents you from aging. You can choose to die whenever you want. And I think she even says at one point, "It's like, well, yeah, but I wouldn't want to have to like do it." And it's just like, you'd rather die some horrible disease once you're old enough instead of being able to choose whatever you want, instant death with full autonomy? I don't really understand the logic there. Then secondly, of course, the way they solve this is with a deal between Soldier Boy and Bombsight that doesn't make any sense. Bombsight is like, yeah, take my powers and my ability to age, give it back so that I can grow old with her, when she's already fucking like 40, 50 years older than him.
Yep.
So none of it makes any sense. We've only just met Bombsight and they assassinate him twice.
Good job. Yeah, she would just say this age, even if you put it at now. It's like not a reverse age.
No, yeah, it doesn't work.
That thing. So
obviously, the real reason they've done it is they want someone to cast a little mirror up on Frenchie and Kimiko again, because Frenchie asks Kimiko if that's what she feels, and she says, "Yeah, I talked about it with Starlight off screen." And V1 means I'd have to watch. We'd have to watch Frenchie and Huey waste away, and we don't want to do that. So we're willing to die for them. So it's fine if we just go for the virus plan. Which is fine to have mirrors, but you should probably make sure that both reflections make internal sense before you start being clever.
That'll be worthwhile. And Bombsight is played by the bully that got a horrendous fucking ending in season 4 of Stranger Things.
Mm-hmm.
Most people don't even remember.
Him. I thought I recognized him.
Yeah, guy gets split in half, even though from his perspective, like, it's totally understandable. He was obviously incorrect, but everything that he saw made him lose his mind. It's like, yeah, I probably
honestly,
should, but then
as his body melts into the ground, he would only be like, I was right and I failed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. He died believing he was right.
Isn't it crazy that in this show he basically just survives? And in that show,
he just runs off,
ripped to pieces in half. That's just, and I don't know. It's just normally I wouldn't say that, but yeah, this show that's kind of odd.
Yeah, so then Starlight and Huey were doing the virus plan. They go all the way into this totally unguarded, very, very high security place where obviously there are guards everywhere, but they are not actually there today. And they notice that there's this giant Jesus-like statue of Homelander. And Huey goes to install this air freshener, but then Father comes out and he confronts Starlight, and she lies to him badly about why she's here. She says she's just come to try and convince him of the error of his ways, but he knows that that's bullshit. So he then attacks her, and Starlight is another, less, I think, obnoxiously than Homelander, but she's still, her power level fluctuates wildly too. Sometimes she's really powerful and doesn't have much trouble beating people, and then against any random soup, she might just get beaten the shit out of, as in this case. Because he overpowers her easily. She can't even land a hit on him.
It's also just the point that so boring. They're about to complete their plan, and then it's just like, sorry, Father's walked into the room. You're like, again, you know what I mean? Like the soap opera. It's almost like shit theater. It's just like, yes, and here comes this character. Whoa, hello. Isn't this conflict?
And the crowd goes wild.
How dare you compare it to wrestling? Wrestling's written way better than this.
Depends.
So Huey steps out to rescue Starlight, and he says, I've got this virus, and I will let it out unless you let her go. She's already taken the antidote, so she'll be fine. Which is such obvious horseshit, so obviously Father believes him. And he lets them go.
Well, and specifically, there's several times where Father turns his back to Annie, and it's just like, so just kill him. You can kill him now. Yep. It only takes, 2 seconds to charge up a blast. He's not going to be able to yell at you in time, so just and then you could even fly away. I don't know. She just sucks. She sucks so much.
She's awful.
So I meant to ask, did she have super strength since the beginning? I feel like she didn't have that early
Yeah,
on.
she did. She did.
D- She did?
Yeah.
If you remember her
Okay.
first
use
training
it often,
montage
but-
in season 1, she's punching a concrete wall to pieces.
Oh, yeah. I just always
She's
only
quite
remembered...
powerful in terms of her moveset. She can fly, the blast electricity. She can even drain electricity as like a part of the. That's actually kind of useful in certain circumstances. And then she can punch real hard.
Those are the power, because those were just powers I remembered when I saw her just beating people up, like would throw them around. It's like, wait, is that a thing? But I guess just everybody that has V in him just has superpowers like that.
A
on
lot
top
of them,
whatever else they do.
because she has, she was shot by a sniper and survived as well. Like she's got really good durability as well. So you just have to wait until the show sort of confirms these things. You never know
if they do that. Yeah.
if they do that.
So O-Father lets them leave, doesn't immediately call Homelander, doesn't really do anything about it. They just head off.
Yep.
This then is Black Noir's second death scene arrives. So Deep is crying, and Black Noir 2 laughs at him and says it's payback for him shoving eels up the arse of his favorite director. And Deep then chokes him with a cable. And we know that, like, Black Noir 2, he can fly, he can do all kinds of shit. He just doesn't try it in this scene. He just lets himself get choked and then stabbed in the neck.
I don't even know what to say. Like, when you see this scene, what do you do with this? You're just like...
It's a tad awkward because, like, I guess I don't care, but I want the Deep to avenge those fish. So...
Oh, obviously, I'm just baffled by Black Noir from season 1 to 5. What's the story? It's like, well, he's a guy who you really don't know exactly what his motives are. You find out, is it in season 2 that he's like his loyalty goes all the way back to being, is he I can't even remember anymore. Is he anti-Soldier Boy and pro-Homelander?
So season 3 is when you get the flashbacks to Nicaragua, and he's in on the plot to oust Soldier Boy.
Right.
Because he bullies him.
And then he gets, because like the Maeve hits him with the almond bar or whatever. And then he's back in, and then Homelander kills him. I can't even remember why Homelander does that. He feels like he's betrayed him or something.
Yeah, he cuts his chip out, leaves because he thinks Soldier Boy is coming for him. Then he returns because he's like the cartoon animals told him to be brave. And then he rejoins Homelander, and Homelander kills him for betraying him, I think. And then he dies, and the cartoon animals say, "You're going to Jesus now."
Yeah.
And then he's gone.
And then Homelander version 2 comes in, and we get him for this long, only for him to be like, yo, the Deep, you're like my buddy. Hey, the Deep, you kind of betrayed me. I'm going to kill some fish to piss you off. Oh, wow, it did piss you off, and now you killed me. What the hell was 5 seasons for that? What the fuck?
Just to give him like the woodland critters people, like, Irving, you were gonna save the whole world with Homelander, but now you're gonna go meet Jesus instead. We love you, Irving. Like, so cool.
Dude, it makes you wonder what the original plan was, because nobody would have planned all of that. Like, what the fuck happened behind the scenes, you know?
He was like one of the more interesting characters because you didn't really know what the fuck was going on. It's like, oh, maybe he's not on board. But I think we talked about this last week.
Yeah, it would have been cool to
maybe
see what they might have
just
done with him. Just like, that was
There's
it.
no reason to do any of this with him. He was nameless and faceless prior to season, like the season they decided to kill him. They just had they had no idea what else to do.
Well, we should acknowledge, of course, the comic book is that he's a clone of Homelander, and he's a failsafe if Homelander needs to be killed, which is a way better fucking storyline in and of itself than whatever the hell this was. But no, yes, you're right. He was killed by what? Like a fucking aux cable that he just has as part of the podcast room, and a knife on his back.
Knife.
And he does the fucking Hoffman kill. He stabs him up through the mouth, which does not kill you. That doesn't kill anybody. It just makes it bleed really bad.
As you learned in Hot Fuzz, that is a non-lethal. Injury.
Really hurts.
I want some ice cream.
I can't believe Nicholas Angel did that to James Bond.
I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so rip Black Noir 2, we hardly knew ye, and we move on. So obviously we've discussed a little bit of the fight between Soldier Boy and Bombsight goes on, and we sort of cut back and forth a little bit because Homelander has then gone to meet Paul Reiser, because he's learned that he's working for the boys, and he kind of threatens him, but Paul Rice is quite forthcoming anyway. He just says, well, it's fine, I'll tell you everything you need to know. And Homelander has this little like mini emotional breakdown in this scene, and he starts praying to the angel of Stillwell about everything he's done to earn V1 and how unfair it is that he's not being given this eternal life. And Reiser concludes that like Homelander's comfortable saying all of this in front of him because Paul Reiser is not going to leave this place alive. So
literally,
he offers him sincere advice.
Smartest line in this season. Like, I was almost surprised. I was like, wow, you let a character actually be intelligent briefly, even though, it doesn't matter that much. And I'm saying the bar is low. Like, but that is a character being aware of his own situation. I'm impressed.
Yeah, and he says all those old soups in that retirement home, they had their moment, they got shoved out. I used to do the shoving. Look at Goldie. 1 minute she's top of the world, next she's flogging random cheap tap, specifically like a kind of security necklace, which is going to be very important in a minute. He says that even Paul Reiser got shoved out. He says there's a natural order to things. The more you fight the inevitable, the more the inevitable cunt punts you. And Homelander then notices that he's saying all of this and he's not scared of him. And Reiser says, nope, he's not. He kind of feels for him. He's insane, but he says that's what talent's like. Do what you've got to do. And Homelander kind of appreciating that this is the one person in the world who's telling him something honest and without a fear motive, just lets him walk out. Says he's fine, he can go. And so he does.
It might be the best scene in the whole season.
I was about to say, this was like probably the only scene I didn't want to end myself after seeing it.
That's
like, hey, there's something here.
I didn't hate.
Unfortunately, it only makes the final Homelander scene worse again, because this is another scene that adds layers to Homelander, makes him more interesting, makes you think about what... Like, this guy basically bargains for his life by offering advice from his own history that applies to Homelander and makes him think about his own state of being. Like, oh, that's interesting. Where's that going to go? It's like, nowhere.
No.
You thought I would go somewhere? We don't do that here.
You fool!
Boys.
You foolish fool!
Yeah, so based on the information about Goldie flogging these security necklaces, he gets her one traced. That's how he knows where to go next. And he flies over. He arrives after the fight between Bombsight and Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy takes Bombsight's powers away and gives him what he doesn't actually want, but the scene decides that he does want. So I can't help but note, though, that like the premise of his powers is that they burn Compound V out of people's blood, and he uses his blast while holding the Compound V in his the V1 in his hand. It's like, so you've just ruined that shit, right?
I didn't even think about that.
No, don't worry, because it's a very fine laser that goes forward. It doesn't affect anything else, okay? Don't worry about it.
Even though you cut from the boy's perspective and you see this huge nuclear explosion in the distance. But no, the V1 is absolutely fine. And so the boys sort of run toward it. They see Homelander arrive. They see this conversation. And the conclusion of it is that Soldier Boy decides to give the V1 to Homelander.
I can't stress how fucking funny this is. Like, I want you dead. I want you gone. You're a fucker. I hope you age to death. You're the worst thing ever. However, I was thinking about it like over the past 5 minutes. I think I want you immortal, actually.
The best part is that Sage is off to the side like, wait, what's happening? This wasn't part
I
of
couldn't
my
have
plan.
predicted this.
wasn't part of
And for once, she's right, because this is unpredictable. This is crazy.
His reasoning is that it's what Clara would have wanted him to do. So...
It's
cool.
so pathetic. They just like it's just having a cake and eating it too, but over and over and over and over again. They want conflict between these two, but they also don't want Homelander gone until the last episode. So what do? It's like, well, we just keep moving it back and forth depending on the scene. We need him to be pro Homelander for this scene, I'm afraid. So he is.
Yeah. So that episode ends with Homelander injecting himself with it, and he falls to the floor, and he does a sky laser, and Butcher says, "Run." And this seems like it's a way bigger deal than it actually is, because it's not giving him any new powers, it's just making him immune to a virus. But he does a sky laser.
This was something that I saw out of context, and like I saw this before I'd watched season 5, and my assumption with the limited information I had is, okay, so what does this mean? Does this mean that he's like ultra powerful, ultra strong, like all of this, and that they are actually going to have to run from him because he's going to start like pursuing them, and then it turns out, no, not really. Like, I mean, the sky laser feels irrelevant, really. Like, it's just like, yeah, I mean, I guess now you don't age. That's all it does. But
as far as they know,
the ending,
the V1 being given to Homelander is the only thing now. It's like it'll prevent his only kryptonite, which is the poison. So basically, it's game over if he gets it. And they watch in slow motion Soldier Boy slowly decide that he will do it when they've got... Basically, the best chance they have right now is to just take him on. But Butcher doesn't do anything. And of course, you'd be like, there's two decisions to make. One, attack and stop Soldier Boy before he does this. Or two, get moving now. You need to leave because the further away you get, the faster you get. But no, they wait until he powers up and then they're like, all right, it's time to go. It's like, I think it's a bit late, guys. I think he's going to hear you. I think you're fucked.
I think that the only, I think the ending of this episode would indicate that the next episode is going to begin right at this scene, like that he's going to start chasing them, and that a couple of them are maybe going to die like immediately, right from the get-go. But instead, that is not what happens. There is a time jump, not a big one, but like we are not just going directly from that. I guess they did run, and Homelander didn't hear them, even though he absolutely would hear them. And I guess he had a chat with Soldier Boy while they slowly walked back to the car. To go back home.
It's also just weird that it seems he does like nothing, literally nothing changes. He does like the power up yell in the air, and then it's just the same as you said.
It's what was mentioned. It makes him immune to a poison, so the poison plotline's done. It's just like we were doing that for ages. Yeah, and it's just over. You're like, okay, fine, and we're going to be resurrecting a different plotline, technically. In the most baffling fucking way. This is another contender for worst episode, but then so is the finale. It is.
I mean, it's generally not advisable anyway to junk the entire McMuffin-based plot you've had for 7 episodes in your 7th episode and then flip the strategy to go after something else instead. You don't have much time in which to do that. But it's also maybe notable as well, if you just go by the evidence the show actually gives you, the V1 takes Homelander's, like, it reduces his powers. That's what it does. Because you don't really see him do a huge amount with them now until kind of the end of the show. And then he seems to be slower and weaker, and his lasers suck. So you kind of like, you look at that and say, what does it just give him like infinite life, but at the cost of all the stuff he used to have? That's how it looks. It's not what the show intends, but it's how it looks.
No, that's just a matter of them not wanting to do power scaling and not realizing that kind of, I mean, it looks like actually, no, I guess a decision has been made in the finale that Butcher can tank the laser, which, that's fine. But as we know, Kimiko cannot definitively.
Nope. But then she can.
And then it just turns into a bit of a concussive laser.
So we pick up then penultimately in episode 7. There's a big old glitzy kitsch religious service rehearsal thing preparing for Homelander's announcement as God. Homelander himself is sitting at the Oval Office at the Resolute desk, and he summons in Ashley and the President. He gives random orders like ban abortions, have breastfeeding be mandatory, ban nut milk, no more war between church and state, disband Congress.
And the President just going through that. Just going through that, buddy. Just
and the President says he can't do that, obviously, because he can't do that. And every basic, normal, functioning human being knows that he can't do that. So Homelander then tells Voldemort to read the President's mind and see if he's a true believer. And Voldemort says he's scared of you. So Homelander kills the President, and somehow this means that Ashley is now the President.
Brother Combat, I knew it.
Yeah. She's the president. What happened to the President? Oh, Homelander smushed his head, blew it up. Like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, you're the President now, I guess.
So the boys, meanwhile, they bumped into a couple of characters from Gen V whose names it's not worth remembering because they don't do anything. And their role is to kind of complain that Starlight's too cynical and miserable, so that later on they can say, "Oh, you're not cynical and miserable anymore." They give her a piece of information that she supposedly needs to track Father, and then she tells them to fuck off, and they don't like the idea, but they do. They fuck off. So they have this information that they need now. Huey, though, like, he's kind of trying to relax and chill because he's had a stressful few weeks, but he hears screaming and he goes down into the basement, and to his surprise, there is an extremely elaborate setup that he can't possibly not have known about in which Kimiko is being locked in a room with enriched uranium that they got from somewhere, and they are zapping her with it, trying to turn her into Soldier Boy. This is all done within like a minute.
Yeah.
'Cause
I
we-
saw
we
that
are
coming a mile
pivoting.
away, obviously. It was an obvious
We just-
solution.
It's just hilarious. They have a little chamber. They have enriched uranium. And now we moved on to the new subplot. Like, yeah, forget about the V1. Forget about the virus. We don't care about. Isn't that unbelievable? The virus, dead end. That was most of this season, and it's just a total dead end.
Yeah, and it is pointed out that they have to, do in a couple of hours what it took the Russians 50 years to do, so obviously that's not possible. If only they had the world's smartest person on their team who really wants Homelander to be killed.
Yeah.
Oh, but no, she's miserable and sulking because she doesn't want to help, so, rip.
Which doesn't make sense, because it's the last fucking chance they have to make this work, I guess, even though you would, of course, would be like, well, how do they know they would be able to do it in time? How do they know that it affects everybody the same way? Why is this something that, like, it just, they've decided is even remotely possible? It's like notes. Notes and notes. We found notes.
Mm-hmm. So, Huey and Starlight, they both object to irradiating Kimiko. And Frenchie says it wasn't his idea, and then Kimiko opens the door to her recently irradiated chamber and stumbles out and says it's her idea, and then she gives Frenchie a hug. And then hilariously, they talk about the children they want to have. It's like, I don't think that's happening anymore. I think you may have just tried that.
I have come to the light on this one. I think we can have babies together. It's like,
Little radioactive
You're saying this
babies.
now. I think you're gonna die this episode, mate.
Yep.
Also, I guess
Yeah.
they just moved the uranium here now.
Yeah, why
they
not?
just put
Easy.
this here.
They set this up
suppose
real
so.
quick, easily.
It's a very well-known, easy procedure to do. Let's get some
Well,
uranium.
just dealing with enriched uranium, yeah.
Set up the fucking thing.
So Huey, who you might remember is in this show, has a momentary crisis of faith. And so when Butcher presents a plan, Huey says it's over and we've lost. He has lost all of his hope, the one thing that he had, temporarily. So Butcher gives a short speech about the Spice Girls, because we've had that before and it worked last time, so it works this time. And then Huey's objections to his plan disappear, and everyone's back on board. They're going to go along with Butcher's crazy harebrained scheme, the last shot they have to take down Homelander.
Ooh.
One
Yeah,
more for the
brilliant.
road, boys. Like, let's just do something retarded again.
Deep pops in to see Homelander. He apologizes for killing Noir, and Homelander says, no, it's fine, because I'm abolishing the Seven anyway. And Deep says he would run the Seven for him because he's loyal and he's given him everything. But Homelander tells him not to make it all about himself and just dismisses him. So that's it for the Deep for now, at least. He will be back in some form.
Fortunately.
In POG form.
The boys, they've taken great care to disguise themselves. They've all worn hats. So then they walk to find Father. They go to this huge, again, another movie lot where there should be huge security and fucking cameras everywhere, but apparently not. So they go looking for him, and while they're doing that, Frenchie's been left behind to continue irradiating his girlfriend, and he asks Sage for help. He says that he just wanted to check his work. He says he can't lose Kimiko. He loves her more than Sage could ever know. And Sage tells him love is a logic error. It makes people unpredictable. If she can't predict people, she is useless.
It's
You're already
amazing
useless.
she took this long to learn that emotions make people do things that aren't
I
logical.
know. You think
That's
with all
crazy.
those books she's read, Shakespeare and all the rest of that.
big brain of hers.
Like, when you're angry, you might do something irrational. She's just learned this.
Yeah, the smartest person in the world.
So she lobotomizes herself, and we can't really tell the difference. Then we go to Huey and Butcher. They're spying on these ceremony preparations for Homelander's ascension. And Butcher, he spots a psychic on the prowl. He recognizes this psychic. And so he asks Huey to start reeling off Billy Joel songs, because Billy Joel makes you immune to psychics. And he hides Huey around a corner, trying to obviously hide from the psychic's mind-reading abilities. So we're starting to build in this penultimate episode toward what does Homelander want all the psychics for? And we are shortly to find out. But not before we go and join the Deep, who gets insulted by Samuel L. Jackson, who tells him if he ever goes in the water again, they will fucking kill him.
I
Makes no sense.
I don't want to give the show. I don't want to give the show really any credit at all. But I did laugh at him, just like, "Hey, get in the water, buddy! Come on, hop in the water, pal!" I found that mildly amusing.
It was funny enough, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, if you ignore the fact that it makes no sense, it's kind of entertaining.
By the way,
that's what I'm saying.
I thought it was nuts that Huey and Butcher get captured in the first third of the near last episode. Like, how the hell are we doing this? Like again with the whole one more for the road of like, yeah, get captured again and freed again magically. Why not? Why not one more?
And they always refuse to just call Homelander immediately.
Nope.
It's like, hey, we got the guys you've been looking for 5 seasons for a 5th time.
If they did, he would walk into the room and be like, William, so wonderful you're here to celebrate my ascension. And then he'd be like, if you're gonna do it, Homelander, just do it. And then he'd be like, no, William, I want you here to see my ascension. And you're like, yeah. Kill Huey then. He's like, no, Huey, I couldn't possibly.
So, we briefly hop away to President Ashley, of all people. She's arguing with Voldemort. Voldemort tells her to ask NATO for help. And but Ashley says, no, just let me enjoy this. I'm the president. I worked too hard to get here. And Voldemort says that she's horrible and sick and low and she's hates being stuck on this coward. And they continue fighting. And then Voldemort says, well, fuck you, then I'm leaving. I'd rather die than be this. I'm gone. You'll never hear from me again. And Ashley says, good. She puts the wig back on. She looks slightly uncertain, but she says so that she's free. So, you know, that's her mind reading abilities temporarily disabled. Also her conscience.
And just to be clear, Ashley is a fucking timecode vampire. How are you allowed to take this much screen time? Ridiculous. All for one payoff that's not even good.
It's not even good. It's just a minor mechanical thing. But, I mean, I condensed her scenes a lot, and they still sound too long. MM and Starlight, meanwhile, have also teamed up, and they are also going to try and like infiltrate the O-Father's film lot to find out what's going on. They have a different technique for combating psychics. Their technique is to vape weed, because psychics can't read your mind if you're high. That's just a rule.
Imagine they dropping psychics on us this late and then just say the rule is if you think about your favorite music, they won't detect you, or if you're high. You're just like, are you just losing your mind? Like, you just don't even know what the fuck is going on anymore. You're just like, I don't know, fuck you, shut up, we're nearly over.
How can I implement vapes into my story? Ah, yeah, the psychics. They can't read you when you're high. There you go, nailed it.
And they need it because they have this little idea, which is that they have this promo film. This is the promo film of Homelander. He receives the crown of thorns from Jesus himself. Jesus says he's not strong enough to defeat the deep state and its trans agenda, so you need to do it. And Homelander says, I'm not worthy. And Jesus says, neither was I. And Homelander gets the crown of thorns and says, I accept. The plan is that they have psychics in the room. The psychics read the minds of the focus group. So when O-Father says, what did you think of it? And they all say, I loved it. The psychics give him the true answer of how many of them really believe it in their heart of hearts. He gives that information to Homelander, and Homelander orders him to kill everybody who doesn't truly believe, which is most of the people in the room.
Wait, what?
Pretty good plan.
Okay. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Truly, we are rushing to the end. I mean, that the writer's end. They do not know what the fuck they're doing. They're just like, he's crazy, I guess. Lol, laugh my ass off, ruffle.
It's so funny. It was I don't know. It was the beginning of in the last episode. It was like, why do they have all these psychics on their wall with the pictures? And I was like, yeah, why did they have the fucking pictures up? What's the point of that? Don't you just have a list and like a fucking desk? Why do they have just all the pictures on their walls? You know what I mean? I think it's just weird.
Yeah.
It's called visual storytelling.
But at least it sets up the psychics are not only there's so many of them, but they're extremely powerful to the point where they can neutralize Butcher even when he's in tentacle mode just by looking at him or knowing he's in the vicinity. So Homelander's probably going to keep 2 of them, 3 of them maybe, on personal guard all the time.
No.
You might think that, but maybe not. We briefly do jump away to Homelander. Homelander is very impressed with this plan. He has this plan for a new theme park called Homeland. And he shows it off to Soldier Boy, and he says, look, there's a special area there. It's called Soldier Boy, Father of God. It's got all the rides in it. There'll be ticker tape parades every day. And Soldier Boy says, nah, I'm not interested, actually. And I'm going to leave for South America, and I'm never coming back. And Homelander tries to convince him to stay. And Soldier Boy says, no, I just want to get away. I don't want any of this. I gave you the V1 because of Clara, because that's what she would have wanted. This was never going to be a thing.
It's so fucking... He flip-flops all the time.
For one last
gives him
time.
the fucking V1, and now it's like, oh, I'm leaving.
One last time Soldier Boy gets to flip his motivation. It's almost a classic at this point. It's so nice to see. And Homelander himself has enough.
He does. He says, Homelander is no god, no angel came to you, you just had a wet dream. And Homelander yells, I am God. But if you want to go, go. So Soldier Boy says, good luck, son. And he walks off, and then Homelander chokes him out, says, I love you, and he's going to stick him in the fridge. And that's kind of it for Soldier Boy. Importantly, the boys don't know that this has happened.
That is so fucking important for so many reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it is honestly annoying because you know exactly why this is happening. They can't have Soldier Boy in the finale because he'd be killed. He'd have to be killed, basically. Otherwise, you just get some awkward shit about trying to knock him out or account for him. So it's like, now we're putting him in the fridge.
And that is unfortunately the end of him. We're just left with the rest of these fucking clowns.
Yeah.
So Huey and Butcher, they're chained to a desk. And Huey asks if the cancer tentacles can break them out, and Butcher explains that the psychics are so powerful that they can stop superheroes using their powers, which, just
switch it off. Insane. So OP, but okay, fuck it. Why not?
Yeah. And so yeah, Huey again is having this crisis of faith, and he tells Butcher nothing they're planning to do is going to work now. And Butcher says, well, we're going to have to get the job done, and I'll do it even if I have to drag your dead corpse all the way to the finish line. So that's, they don't know how they're going to do it because they're all tied up at the moment, but Butcher's still committed. He's going to find some way around this. Kimiko back at the boys' base is still being nuked, and Frenchie tells her that she has to stop, and then he himself opens the radiation chamber and gives her a hug. And then again, they talk about the children that they now biologically can't have because his testicles are fried.
It's just so wonderful, their relationship. I love how much they love each other, and they love each other so much, and it's so wonderful and cute and happy and romantic and wonderful and happy, and it would be so bad if anything happened. Yep.
He even says, after everything we've been through, settling down sounds nice.
Aww.
Oh no. Why would you say such a thing?
You just killed yourself. It's your fault now.
When you say fridge, do you mean a literal fridge or a writing trope fridge? No, literal freezer. Yes. He's put into a freezer, Soldier Boy, because they don't know what to do with him.
Third time? Third or second time?
Third time? Third time.
I thought it was four.
The third time.
Fourth time?
Well, so there would have been the first time it ever happened, and then he was woken up in season 3 and then put back in, and then he was woken up. Isn't he in the sideshow shit? He's in the spin-off show. He turns up.
Gen V.
Ooh.
Which means
I'm blanking.
Would he then have to have been unfrozen and refrozen for that, and then unfrozen and refrozen in this season? Oh, I could be wrong.
Depending on how the timeline works out.
It's 3 or 4.
It's 3 or 4 times, which is 2 or 3 too many.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Kimiko then collapses and starts just having a fit. So that's not looking good. So Frenchie goes to see Sage again, and he brings her some food, and he tells her that Kimiko just isn't strong enough, and he can't keep risking her life, not while he has the smartest person in the world just doing nothing. So they have a quick chat about Love Island, and he tells her that nobody understands love. There's still mystery in the world, and that's wonderful. And he says, have you never been so completely loved? And she looks at a photo of some guy, I think it's the guy from Gen V, season 2, who she liked for a bit, I don't know. And then Frenchie says, you've got no reason to help me, but I'm begging you. I love Kimiko. I can't live without her. So she says, fine.
These are grandma she's looking at, by the way.
Oh, is it? Oh, shit. I misread. I did not see that frame of that shot.
Some guy.
Well, some guy. It's, women, once they reach a certain age, it's sometimes hard to tell. That's my eyes have failed me.
Mm-hmm.
So then she says, okay, fine, I'll help. But it'll take me 2 hours to fix my brain. And so she starts lubing up a dildo because tone is important.
So essentially, she didn't help because she was too busy getting high and gooning. That's
pretty much.
what she's been doing. Pretty cool.
Wonderful, wonderful character. So back with the rest of the boys, one of the psychics phones Starlight, does like a little Terminator reference and puts on Huey's voice. And she reveals where they are. They're at the Tech Night Theater. So the psychic says that he's coming to find them, and he's going to take his sweet time doing it.
Tell
they're still watching.
Homelander, for fuck's sake. It's so painful.
I beg you.
So, other than, this is where he asked the focus group if they sincerely believe it, and then there's the difference between what they report and what they really feel. He tells Homelander this, Homelander orders them all to die. They're being watched through all of this by MM and Starlight, and Starlight, because she's still an evil bitch, says, what's the point of saving people who don't want to be saved? And this is when he tells her the story of how he got his nickname, which is that he saved a pigeon one time, and some boys bullied him and called him Mother's Milk, and then he learned that it was a badge of honor, and he saved the pigeon, and then he realized it was happiness. And so he tells her to be happy, and so she's happy now.
So you see, MM in the last episode, the legend was like, you're becoming evil. And then MM in this episode is like, I remembered I was good, and I'm good now too, and you should be good too. Yes. And so Annie's adventure of being evil is now good. We did it.
High fives all around.
And he does this under the influence of a lot of weed, so for all we know, he's just lying.
Yeah,
or he'll change his mind when it wears off. We got the origin story for his name. That's very important information that we definitely needed to have. They see the two.
Which is interesting, given that he essentially gets an animal killed in about 5 minutes. He talks about nursing this bird to health, but fuck the rat that he's dealing with, you know?
Yes, because the two soups who are going to kill all of the unbelievers in the focus group, there's Cat Girl and Dog Man again.
Dog Man.
We get an entire scene of them walking around, like crawling around, sniffing each other's asses and saying what they had for dinner. It's great.
Good stuff, yeah.
I know. But they go into the room, they start killing all the unbelievers. And this cues Starlight and MM to jump in and save the day. They start fighting them. And as has been mentioned, MM sacrifices a poor innocent little rat by throwing it at the cat creature because the cat creature is a cat. And so it will be distracted by rats. And she bites his head off.
Yeah, insatiable desire to eat the rat.
Yeah. So while all this is happening, Deep refuses to help a drowning man in the ocean because he's scared of going into the water and people film him and laugh at him, or criticize him more appropriately. And Huey and Butcher are joined by a psychic in the room that they're in. And the psychic guy takes on the guise of Negan because he's been inside Butcher's head, so he knows all about his weird cancer visions. And so he starts telling backstories again, because we need to do this. Backstories in the penultimate episode. This is where you always expect to find them.
This is one of the funnier ones, though, because if anyone isn't clear, Butcher's a horrifying monster throughout this show. He's done horrible, horrible, horrible things, and Huey knows about most, if not all of them.
Yep.
The revelation in this scene is, Butcher isn't as good as you think. It's like, oh.
I was screaming at my screen. Or it's like, we know this. He knows. This does nothing. What are we doing? Like, this is useless. Fuck.
Crazy
and
revelation.
That revelation is that Butcher and Negan, they were together in Iraq. Butcher was leading a mission against Islamic State. He demanded that his men follow him to go after their target, even though they knew they were surrounded and that they didn't have the firepower to take it out. Negan told him that it wasn't worth pursuing. He was going to get them all killed. He pursued anyway. He got them all killed. He left Negan behind to die, and he was the only person who made it out. And he says there's lots of dead canaries in his coal mine.
I shit you not, this ranks about 203 on the worst things Butcher has done. So,
yep.
Who the fuck cares? Why would this change anything about anything anyone thinks of Butcher?
Yeah.
He tried to see for a baby.
He tried to exploit, yeah.
He ripped a woman in half in front of her daughter in order to stop them winning and consigning the world to Homelander. So, he's awful. But Huey isn't really a character, so this isn't going to shake him. In fact, he weirdly emerges from this with more hope than he had going in. So,
why not?
There is that.
Why not?
Negan also reveals that because he's been inside their heads, he knows exactly where Sage and Kimiko are and what the boys are planning to do there. And then he leaves to go and tell Homelander this information belatedly. So he's got some important stuff, though, that he now knows where to go. He knows where the boys have been hiding out. Huey asks Butcher if any part of that story that he just heard was true, and Butcher says, yep, every word of it. And then the psychic comes back into the room with a big knife, and he says he wants Butcher to watch as he kills Huey for no particular reason. And then Huey, he remembers some crime scene photographs, because this psychic was a criminal who killed his own little brother, I think it was, and then the rest of his family. So he starts, he just remembers this from somewhere, and he starts thinking about them to distract the psychic, and then Butcher just gets up and uses cancer tentacles to kill the psychic because he's no longer in his head suppressing them. Even though he just left the room, so he wasn't doing that then. I don't know. But anyway, the psychic's dead. They're free.
It's an amazing bit of writing. It's like, we got to distract the psychic. How? Well, he's actually a psycho serial killer. It's like, okay, I happen to know about one of those cases, and I've seen all the pictures of it. Oh, if you just think about it, it'll distract him, and then Butcher can kill him, because that's apparently how the powers work. Okay.
I gotta be honest, I'm kind of happy with what we got. Otherwise, we would have got some really bad dialogue about how, you know what, when we're not doing the boy stuff, me and Annie watch a lot of true crime.
Yeah.
Oof.
It just... I mean, that's just pretty much what it was anyway.
Yeah, it just establishes that Huey has literally and temporarily a photographic memory, and it's never going to come up again. So yeah, they are now free. They try to call Frenchie to warn him, but they can't seem to get hold of him. Starlight and MM, they get the rest of the surviving members of the focus group to safety. They send them to the Gen V character's house. So they're going to be safe there. Back at the boys' base, Sage has helped Frenchie correct the numbers. They run this experiment one last time because it won't be able to be run again because Kimiko can't, for some reason, heal one more time. They run it. Frenchie activates the radiation chamber. The clock starts ticking. Kimiko starts screaming. Frenchie says no, she can't take it. Have to stop the test. And Sage says no, we can't do it again. So this has to be the one time it works, and it does. But then an alarm goes off. The alarm they've rigged on the roof because a superhero has just flown over, and oh dear, Homelander has arrived.
I wish to be clear. This warning system means it is 3 minutes until Homelander reaches them. Is this tracker positioned on the moon or perhaps Mars? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? How does a tracker on the roof tell you that Homelander is on the way and you've got 3 minutes? What are you talking about?
Just locates where he is, and then it uses average human walking speed, and it calculates the difference. Like, how long would it take him to walk very casually in? Because that's what he's going to be doing, and they know that. He would never fly in.
They show us, though. They show Homelander fly to the moon and back in seconds as a gag in the next episode. The
same episode where he flies about 20 kilometers per hour.
Well, they also make
less than that.
Huge fucking mistake here there's so much wrong with... I hate this whole fucking sequence, because Homelander would just immediately x-ray the whole building. He would see Frenchie immediately. And he would also see a big block of zinc. He'd be like, huh.
I wonder why there's zinc here.
Now, that's speculation on how he should be operating, but the show can at least never show us that he sees that, except it does. He literally sees a whole blocked part of his vision, so he's like, huh, I'm gonna go there. But Frenchie does the hero thing. He taps, makes a sound, and so Homelander's drawn to him. Drawn to him so fast, by the way, that once again, why the fuck are you showing us this shit? Because it ruins everything in the future. If he's going to be this fast, which I'll try and show you now, because it's kind of absurd. The way they're going to defeat Homelander is because they can prevent him from launching, essentially. But in this, Frenchie taps, and he appears like immediately. Remember, A-Train kind of fast. So, and then of course he already knows about the zinc area.
Unbeatable.
He knows that there's people in this area beyond Frenchie. He knows there's plenty of information. It's like how
can he not see them? How can he not see?
Because of the zinc, he can't see through zinc.
But he can't hear like the heartbeat.
That's the other thing.
It's soundproof zinc.
He can't hear her talking through zinc.
If this little tab makes him aware of where Frenchie is, they've been shuffling around that fucking zinc thing the whole time. Like,
oh yeah, they're making sounds in there for sure.
They're making sounds louder than this, and it's not reacting to it. So none of this works.
No, it's all horrible, and it's just because they're only killing Frenchie. Okay, they're not killing anyone else.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
So I guess you just get Homelander to kind of try to mentally torture Frenchie, or without even really caring, try to get some information out of him when he's already got the fucking clue of the vent, the big zinc one.
Mhm.
Just go check it, dude.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unlosable situation. What does it even mean to lose? Like, only killing one person and then walking away and flying off when you haven't achieved your goal?
Especially when he's
I mean,
caught
that'd
them
be-
so
that'd
off
be
guard.
bad.
He has Frenchie at his mercy. It's like, oh man, I wonder what else is in this
Mhm.
building. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But no.
I wonder if you have no other priorities but to work on this problem right now.
And I wonder if we're going to have
This
the
is the biggest
fucking
problem.
third, if not fourth character go on a rant about how much of a pussy Homelander is again.
Mhm.
Wow, this place seems
They
like it's got
have
a lot of information. I better send the deep here as soon as I leave.
Nah.
Yeah. So yeah, he gets Frenchie. Frenchie gives him the finger. Frenchie basically says he's just a pathetic weakling shit creature that nobody cares about, and that they've recreated Soldier Boy's powers and they are now coming for him. He opens the radiation tanks, and this time Homelander is fine with that because continuity. Who the fuck cares? And there was some talk that there was a version of Frenchie's actual death scene filmed. In other words, that you see Homelander stab him with his fingers, because I think there is a behind-the-scenes shot of him doing that. But we don't see it.
and
We
you
cut
can
to black.
because you see the injury as well.
Yeah.
'cause
Yes.
it's bleeding out when you cut
Also,
back to
to
him.
be clear, I just as part, make sure you mention as part of the summary, Frenchie bafflingly chooses to kill Sister Sage and Kimiko here by opening up the enriched uranium with the door open, such that the radiation is so powerful it peels off Frenchie's skin by being this close. Therefore,
Like immediately, straight away.
like if Kimiko can survive
means
it,
it's-
whatever, Sister Sage is dead.
Also, this is another instance of it's nice that Homelander, the injury inflicts is cinematic rather than like ripping his head off. Because then he wouldn't be able to have his little quiet moment. Like, it's got to be one
Homelander
where
is,
he slowly dies so
just-
that he can get the last word,
Homelander's very strange in this whole sequence. He doesn't search the area further for information, let alone other people.
He leaves.
He just goes. He's like, nah, my job here is done, which is to just give Frenchie a heroic ending.
And then he'll ask in the next episode, how did your little science experiment go? Like, well, if you'd stuck around for more than 5 seconds, you would have known the answer to that question, but you didn't. You fucked off. Yeah, fuck off he does. And we cut back, and Kimiko has arrived looking for Frenchie. They see this trail of blood, and Frenchie's sort of crawling around at the end of it. And he asks if she's okay, and he's definitely not okay, because he's quite clearly dying.
Give him V.
I mean, you could just give him V. That would be an option. Or maybe, I don't know, Sister Sage, who can cure cancer in 3 days, might know some medical... No, never mind. Kimiko just thanks him for saving her, and he says, no, you saved me. And she starts crying and says, please don't leave me. And he touches her face.
And then
and
the
he
whole
says,
team
basically-
arrive. And
Yeah,
it's
they
like,
arrive just in time to see.
first of all, how the fuck did you do that so fast? And secondly, Homelander, they're right here.
Yeah.
Kill them all, please.
He'd probably have flown over them as they were driving back
Yeah.
beyond the sound barrier in order to make it here that quickly. But but Butcher and Huey do actually arrive just in time to see him expire at the end, and he basically says that, he loved her from the start, and they kiss, and Frenchie dies.
Oh,
And
so
we cut to black again on
sad,
Kimiko
dude.
crying, isn't it? I know they've
So
been
sad.
such a close couple, apart from that one time where he was temporarily gay, temp gay, I think they call it, and then he
Temp
was just back again.
Oh man, and it's
So-
annoying too because that brings you to the last episode where Homelander doesn't get any plot armor anymore.
Damn.
Over.
It's all gone. But yes, we have reached the last episode, the end of all things. I remember the Shire and good media. And we open, it's Frenchie's funeral. And I don't know what they were thinking for the tone in this scene, but I was not buying whatever they were trying to sell me. So it begins really sad, and you see Butcher and MM piling dirt on the grave, and Kimiko's looking silent and sad. And Huey has to read this letter that Frenchie left. It's his last will and testament, even though he has nothing to leave them. And then we just cut for like an awkward 30 to 40 seconds of him trying to read out all of the various arse jokes that Frenchie wrote in this last will and testimony. And then he even skips through, and then he has to pause on other words, saying, "Yeah, that bit's about dicks, that bit's about asses again." And then
I
he
think he thought
finally
I
gets
was
to the bit that
joking, by the
matters.
way, when I was explaining that to the guys in the call. He literally opens it up. He's like, "I have seen every one of your assholes."
I already knew about this
Butcher,
because I saw people
when
tweeting
you-
about it.
Butcher, when you bent over to go pick up the, and it is absolutely ridiculous if they open up the episode with that. This is the finale of the show.
Yeah.
Good choice.
It's only like a very short bit at the end. You actually get the meaningful, sentimental part of it, and he just says, "We've been through so much together, become so close, etc. Fear not, I am at peace. For a moment, I knew heaven on earth in your arms, Kimiko." And then Starlight goes
And
to
it's
put a
the
hand
most
on their shoulder.
generic shit you've ever heard. Like,
Yeah.
like, oh, we gotta, yeah.
It's not very personal for all the seasons these two have spent together. But fuck it, we have to get out of the way pretty quickly. We're not even really going to reference it again after this scene. So Starlight goes to put her hand on Kimiko's shoulder to comfort her, and she pushes her away, and then the ground mysteriously starts shaking beneath her. But nobody thinks it worth commenting on it this time, because we have to save that revelation for later.
No, Sister Sage notices.
Yes, she notices, but nobody else does.
She's got the brains.
She notices that the floor is moving, and Starlight, who is standing on it, does not. Cool. Yeah, then we cut then away to Ryan, who's back in the show, and he's in a log cabin somewhere watching TV, and Homelander arrives to have a chat with him. And Ryan asks how he found him, and Homelander just says, "Oh, crime analytics basically just pulled it out of their asses for this scene." I don't even know. Homelander calls Ryan the son of God and says that he should not be sleeping in a barn. This is funny because he doesn't understand Christianity. And he asks him to come back to the tower with him. And Ryan says he doesn't want to be anywhere near him. And he says, he's got this shitty racist dad. He doesn't like him. And Homelander says that Soldier Boy doesn't matter to him anymore. And he says, I know you because I am you and you are me. But Ryan says, get fucked, I'm nothing like you. You're the, here we go again. You're the most powerful person on earth, and you are a lonely, miserable piece of shit. More power will make you more of a lonely, miserable piece of shit. Scaring people into calling you God doesn't make them like you, and deep down you know that. Again. So one or two maybe is fine, but yeah, like, how many more times do we need to hear this?
It's quite an irony, though, isn't it? That all the characters, like the full fucking cast, are just repeating over and over again that all Homelander is pathetic child, whiny, pathetic, useless piece of shit without powers would be nothing. However, a lot of people get surprised by his ending scene because we weren't really paying attention to what we were being yelled at all the time about who he is. More so looking at what he does. What was shown, you might even say.
Or even remembered what we were told in previous seasons. Like he told us what happened to him in the lab when he was experimented on, stuck in ovens for days on end. The fucking tears burned off his face, and he survived it. He said it really fucking hurt, but he carried on going. Like told and shown, principally shown, but even earlier seasons told us. And now it's just you just wait till you lose your powers that we didn't know was part of the plan until the last episode.
Yep.
So, Homelander says, it's okay, Ryan, you don't know what's going on, but you will, and then he flies away. So,
I've never watched a show that feels like, for the majority of it, that it's moving so fucking slow, that it's run out of story to tell so early, and then I get to the finale, and I'm like, this kind of feels rushed.
Yep.
I've never felt that, like, contradiction before, but yeah, they kind of, they just slowly patter all the way to the end, and they're like, oh, fuck, we need an ending. And then they throw this together.
Why did we spend so many episodes doing nothing? No.
Why did we throw away our plotline at episode 6? No.
Yeah, so over with the boys. One of the bit part characters who was not important because they're from a different show points out, like, they have a bit part Gen V character say, oh, Kimiko looks unhappy. It's like, yeah, but you're not the one to be observing this. You don't know her. Why are you even here? Mm-hmm. But Starlight tells the other one to take, the other bunch of them even, to take these focus group people away and keep them safe somewhere in Canada, of all places.
Even though one of them is Blood Magneto, right?
Yeah, well, one of them used to be evil, I think, and then became good.
They literally drop her in. If you haven't seen the show, they're like, well, if you haven't seen the original show, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you're the one who's as strong as Homelander, right? And she's like, well, I don't know if I'm that strong. And then they sidelined her.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's not going to be useful in the final fight. Don't worry about it.
She's definitely not. I mean, they even say, I think it's her maybe even who says, we can do more. And Starlight says, no. Just leave, go to Canada. And she tells them about how she idolized Maeve when she was growing up, but Maeve was a bitter, miserable piece of shit. And Starlight swore that would never happen to her, but then it did. But now she's designed, like, she's not going to do that anymore. Like, she's changed her mind belatedly at this last possible moment. Starlight, the person who entered the show like this and was kind of steadfastly like this for a couple of seasons at least, has decided that no, it's very important that she keeps the light burning for other people. And she thanks this pointless Gen V character for helping her realize this about herself. And they say, you know, meeting your heroes, it's worked out quite well for us. And then they drive off and we never see them again because their show got cancelled.
That's the end of these characters, right? That is it for them.
Goodbye.
I wonder if
And
that's
by
what
the
they
way,
were promised.
The PewDiePie girl who gets really short was in the scene for like 3 seconds. And I forgot what it was. It was something about Canada. She made like a really weird comment and then drove away.
Yeah. I can't remember the line specifically. Then Starlight tells him to go to Canada. There's one that quips something about Canada and then says, oh, I get it. This is a sincere moment. And then she walks off because she doesn't belong in the scene, obviously.
Wait, so I found out there's the blonde girl whose power is that she can touch you and then whatever she says, you have to do it. Like it just like actually she's the one at the end of season 4 who taps Frenchie on the shoulder and says, go to your captors. And then fucking Kimiko's like screaming like, no! As it's happening.
Well, that won't be useful for Homelander.
No.
For people who know, because I don't actually know the answer. I haven't watched Gen V 2. Did she die in Gen V season 2? Or is she alive and they just choose not to use her here? Because I legitimately don't know. But I found out that she found out as well that she's in this season when she saw her face on the wall, like in a scene, and she's like, "Oh my god, I'm in season 5. That's crazy."
That's one way to find out, I suppose. Not a call from the casting agent. I'm genuine that I cannot remember who dies in that show. I did not plan to break that down at any length. But anyway, they're not in the show anymore, so you know their powers would have been useful. Even the ones who we know are alive and in this season would have been useful, but they are dismissed. So we then cut back to Ashley, and she gives, I can't believe this is actually a thing, but she gives Oh Father a special reinforced ballistic Kevlar ball gag.
That's
this
probably
will be relevant.
Probably worth establishing too.
Ball gag.
The Chekhov's ball gag, but just off screen, MM is also having his Jax scene where his wrists and hands will be replaced with titanium as well. Because that's going to be relevant. That's a setup. Don't worry about it. We'll get there.
They briefly flirt in this episode with the idea that Ashley might try and flip Oh Father, but she doesn't know if he's actually flippable, and they never really speak to each other properly, so nothing comes of it. They just waste our time teasing this as a prospect. Because in this scene he says he didn't expect so many people to fucking ellipsis, and then doubt Homelander's got it. And like the implication is supposed to be he's uncomfortable with having to kill so many people. She sees this. She tells him to go crack open some booze so she can ask Voldemort to read his mind and confirm whether or not he's safe to talk to. But Voldemort isn't helping her at this moment, so he comes back and then, we go nowhere with that. So
which doesn't make sense, by the way. Voldemort can be as mad as she wants, but, like, if Ashley dies, so do you. So what's the angle?
She is a conscience. She has morality, and she's prepared to die to make a point, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that was the angle.
Willing to kill itself in order to make a point to Ashley, who would be dead at that point. All right.
Really conscientious Voldemort.
I think you're misrepresenting it a little bit. I actually think her argument is like, we will no longer participate in this like fucking genocide, and I would rather die than spend like another minute helping Homelander.
That doesn't make fucking sense. She's trying to figure out if she can flip Oh Father on Homelander.
Yeah, but I guess the ultimatum was already made by that point, where it's like, if you do anything else, I'm not gonna help.
I will not help you because you're assisting the genocide. I'm out. It's like, okay, so what if I try to stop it? Nah, I'm still out.
Yeah. I mean, she inevitably does turn back around when she makes the right decision. Like,
would have been handy if she had told her now.
Like, why not engage right there when you're literally about to start helping her again in like 5 minutes?
Oh, I hate this show so much. So shit. We're nearly done. It's okay. We're nearly out.
We are so close to the end. And we are at the end of Sister Sage, thankfully. So she goes to bully Kimiko. Like, she baits her into attacking her, and this turns out to have been with Butcher's connivance. He's arranged this with her. But he's currently on the other side of a van, so he doesn't know what's going on. But she basically says that Kimiko was just using Frenchie and then disposing of him. She was stopping him being happy. She threw his life away for her, and she didn't even care. And Kimiko gets really, really mad, and she chest blasts Sister Sage. And Butcher runs around from the van, and he says, no, that was all our plan. We were just trying to piss you off. And then Sage realizes she can't remember any Shakespeare anymore. And so now she's happy because she's stupid like that.
When you lose intelligence, you forget Shakespeare. That's what happens.
Everything.
The dumbest fucking representation of intelligence fit to screen, I think.
Yep.
I'm starting to wonder if Othello is like, and Shakespeare, they're actually, they got nothing to do with reading. They're just, if you are intelligent, you will know them. That's just what happens. And if you're not intelligent, you will not.
Nothing, but it wouldn't be anything more obscure that someone might not recognize, though, that she's specifically obsessed with. Like Shakespeare, because everybody knows at least, you know, it's like, oh, Shakespeare, that's old. And if you like old stuff, it means you're smart.
You're smart.
But it's just forgot that she'd read a book, forgot what was in the book because she's no longer smart. It's just great. It's so good.
They're not even trying, like, here's this massive math calculation you can't do anymore. It's like, I forgot a thing. It's like, what?
Well, you know, like, if all of us got our intelligence reduced, we'd suddenly be like, what happened in Lord of the Rings? Borrow? Borrow? Mordroth? I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, we'd be writing Rings of Power at that point. But
no.
Oh no. So she's lost a massively useful super intelligence power that has been so tremendously impactful on the plot until this point. And Huey then runs a Geiger counter on them and figures that they're all getting irradiated. They finally noticed that this was a problem with the previous episode. So now they're lampshading it as a joke and they can dismiss it. He says, oh yeah, so we're all getting like pummeled with radiation. That's good. Anyway, moving on. Not going to come up again. And MM says, well, they know where and when Homelander's going to be announcing himself as the new god. So now, like, again, I keep having to say, can't quite believe these words are going to be coming out of my mouth. Now their plan is to break into the White House and wait for him in the Oval Office. They will use the JFK fuck tunnels because they have the blueprints from when they were protecting President Bob in the last season. This is going to work. And
they do the thing of like, what do you say, boys? One last go, one more for the road. Sort of, they actually do that shit. One more stupid as fuck plan that should never work is like, yeah, well, last episode, so it will.
Yeah, they all say they're in, apart from Sister Sage, because she says she's going to Harry Potter World in Orlando, and then off she goes. Goodbye, you strange, stupid person. We cut then over to the White House itself, and here is a thing which the writers thought was a joke, and which they managed to use to fuck up their penultimate scene, the final battle scene, in fact. The richest man in the world has arrived to talk to Homelander about slave labor and white fertility rates and going into space. I wonder who this could possibly be referring to.
Don't know.
And no clue. Doesn't
some
really
kind of
remind me
tech
of anybody in
magnate, some
particular.
kind of major billionaire. I don't know. Could be
No,
anybody.
I don't think we have those in the real world.
All right.
But yeah. Homelander is kind of annoyed at these things, and O'Father says, well, the billionaires are the ruling class. We need their support. Homelander asks if any of the billionaires believe in him, and O'Father says, well, they should consider maybe postponing their announcement, because then he can evangelize more and make them believe him. He'll convert more souls, and also they'll be able to ensure that this event that's coming up is safe, given that they don't know where the boys are because Homelander left prematurely. Deep then arrives on the scene. He says Homelander needs a crusader, and Homelander then ignores him and leaves him with O'Father. So he goes and takes the world's richest man outside, and he flies him up to space in about 1.75 seconds, and then he comes back again. That's how fast he is when he flies.
That's pretty fast. Problematically so.
That confirms that Frenchie was actually hiding on a different planet. And that's why it took Homelander so long to get there.
Well, he didn't seem to do.
Was placed on Neptune.
Because a lot of people say like Homelander has to launch, right? He has to do his little hands in the air before he can like he has to do that. Even though in this scene he just absolutely doesn't at all.
Oh yeah,
Nope.
good point.
Oh.
No, he just goes straight up.
Yeah, he might want to implement this in certain scenes. We'll have to see.
But he returns,
But no,
enters the
power
room.
scaling is cringe, so we don't care.
He re-enters the room. He says he doesn't need anybody. He doesn't need billionaires. He doesn't need, he says to the needy, perverted fish fuckers, he says, the only reason I haven't killed you, Kevin, is so you can feel deep in your heart how truly worthless you are.
Okay.
And he says that the second the live broadcast is over, he wants the purge to begin and the unbelievers to burn in his holy fire. Who the fuck
Ooh.
is this man?
Scorched Earth, boys. We're getting it. We're nearly there. Scorched Earth.
Yay! Finally.
So the boys tool up. In the van, Huey tells Kimiko she's not just a weapon, and Frenchie saw that about her, so did everybody else. Just because Frenchie's gone, it doesn't mean all that's gone too. This is a pointless conversation. This isn't going to impact anything. There's no, what? Why? Why is this even a thing that's being said to her? Her only final use in this script is as a weapon.
Yep.
And then after that, it's just off she goes.
Butcher's got his iconic crowbar.
He does, he has a crowbar, but it's going to be super useful.
Crowbar, if he used it, wouldn't even do shit. It would just bend and break.
I love the prepping of pistols. It's like, oh boy, they're going to be so useful against Soldier Boy and Homelander.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
Yeah,
they
that's
Compound V plated the crowbar, so it's a soup-killing weapon.
Ah.
should have made some uranium-tipped bullets or something.
Yeah, that might have worked.
Uranium's probably useful. You know what? Yeah, and
Yeah.
also see if there's another soup who can breathe on Homelander.
Yes, or a psychic who can suppress his powers.
Yeah,
Dude,
no.
if Butcher had like one more minute to plan, he's like, we need to nuke the Capitol. What? We need to nuke the Capitol. But we'll kill all the innocents, but we might hurt Homelander.
Yes.
Yeah, now everybody who knows the comics and stuff, they're like, oh, they're gonna get like the iconic shot where he just walks from the front lawn and there's all these people. Yeah, it's not happening.
Nope. Well, you might be wondering how they are going to get into the White House. Like, it's one thing to say, well, we'll use the fuck tunnels, but how do you get into the fuck tunnels? And the answer is they walk through a nondescript building and they're just in them now.
Yeah.
So that's cool. They're in the fuck tunnels. And as they go to their next destination, we go to Homelander in the Oval Office and the countdown to his speech. And we get the first chunk of his speech in which he says, my fellow Americans, happy Easter, etc. And then he starts sort of, well, he goes on the nice part of his speech. He says, Americans deserve a God who doesn't die, a God who fights back, a God they can believe in. Today I bring you good news. Recently, I was visited by an angel bearing the gift of revelation, and all of Congress at this moment is busily preparing the 25th Amendment again. He says, her lips spilled sweet truth into my ear, and I was awakened to my true purpose to be the second coming, but in a way, I am the first coming. I am the Lord, your savior. I am your God. I am going to usher America into a new golden dawn where all your prayers are answered. This is mad, and people are not going to believe it, and I don't believe that he would believe they would believe it, and I don't also believe that he would do it knowing that like 90% of the country will have to be killed as a result, but this is just what he is now.
It's just not even Homelander. Whoever this person is just fucking weirdo.
And
You're just mad, Shud, because you don't like that he's a reflection of Trump's America.
I just would have preferred
hyper militant Christians, and we make fun of everyone in this show. And if you disagree, well then, I'm still not going to criticize Israel.
The thing for me that I've tried to explain this a couple of times, it's not even that there are maybe visions of this in which Homelander doesn't lose as badly that I would have preferred, sure, but the main thing for me is that I need him strong and intimidating so that I can feel like something was accomplished when he's beaten. If he's retarded and nerfed, I don't really see the point in any of this. It's just like, okay, yeah, you guys defeated him because he didn't think of 1,000 things that would have saved him, and he's completely like mischaracterized in his goals. Good job. And it's like, you're just mad. It's like, I guess so. I'm mad at what could have been awesome and his shit.
Yeah. That's why we spent such a long time talking about season 1 in the last stream. There was a lot of promise there. It wasn't great in terms of how it was delivered, but there was enough there to make you think this could have gone in all number of interesting directions, and he was a really fascinating character they could have done all number of things with. And now here he is ranting about becoming Jesus, or being better than Jesus even. So, yeah, rip opportunity, I suppose. while he's speaking this part of the speech, security reports to O'Father, who is in the room with Homelander, so he can obviously hear this, but chooses not to react to it, I suppose, that they've detected a breach in the sex tunnels. And O'Father orders that Ashley be taken to a secure location for no particular reason, and they will execute their plan because they expected all of this to happen. And the thing that really stumps the boys is that since they were last in the sex tunnels, a new and unexpected door has appeared.
Oh,
And so
damn it,
now
not
they're
a door.
trapped.
So they anticipated their arrival, and their trap is we'll lock the doors, play a whistle sound that makes Soups go ouchie, and then shoot them with bullets that can't hurt them.
Yes.
That's the plan. When if they had
Pretty good
one
plan.
psychic here, it would be over.
Yeah. Like,
Okay.
literally anyone, pretty much, would have done a better job. And they're in there for fucking ages as well.
Yeah.
Like, they just
yeah.
sit on top of the roof, shooting away, doing nothing of note. Because what they need to do is provide time for Ashley, who, for no particular reason, it's just that it's time for her to do this. She loses her security detail, runs away from them, goes down into the sex tunnels, and unlocks the door and lets them through. So they are now safe. Because, of course, the people on the roof, they can't follow them through the door. That's the only bit of roof they have access to, apparently. So she's gone good now. And Voldemort
guess.
reappears and congratulates her for being good.
Yay.
Even, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure even if there's anything to say about it. I mean, it's Ashley, so what did you expect?
Well, they
There's
do
nothing
have
tying it to anything.
they have a shot to make sure you know that Butcher still has his iconic crowbar. They focus on it. They're like, he still has it, guys. You're like, okay, good, yeah, good.
Yeah, and she tells them that Homelander is in the Oval Office, which they would already have known, and she tells them how to get to the Oval Office, which they should already know because they have the blueprints, but never mind. She also said that she's not coming because he will kill her. And then Voldemort congratulates her and off she runs, out of the show until the wrap-up section right at the close. And the boys, they come out of the fuck tunnels, and there's just no other security. They just walk through the hallways, mostly unmolested. They find the Deep just crying on a sofa, and he spots Starlight, and he gets angry, and so she blasts him and her out of the room and flies him all the way across America to the nearest beach. I don't know where the nearest beach to Washington is. I think it's a really long way.
Well,
It's not a short distance. And also the beach, the worst place to take the Deep unless you've had access to the script and know that all the fish hate him now.
Yep.
Which
And he
they shouldn't even hate him, but there's no way anyone knows this. It's actually just some of the worst writing ever. But good job, it's excellent.
And the show is going to cut back and forth, but I think we'll just do these kind of in order that they close. So we'll finish off that section. They're at the beach, and Starlight tells the Deep, "Oh, you're just scared of Homelander, aren't you? Pathetic. Why don't you not be scared of Homelander and be good instead? And take responsibility for your life and stop being such a child." And he yells, "No!" And he runs at her, and they fight. And
I enjoy his delivery of the line, even though I find it just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I've seen people praise it like, oh, it's just him rejecting a character arc, but I don't know why that's praiseworthy. The only reason you like it is because the actor delivered it in a really funny way.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with a lot of the people in this show is that the actors do a really, really good job with the terrible material that they're given.
Dude, it's another one where they're probably writing. They're like, "Oh, dude, they're gonna make fun of him. He's gonna be so cringe for screaming like a baby." That it goes to Twitter like, "This is a great scene with the Deep. I love this. This is hilarious. I wish we got to see more of this in the show."
Yeah, so they continue fighting. It's relatively even, but then Starlight blasts him into the sea, which is another one of those moments where, like, you shouldn't be doing that. That's like, from your position, from what you know, it's the worst thing you could have done. But that's what she does. And then there he is floundering around.
He took Electro to a power plant.
Yeah. This is why it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's stupid as hell.
Yeah. And he flounders around, and then there's some churn in the water, and a bunch of fish surround him. And they start shouting for Ambrosius.
Which they shouldn't know either.
And which they can't know because nobody was in the room apart from her. So the Ambrosius, for anybody who's forgotten, and I would forgive anyone for having forgotten, is the octopus he was fucking back in season 4?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know we did it today. It's already slipped from my mind. And
really don't like how much we said that sentence today.
more than once is once too many, I think. But it's been way more than that. And you might still be thinking, well, Deep is Lord of the Oceans. We've seen him swim really fast. He can seemingly command animals to obey his will. Not in this scene. He just swims like a normal human being. And the fish surround him, and a giant octopus grabs him, and then somehow gets tentacles, the theory is, up through his arse, again for the second time in this season, and out through his mouth and kills him. So the Deep is dead.
Well, gotta
Why
just
would that work?
clear it up. Yeah, because the first statement, of course, is he's a V guy, so that's not going to be possible for an octopus. And apparently the response to that is, well, if it goes up through his ass, out through his mouth, then it would be possible. It's just the way they killed Translucent. Like, have you forgotten? Translucent had hard outer shell, but soft insides. The Deep has been to the Mariana Trench, the bottom of it. If he had soft insides, but hard outsides, he'd be dead.
Then he would have been smushed. He'd be flat. He would be like a can that you crush, like when it gets run over by a car and it's flat, that's what would happen to him, and all of his guts would get shot out.
Has the Deep ever been to the bottom of the Marianas Trench?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like how Soldier Boy fought in World War II?
Are you asking whether or not it's like
Vought poser shit? Yeah, is it just some shit that Vought said he did to try to boost the fucking sales? Because I don't think any of these guys fucking do anything. I don't think they ever did anything.
Because he found the wreckage of the ship, not the ship, the plane that Homelander destroyed. Yeah. It's like, well, if that's at any depth at all, because it was over the ocean, if that's at any depth that's more than even a couple hundred meters. You're already getting to a point where the water pressure is quite significant. So there's just, he must be really strong in order to withstand being in the ocean at any considerable depth. Whether if it's a Marianas Trench, it just further emphasizes dude, he might actually be one of the strongest characters in this show if that's something that he can do.
Also, 95% of his dialogue exchanges in this entire series, all 5 seasons, are people telling him how shit and embarrassing he is. So if that was a lie, you would have expected someone to mention that it was a lie.
Yeah,
he'd never done it.
They do that to Soldier Boy all the time. They're like,
yeah,
he didn't do anything.
And I mean, and if he was that squishy as well, if that was the case when Starlight tackled him, that should have
just for the citation, right?
These are the questions I have to ask because he should be able to kill Starlight with his
This it's from season 2, and it's when he's completely ousted and outcasted, and he's super drunk. I think it's when he's in a bar, and he says, "You think water's supposed to be fun? Try swimming in the Mariana Trench, you fucking idiots. Yeah, it's not so fun now. It's dark, it's cold, and you're alone. So goddamn alone." It doesn't sound like a boast. It sounds like something he's actually referencing as something that's sad and was difficult.
Yeah.
And on the question of, a lot of sea animals live at those depths and aren't destructible, right? Yeah, but they don't have the anatomy of a human being.
So I mean, it just invites this fucking crude conversation because people are trying to defend this on a power scaling aspect. If a tentacle is going up his ass, it gets crushed. He tenses his asshole and it gets chopped off. How does it
go out so hard that it breaks his jaw off and his skin and everything if he's meant to be that strong?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. He shouldn't die here.
Don't defend it. It's stupid.
Yeah, he's going to be one of the most difficult soups to kill, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And of course, this whole invented nonsense with the sea creatures hating him, widespread, which doesn't make any sense either. And I've said people who like the show have tried to account for this by he killed himself. He was so guilt-ridden, so schizophrenically ill that he imagined how much the sea would hate him, and he commanded these creatures to kill him.
And at that point, if that's the interpretation, then we got to be asking, so what is Kripke trying to convey about somebody who has got, a mental illness? Fuck him, right?
I don't even know, man. This is the thing. The Deep had 5... He's got a lot of screen time.
It becomes a lot easier to understand everything that they wanted to do with the Deep, which is, Aquaman silly. That's it. Don't go thinking that there was any broader goal or plan with this character. It's just, isn't Aquaman lame? Which feels like a very dated joke at this point.
It is, but so that is the Deep. 5 seasons led to that. Extremely satisfying.
Well worth it.
Totally
it's
clear.
It's not even a very interesting thing visually. It's kind of lame. It's not cool. It's not
also,
like
I have
combat fatality. It's
some
super cool and
Some people have talks about did the octopus have V? And it's just that's a better explanation.
Be asking these questions though.
No,
think
I know.
that's his
It's of
intention.
course nonsense, but it's funny how it's a better explanation than the schizophrenic suicide by commanding them through his own guilt. Just
So
what the fuck are we
shoot it
talking
up his
about?
arsehole as well to go up his bum.
Yeah.
It's a creative
His guilt
theory, but it's not supported by the events of the show, unfortunately. But it's if it makes you
Well, I think they'll clarify
feel
in
better about
episode
it.
9, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's the point actually. Because I was going to say, Kripke said, who was it? Kripke or Anthony? One of the boys' members criticized the end of Stranger Things for not having the courage to kill people off. And here in this season, we've killed off A-Train, and we've killed off the Deep, and
Black
now we're going
Noir?
to kill off somebody else. Black Noir's gone too. Well,
Dude, they're
Black
so
Noir
brave.
too.
They killed all the villains.
I know.
Yeah, they
So
killed all the
brave.
villains and only two of the protagonists, one of whom
Yeah.
isn't even really a protagonist at this point.
And we're now going to kill off another much-loved, storied, long-running cast member in a very serious way that's totally befitting of his character, because Father catches up with Huey. And he's been chasing him through the place, and Huey's tried to distract him and lead him away from Butcher, and he goes to scream at him and kill him, but then puts the bulletproof, reinforced Kevlar, steel, titanium alloy ball gag on him, and his head explodes, so he's now gone.
Yeah, so this is very... It's just funny. So it means that Ashley bought him something that if he used it, it would have killed him.
Yep.
But of course,
and also that
the line of stress, right? If it doesn't break at the ball,
object.
it doesn't break the strap.
Yeah.
You could have helped yourselves out by having strap it instead of holding it with his hands. So now that has to withstand the force of Father's yell, which doesn't really make sense, does it?
It's little head. It's his little T-Rex heads.
Dude, I'm sorry. If this was season 1, you would have him walk in and be like, listen, Huey, all you got to do is give me Butcher's location. Because if I use my powers and I sing or yell at you in a loud voice, immediately you're going to fucking disintegrate. All right, so you have no options. You're not getting out of here. And then Huey would have went like, wow, really fucking stupid you told me that, man. And then would have jumped behind him with the ball gag and fucking made a joke about, what is it? Doctor Strange. 100%.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been a better death for him. It would still have been stupid because obviously
Also,
isn't strong enough to do that.
The other problem is Father has to participate in his death, as in his lips would obviously go higher than they currently are. He has to grip down while screaming for this to work.
Mm-hmm.
If he opened his mouth fully, which he would do if he was yelling.
And he has to not just move his head back a little bit as well.
Yeah, either of these.
Just
So
a little bit.
really lame sudden death for him that doesn't make any fucking sense in many ways. But hey, that's not exactly breaking the mold.
But it gets our last Huey in blood and guts joke.
Yes. And that's worth emphasizing too, is that he explodes, it's really loud. Huey got him to this position by setting off all kinds of fucking fire suppression devices and fire alarms, and they've been breaking through walls. It's hugely noisy. People have been fucking colliding into furniture. So of course, after this, we cut back to Homelander, who hasn't heard a single thing.
Nope.
I just realized something that's worth noting as well. Like, if his skull is exploding, that's like a fucking frag grenade, like right in front of you.
True.
Like, as in bits of bone and shit flying into your eyes and everything. But no, it's just all the soft stuff and not the hard stuff. The famously hard skull. It's all good.
But Homelander is still calmly reading his speech, and he gets toward the end of it, toward the bit where it's supposed to wrap up with a nice message of hope and optimism, but then he pauses, and he looks unhinged, and he goes off script. And rather than read the teleprompter, he instead says, no matter what I do, many people will never accept me, love me, believe in me, and to such heretics I offer oblivion. Those who seek to destroy me will suffer the most horrible deaths as befits their wickedness. My reign will last forever, and when this world is cold and dead, I shall remain eternal god of the ashes.
Dude, I think we're getting scorched earth. I think it's happening.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Anytime now.
Because
By the
who
way,
should
still-
burst
you'll- I
through the
think you
wall?
I think you still also have like the psychic going like, oh, red
Yeah.
on the little tablets.
Yeah, you do actually get that cut away because they're all doing the same mind-ready thing on the audience.
I feel like if they would have heard the guy say that, they would stop and look at him. It's like, excuse me? It's just, what was that?
But yes, on Scorched Earth, who should burst in through the wall at this very moment? Butcher. And he does literally just burst through a wall. Doesn't use a door, just comes through a wall. And he says, evening, cunts. And the camera crew, they run away and they knock the camera over, but crucially, the camera continues rolling. And Butcher has bought his trusty crowbar, and he does indeed say, "Scorched Earth." He said it.
Ooh, exciting.
Yay. Can't wait to see how this goes.
Diabolical.
Diabolical.
Homelander.
So Homelander says, "It's a shame about Frenchie. How did the science experiment go without him?" And Butcher says, "Let's find out." And in walks Kimiko. Again, he could have just fucking verified this for himself, but never the fuck mind.
They should have snapped their neck like 7 times.
Yep, he should have done. But she walks in, and he looks at them, and he looks slightly concerned, and so he lasers both of them. The last time he did this to Kimiko, it cut her in half, and this time it doesn't do that. It just knocks her over. And the fight begins. And having seen in this very episode how very fast Homelander is, he is notably slow.
Look how pathetically slow this launch is.
He was like,
ugh,
it's like
it's actually gross. Like,
that's how it would look like if I would try to jump from that distance toward Butcher. It would just land on the couch.
Bear in mind, A-Train runs so fast that when Butcher's launching his tentacles, they look like they're frozen. That's how much faster he is, and Homelander is as fast as A-Train. It's pathetic, writers. Pathetic!
And unfortunately, we have plenty of examples of previous seasons of 2-on-1 versus Homelander, 3-on-1 versus Homelander, 4-on-1 versus Homelander. So we know how powerful and strong and fast he is. None of that's on display here. It's him against Butcher and Kimiko, and it's kind of fairly even in a slow, plodding, boring kind of way in which he keeps lasering Kimiko whenever she tries to use her chest blast thing.
Well, doesn't Butcher remind Kimiko to use the power 3 times?
I think he does, yeah.
Insane.
Do it!
Do it now! Do it! Remember the one fucking thing you were supposed to do! Do it!
And she's in the room with the guy who killed Frenchie, though. She should not be slow to anger in this situation, but it's important for the scene that she is. So Homelander briefly gets the upper hand, and he goes very slowly to fly away, but not fast enough. So Ryan flies in from fucking nowhere and tackles him. So now it's still sort of 2-on-1, because from this point onwards, Kimiko just kind of stands in a corner, not really doing anything for this section of the fight. She tries to use the chest blast thing, and it just doesn't work. She can't do it. And then she sort of fades into a weird liminal dream space, and she sees Frenchie, a vision of Frenchie, who asks her what's wrong, and she says, "I can't do it." And he says, "Why not?" And she says, "I just can't find the rage. I'm just sad."
We literally do a Rose Tico thing of like, it's not about fighting what you hate, it's about saving what you love, Kimiko.
Yep. He actually says, "Rage doesn't make you strong," and then he puts his hand on her heart, and it's like, "Your love makes you strong." And then she flips back to the present, powers up, and Butcher and Ryan, they've just about grabbed hold of Homelander, which shouldn't work, but does. They've held him back, and she blasts them all. Off she goes, bang. And then the Oval Office is kind of entirely destroyed by this. But weirdly enough, the fleshy people inside it are not, and nor is the camera.
Worth remembering, of course, season 3's ending where Butcher found it so unacceptable for Soldier Boy to use the power while Ryan is there that like he would rather team up against Soldier Boy.
Yes.
And this time he's like, nah, whatever. this is season 5, so whatever.
This is the season where he told Ryan to kill himself for the greater good. I think he's over that concern.
What? Butcher completely changing his character? That's crazy. That would never happen.
I know.
In a way, he's kind of like a hero.
Yeah. He really is.
So how useless this fucking Kimiko scene is. Like, just let her be fucking angry. Like,
no, rage isn't strength, Metal.
Shut up, I'll kill you with my
rage.
rage.
I think as a German wouldn't understand that.
9.
So yeah, the camera somehow survived this huge explosion, even as the building did not. And so that's still rolling. And Ryan has lost his powers, even though the way that power works is that it burns V out of your system, and he doesn't have that because he's a natural born suit, but never the fuck mind. Homelander wakes up, and Butcher stands up, and Homelander sort of unsteadily gets to his feet. He tries to laser Butcher, and nothing happens. Then he tries to fly, and he sort of pathetically jumps in the air, and again, nothing happens.
Pretty good meme material.
Yeah.
Well,
he's
compliments to Anthony Starr does an amazing job both with body language and his expressions to completely switch up how he feels about everything. He does such a class job throughout this whole series. It's such a bullshit job in general. It's like you could have given him a glorious script and he would have been able to act it perfectly. Oh well.
Yeah. He looks to see if he can get around Butcher, and he can't do that either. And Butcher says, "Shock and door, blood and fucking bone." And then Homelander tries to punch him, but Butcher is obviously a better fighter, even when they don't have powers, all things being equal.
Well,
so
Kind of
he just,
specifically when they
weird?
don't have powers, actually. Not
Yeah,
when
they
both
kinda-
have
Season 3 kind of gets in the way of this, doesn't it? Like, when they both level, it seems like they can both fight pretty well, actually.
Yep.
And that his SAS training doesn't really come into it at all. Because he doesn't do anything special other than just regular punching.
Yeah.
So, like, it's an excuse that I would certainly run, but you don't see it, and they don't remember it in Season 3 either.
The normal consecutive punch from One Punch
Yeah.
Man, except not with One Punch Man powers, so, you know.
And so, yeah, they don't even do a good job of representing that. It's like, Homelander should have been able to put up more of a fight, even with this goal being what they were going for. But oh well.
so yeah, Butcher punches him repeatedly in the face until he knocks him down. And
There was a
then,
door behind Homelander, by the way. One that was blown
He could
open.
have run out that way, yeah.
Oh well.
Oh yeah.
Well, someone tried to fix the final fight scene with AI, and it turns out that if they had just blasted through the wall of the White House, there would be another new White House in the background that they could have gone to. This was apparently a better version of the way the scene should have gone, says people with no fucking eyes to see with. This is the part, anyway, it spawned possibly the last Homelander meme of all time. He gets on his knees, and he starts begging, and the camera picks all of this up as it lies on the floor. And he says, I'll give you Vought. You can do with it whatever you want to do with it. If you want Becca back, I'll give you a shapeshifter. You can become Becca. Just tell me, I'll fucking suck your dick. Please, I'll do anything. You want me to eat your shit? I'll eat your shit live on TV. And he says, Madeline, you promised me. You can't fucking do this. You can't fucking do this. I am the Homelander. And Butcher says, no, you ain't nothing. And this is for my Becca. And then he stabs him through the head with a crowbar and prizes out his brain. And that's the end of Homelander.
By the way, up until this point, I was convinced Butch just still has superpowers, especially after he just pried open the skull.
Where do you even begin? There's so much wrong with this.
I think, look, all right, I think that everybody would have to admit that all of the memes of "I'll fucking suck your dick" and then putting it in all of these different contexts for all of these other stories speaks to some problem that exists here.
It's not just funny because funny. Yeah, it makes you realize something. There are all kinds of villainous characters that share traits with Homelander, and you wouldn't want any of them to be doing this shit.
Is that "I'll suck your dick"?
This is hilarious.
Fucking shit. Darth Vader on his knees to Luke.
Palpatine as he falls down the Death Star.
I'll suck your dick.
It's actually in my Mando and Grogu video because that's how long that's taken to produce. It's just it's. I think this has been said before, probably several times, but it tells you a lot about what Kripke thinks of the people he hates, I think, and inadvertently tells you more about him than it tells anyone about them. It's kind of just his power fantasy. He thinks that this is what his enemies will be like if they lose their power, and he takes this sadistic glee in having them beg for their lives and offer to do degrading things to him. And it doesn't matter what character he's written to speak those lines.
Everybody in the world realizes what a piece of shit they are.
Yeah.
And a loser. So it's like a total 100% defeat, but it's like a defeat of not even the character that you initially had set out to write. It's like he's morphed into something else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and then it sort of leads back to I think there's like a level 1, this is like a level 1, 2, 3 sort of take that you can have. Level 1 is like, of course Homelander would do this because he's like a fucking loser. And then the next one would be like, I guess, this probably was like the ending that was going to be built up to for this character. Maybe not in exactly this way, but the notion that he is like weak and pathetic. And then step number 3 is, no, this might actually be out of character.
Well, you just have to do an assessment of Homelander, because the problem is we have too many scenes that can build all kinds of versions of him, especially after watch it. Like, I had more of a problem with this scene before I'd seen all of season 5, and then I was like, oh god, like, he's so shit in this season that like it does better match the character that they've built in this season, in contrast to like everything else before it. Of course, they've added on he's absolutely losing his mind, like he's insane, he's imagining crazy shit, and then he's got the literal god complex this time of like actually believing he's better than everybody, the first coming of actual Jesus Christ God and all this. And he's like, what is all this crap? And you're like, does this help argue this scene is accurate? And it's like, I just don't think many people consider all that. Like, I saw so many complaints from even people who like the show about a lot of those pieces. And so
something that's interesting though when you say that is that there are references even in season 5 that are incongruous with this ending.
That's what I mean. It's like a big mixed bag. It's like a buffet of what pieces of, and I think the core perception of Homelander is built more so in seasons 1, 2, and 3 for a lot of people, and that's been the hook of what happens at the end of his story. And considering all of that, even because the history with his childhood is in 4 as well, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That's when he goes to the dungeon.
And so if it is like an exploration of what does it look like for a person to be given all power, but to not be raised lovingly and with an understanding of like the will, basically like what is Clark Kent without the Kents? That's kind of like a basic idea of what Homeland is supposed to be, especially it seems that way when they're justifying how he became this tortured little kid, and they make it explicit, like they were burning him and just harming him in every way you could imagine, and he described it as agony, but he pulled through all of it, and then they designed him socially so that he would always need approval. He needs figures in his life that he can draw like attention and admiration from. Like, all right, so he was like the most horrifying project that Vought ever cooked up, not cocked up, but I guess that's applicable. Yeah, and so it's like, so what is his modus operandi? It's like, it just seems to be, he is power hungry as hell, and he wants to somewhat just get revenge on the whole world, because he thinks, like, having been created that way, that the world isn't worth fucking anything, and that he's the only thing that he's going to be taken care of. It's like getting revenge on his bullies, but for everyone. And then, of course, that social engineering they did to him means that he permanently wants people to like him as well. Certain figures, anyway, certainly father figures. That's the Stan Edgar, Soldier Boy stuff. For some reason, Butcher, I don't really know what's going on there other than plot armor became story, which happens a lot in this sort of stuff. So what does it mean then? What happens when he's drawn to his lowest point? It's like, well, unfortunately, they've already shown us several examples, like in Herogasm or the season 3 finale, and they've already shown us that there are things he values, i.e. Ryan, over his own safety. So what happens then? It's like, well, unfortunately for Kripke, I think Homelander does actually face it with a bit more dignity. I know he doesn't want him to, but he probably doesn't look like this. He probably ends up, once he's lost everything and can't even really move. I would have assumed despondent is the last emotion he feels before he's executed. But before then, when you lose the ability to take revenge on the world, when you hate it so much, as someone like Homelander does, I don't picture you getting extremely scared and begging someone to suck their cock and stuff. I just picture he gets an impotent rage. He's even more angry than ever. He's lost the ability to take revenge, and now he's just going to keep punching and kicking until, it's all over. So on his end, he's angrier and more furious than ever, to the point where he doesn't even remember maybe why. And then Butcher is actually the more interesting and overlooked element here. He gets like the hero's victory in this scene, when that's not at all what I thought they were trying to build with Butcher, which is that his obsession with getting revenge has turned him into Homelander. Like, isn't that the point? Mm-hmm. And so giving Butcher the win with this entire journey seems weird. Like, this is for Becca. It's like, no. The way you're supposed to do it with Butcher is that he's forgotten about any of that. He's only here for the satisfaction of killing. He fucking loves the violence at this point. All of his humanity stripped away as well. Like, he's borderline become the Joker when it comes to going after Homelander. Isn't that the point you want to make with the character? Isn't that the point they wanted to make with the 2 hallucinations? That he's, like, pursuing pure violence, pure terror, pure destruction, pure revenge, instead of remembering Becca and realizing that, like, maybe this is all actually not very fucking helpful, or it's not justice when it comes to her and stuff. So what I would have expected is they both lose their powers, and they both kind of reach this point after 5 seasons of... They're just going to fucking beat each other until they're puddles of blood. And of course, the big revelation is this is what these 2 are doing as a result of Vought. Vought is the one that did all of this to them, and neither of them necessarily realize. And of course, you can go a couple of directions there. He ultimately beats Homelander and kills him. I guess you could go that way. You could also go the way of it's a bit of a stalemate. Something happens that gets in the way. Homelander slithers away, and there's more story to maybe tell because the angle, and a lot of people have talked about this. Is it not like the ultimate punishment for him to live as a mortal and to be afraid?
No, I've seen tweets with 40,000 or 50,000 likes saying, "I'm glad you didn't write The Boys for suggesting that the worst fate for Homelander is that he lives powerless in society and is just like miserable." I don't even know why people act like that's such an absurd decision. Like, this isn't, let's be real, this isn't that bad for him in terms of the kind of fate that could happen to him.
He's
powerless for about 2 minutes, he gets punched like 10 times, and then he gets an instant death to the head with a crowbar. Like, it's actually not that bad by the standards of The Boys. There are other characters in this show that have had worse fates than this.
I mean,
so
Translucent went through more of a death than him.
because he got like electrocuted, and also he was stuck in a cage, knowing that these people were trying to actively find a way to like destroy him. It's the same with the Deep, isn't it even that bad? It's like 10 seconds, yeah, done. So like even if the argument is that you kind of want to, that you're hoping that the viewer will be like very satisfied by this, it's kind of an anticlimax. And the fact that it's an anticlimax probably speaks to the fact that this was probably not the correct choice. That there were other permutations of this, even including having Homelander die, that are more satisfying than, I guess he's got no powers, now he's a pathetic loser, and then instant death.
I'm sorry, he's gotta die. In a world that can just pump him with permanent V again and give him all of his powers, he's got.
Well, then, yeah, but
wait. Are you arguing
that means that
he's got to die from the
I'm
perspective
arguing
of
that
Butcher?
there'd be a fucking second show. No, from general perspective, they're gonna do an entire fucking sequel show if this guy stays alive. He's got to die.
No, but that would just speak to the
that's just
problem
not
that the show
relevant.
has, which is that the show has now decided that getting rid of Homelander, that's like the ultimate victory compared to Homelander's death doesn't really change anything.
Yeah,
That's
if we're
the
talking about
reality.
a thematic end to Homelander's story, unfortunately they have built that the worst fate for him is to be trapped with no power forever.
I agree that would be the worst thing he could possibly endure, but there's also the hope at the end that someone's gonna give him fucking compound V and he's gonna break out of jail and he'll
but then at that point, then it looks like the boys' mission isn't over. Then that just getting rid of Homelander,
which is funny
doesn't mean
because
that they get to retire and have a happy ending, which is what happens in this show.
The boys' mission truly isn't over because there's still plenty of evil soups that live, and Vought is still functioning.
The thing is, even when he's wrong, he's right. That Butcher literally is telling everybody there's gonna be another Homelander. There's gonna be another Homelander.
This is what I mean. Like,
the show says he's wrong.
I would concede fully that all of the boys would want Homelander dead, but from a I wouldn't accept a criticism of the writing that he could get his powers back, so we can't let him get away because he might come back. It's like, is that not potentially just there's more story there then? I don't see why that would. And I'm not going to advocate for that in the sense of these writers. They can't write a story to save their fucking lives. But the perfect version of this, trapping him as a mortal for X amount of time, and then maybe there's a concern of him getting his powers back. Is like, yeah, there is potentially a great story there. Who knows? But like I said, unfortunately, Vought was supposed to be the one that gets taken down. Homelander's story dictates almost, in terms of most meaning, that he would lose his power and have to accept that for longer than 2 minutes. And then, of course, like I said, I don't think this matches Butcher either. This whole scene, I don't think anything works in this. How we got here, what every character's doing, and how we end, like, it's just supposed to be some kind of satisfaction. When I think the only people who are satisfied are just the ones that were like, yeah, this represents everyone I hate, and look at them asking to suck my dick. Fuck them. I killed them.
Imagine an alternate universe, though, where, like, in season 3, they have this fight, and he loses his powers. Maybe not in the Oval Office or something. And the entirety of season 4 is just like a B plot of him getting them back. Before season 5 is him being more powerful.
Sure.
Well, that would probably add some dynamism to this show because they don't know what to do in terms of perpetuating a conflict that Homelander should win for most of the time that the show was. I mean, even in this scene,
honestly,
he should have won.
That shit would be pretty effective if Soldier Boy blows up and then everyone's sort of waking up and they realize Homelander's not there, and it's like, shit, he got away, but he did get away without his powers, so he spends all of season 4 hiding. And, we get lots of different scenes and interactions of him having to stay under the radar until he gets his hands on V again. Then he goes scorched earth because he knows that he has to do it sooner rather than later. Then you get your big ending, and then you can kill him. That probably would be a better 3, 4, 5.
Season 4 so much more fucking interesting for the boys, too. Because they have to now adjust because there's a power struggle, power vacuum. Homelander's not around.
Yeah.
So crazy shit's happening. It gives them like a reason to do something different.
Regardless, there's just a deep dissatisfaction with this sequence, and as far as I'm concerned, there's just no element really works, except of course the acting on both of them. They're both nailing it.
Yeah. But it could have ended much more abruptly if they'd gone out together, as has been mentioned, sort of clawing at each other. You can give them like a Reichenbach Falls moment and stage the fight on top of a big building somewhere instead. So they both fall off to their deaths disempowered, because that's the logical end for both characters, rather than what we actually get here, which is, of course, this is the end of Homelander. It's not the end of the show, and it's not the end of Butcher, because Butcher has to go and find a different way in order to sacrifice himself, I suppose.
That shocked me when I was watching. Like, Homelander gets killed, and I was like looking at the timeline. I was like, "What?
Like 20 minutes left." You're like, excuse me.
What else is gonna happen? And why is Butcher like not hurt at all? Like, okay.
And you feel the compensation. The show has reached an end point. It's like, we got to wrap up Butcher, and it's like, yeah, but you've forgotten what Butcher's story is, so now you have to reverse engineer.
Well, we got to wrap up Butcher and also everybody else, because we're really invested in the ending for Huey and Annie.
But do you get what I mean by, like, they've given him like the hero's ending, and then they're like, okay, we need to roll it back and now give him the villain ending.
Yeah, we need to have him a villain ending because he can't survive after what we've written for him. So instead of tying his ending in with Homelander's, it's like this weird epilogue.
Yeah, because a coward. This is just as bad to me as the ending of Hill House, in the sense of you didn't commit to the story you'd written, and it's caused loads of problems. But of course,
the thing is,
the difference is Hill House is way better.
It's Eric Kripke, and I never expected that he would.
No, no. Everyone. This is the thing. That's the one thing that everyone should understand when discussing this. I think everyone knew this was going to happen. Nobody's fucking surprised. This is Eric Kripke. But yeah, it's pathetic, it's crass, and it's the thing that all the characters said would happen this whole time. I'm not shocked. It's just a waste.
It is. Mm-hmm. And doubly so for how much the show wants you not to be shocked, hence all those foreshadowing lines. It's like, did you want this to be a big, oh shit moment? Because if you did, I probably wouldn't have had all those characters saying this is what was going to happen. I just wouldn't have gone for this ending in general, though. But that is the ending for Homelander. As mentioned, everyone now has to pick themselves up, and they do in the office. Starlight teleports back, and everyone's in the Oval Office together. The ruins of the Oval Office. Ryan gets up, and he sees Homelander's body, and he sees Butcher, and Butcher can't quite look him in the eye. He goes over, and he destroys the camera, so that stops recording. Then we cut forward in time a bit. The news reports Homelander was killed after declaring himself a god. President Ashley, all of this is just insane. President Ashley then thanks the brave men and women of the CIA. She claims they acted under her orders to remove Homelander, but then the news reports that she's since been arrested and is now no longer the president. And we then rejoin the boys back at their house outside, having a nice quiet drink together, except for Ryan, who is inside the house, watching the news, and he turns the TV off as Butcher comes in. Butcher tells him he did the right thing. He did what he had to do. He says he can't make it any easier for him, but we can put all of this shite behind us. Neither of us have any powers anymore. That ain't how this is supposed to work, but never mind. We're all just ordinary. We can find a quiet place and settle down. It's what your mum would have wanted.
Just to be clear,
which is funny.
Butcher goes from temp V boosting, knowing it'll kill him, to growing a super tumor that he shakes hands with and becomes hyper powerful, gets hit with the blast, and now he's back to normal, nice and healthy. What the fuck?
Nice.
Because that could have been another ending for him, is when he loses his powers, the cancer comes back.
Yeah, but no. Don't worry about it.
No, can't be doing that. Yeah, so I assume from this as well, if Butcher is telling the truth in both occasions, then Becca has basically got multiple personality disorder, because like Ryan killing himself is what she would have wanted, but now Ryan living with Butcher is what she would have wanted. I don't think she can want both of these things, but you know. Ryan, though he doesn't like this idea, he says he knows what his dad was, but he also knows that Butcher isn't a good person. He didn't choose Butcher over Homelander, he just chose himself, and he doesn't want a fresh start with Butcher, he just wants this to be the end. And off he walks.
Well, because he's like, you're a bad. It's just like, Ryan, I'm not going to be defending Butcher anytime soon, but did you not, like, kill a lot of innocent people?
I mean, he's probably going to get chased by Russian special forces and get brutally killed after what he's done this season.
it's just so baffling. But we're so close to the end. It's just like, oh, whatever. It was never going to make any sense anyway.
Butcher goes to chat with the one last thing that does love him, which is his old dog, Terra. Famous character, has been in the show from the beginning, but Terra is dead. And
Fucking stupid.
It's just you and me, old buddy. And then he's dead.
This is unbelievably shit. Like, just to be so clear, if you watch this for the first time, you should be able to tell what they're doing immediately. It's like, you see, Butcher has the boy. He's gonna raise Ryan. Oh, that'll be purpose. That's a mercy for him. It's like, no, he's leaving you. It's like, very well. I still have Terra, my trusty dog. Oh no, I don't have Terra, my trusty dog. Oh, what's left really for Butcher? What's left for him at all? Nothing.
he sits
So
against the
fucking
wall,
stupid.
glowering as the music tells you, right, now he's going to be evil
Time
again.
for evil.
One last time.
Oi.
One more for the road.
Let's go, dog. My dog is gone.
Give the dog
Time
V.
to kill everyone.
To kill everybody.
Like, I know dog people really like their dogs. I'm not a dog person, but I can kind of understand the mentality. But like, I don't think if I had a dog and liked it and it died, my response would be, okay, genocide. I don't think that's
Well, maybe
what I'd
you
be
just
thinking.
wouldn't like the dog very much then.
Apparently not, yeah.
So Butcher goes to the drawer in the room and he takes out a vial that's full of the virus that they've just had lying around because they dropped that midway through the season and it wasn't useful anymore. We see on the TV that Edgar is back at the reins at Vought, and he's promising a complete rethink of society's relationship with superheroes, and he's like stepped back in to guide Vought through this turbulent new time, and he's confident they'll come out of this at the end, and you're thinking, okay, but MM promised to kill him if he did that, so I assume we have a scene accounting for that as well, and you would be wrong, because that never happens. So he's back. Huey goes in to chat to Butcher, but he finds that Butcher is gone, and then he spots that Terra is dead, and then he goes... He leans against the dresser, and the empty virus container rattles, and so he sees what's happened, and he runs outside, and the van is driving off. Oh dear, because I don't think have any other cars, so how is he going to... Never mind, he teleports. He doesn't take Starlight with him, he doesn't take anybody with him, he just goes alone, somehow arrives in the middle of the city, not too long after Butcher arrives there. And he meets Butcher up in the old 7 meeting room as he stares out over the city as dawn occurs. And Butcher says he thought Huey was going to come and try and stop him, and he says he should have brought an army. And Huey has rediscovered hope. So Huey says if you were going to release the virus, you'd have done it by now. But Butcher says he has. He's put it in the sprinkler system. It was Frenchie's idea, so they're just waiting for Soups to clock in the morning, and when they're all there, he will pull the trigger, and it will rain on every floor, and all the Soups will die. And Huey tells him that they've already won, but Butcher says no, they haven't. As long as there is Vought, there will be Soups, and one day there will be another Homelander.
True.
We need to end the whole. We need to end the whole notion of Soups. We need to make it permanent. He isn't wrong, and the show thinks that he is. So how do we account for this?
I don't know, man. Like, if this is what you were ramping up to, you really should have tried to have maybe a few more than not even one character that's a superhero.
It's ridiculous.
Actually be a good person.
Yeah.
I hesitate to say that it's 99.9% evil. It's like, it's pretty much 100. It's just 100, man.
Basically 100, because even the ones that are meant to be Paragons are not. Like, Kimiko is not a Paragon, and even Starlight is not
Absolutely
either.
not, no.
Remember
Remember she did the firecracker in season 4 when she went nuts and like beat her on live TV? I guess.
Yeah,
she did that.
and these are like the best that they get.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the rest of them are just psycho murderers, like all of them.
Yeah. And again, we had it earlier in this very season when Edgar was telling MM that this is a cycle and it will begin again and there will be something new. It may not be superheroes, but there will be something new. The cycle will keep going. We're just cogs in the machine. You haven't won. You won't win. And here we are. All those conditions have been met and Butcher has correctly diagnosed it and Huey doesn't have an answer. And the show kind of takes his side over Butcher's. It doesn't realize the mechanics it's set up. It doesn't realize what it's done.
Well, the other problem is that there's like theories that Butcher is never going to actually release it. He doesn't intend to whatsoever with this sequence. You can tell because he's delayed it so long and he's got his finger on the trigger the whole time and blah 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 blah. And of course, it's like, oh, I don't think that's in character. at all. I think he would have
No.
absolutely made sure this will happen. I can't imagine. And if you want to be like, well, but he doesn't want to kill Kimiko and Annie, it's like, okay. I don't think that counts as the whole like wipe out the world of Homelanders that destroys everyone's lives. You know what I mean? Like, unfortunately, you've built a psychopath in Butcher this whole time. You've worked very hard in all of these seasons to convince me his one and only goal, other than when he has like random moments of niceness, is to kill all Supes. Even when he's nice, he wants to kill all Supes, just he might spare one or two.
Yep.
So the idea that he never intends to do this in this sequence, he just wants to appear as though he is so that he can tempt Huey to shoot him, I don't really buy that.
I do think it's what the show wants you to think, though, because that is the way it's staged. Obviously, we'll get there in just a second, because Huey basically says, we've already won, but she says no. They have a fight, because Huey pulls a gun on him, fight over the trigger. He knocks Huey away, and Butcher gets hold of the trigger again, and he holds it in his hand, and there is a specific shot of his finger moving away from the trigger, and he flashes between Huey's face and I think Lenny's face briefly, just in case.
I mean, you can just
themes weren't
interpret that as
detected.
hesitation rather than refusal.
You can. I don't think, though, that you make those two decisions, or those three decisions, arguably, because it's also a timing thing. I don't think you make all three decisions if you don't want people to take away the impression that actually this is him after his own end and he doesn't actually want to press the trigger. I think he should want to, but I think if you combine the fact that he grabs it and doesn't press it for ages, looks at Huey and sees Lenny's face, and then you have a deliberate shot of his finger moving away from the trigger in between all of those things, I think that is the director quite clearly saying he wasn't going to do it.
Well, obviously, my position is more so, I think that's out of character. Whether or not that's the intention, I just don't care. I think it's stupid either way.
Yes. No, I'd agree with that completely. But Huey then shoots him, and he slumps down against a wall, and Huey says he didn't want to do it, he'll call an ambulance, but Butcher says, don't bother, it's all right, I gave you no choice, I wasn't going to stop. All the blood and shite I put you through, none of it made a blind bit of difference, you stayed yourself no matter what I did. I don't know what to do.
Did Mr. Huey come through all the time? Was he the canary, or was he a fucking pussy throughout the whole show? You know what I mean? Like, what did Huey learn? What is Huey exactly?
And this is a guy who went fully along with the whole Temp V thing all the way through season 3, and then had an actual crisis of hope moment in season 4 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the only times he was really allowed to be a character. So no, he's not really stayed the same. He's changed a lot, but then reverted to his starting position, arguably, but that's not the same thing. But Butcher says, no, I don't know what to do. And Huey says, you don't need to do anything. And then he holds his hand, and Butcher says, you are the splitting image of Lenny. And then he dies. And Huey cries, and we fade to black. So that is the end of Butcher.
Then Huey says, you didn't actually rig it, right? Do I need to go sort that out? Because
they never mentioned that again.
What are we doing with that whole shit that's already in the tanks, apparently? And how is it in the tanks? Is it just floating in there? Is it a little box or something? What's going on?
But Huey finds out he did actually release it. He's just like, sorry, mate. I don't know. I just wanted to die as well.
Yeah, so now we've lost really the two main characters of the show in equally, well, not quite equally, but similarly nonsensical ways, which don't fit at all with their characters. But
if there was another episode, you'd be excited to see what Huey, Starlight, and MM and Kimiko are up to. Hell yes. We don't need Homelander or Butcher or Soldier Boy. Fuck that. They're all the best characters remaining. Oh, Ryan? You want to see what Ryan's up to?
Ooh.
He should still have all his powers.
Yeah.
And Soldier Boy is downstairs in a fridge.
Yeah,
he's just there.
I guess we didn't talk about that. Just to be clear, if the attack burns the V out of the blood, then it's going to have to burn all of Ryan because his DNA is infused with V.
It's either that or it doesn't affect him at all because compound V is not what's in his blood anymore. It's a DNA replica of V. Either he should be dead or he should have his powers. He can't be alive and have no powers. That's the one thing you can't do with the rules you've established.
Do you know, I've heard people say that they never necessarily explicitly confirm he lost the powers, so it does make sense. They just say, someone says that's the case, but you never know that for sure.
I mean, Butcher says it, and the show tells you basically that he's right, and you never see Ryan use them again or consider them again or correct him. But
you
if you discount all of those things,
see him. You know what? is fine because they never. It was just shut up. Let me love this show because it's so good.
It's so shit. It's so shit. But we pick up at a small little graveyard. Huey is giving a slightly more appropriate eulogy this time. He says Butcher was full of flaws and vices, but I say it's more appropriate. Full of flaws and vices, but he never gave up hope that we could stop Homelander. And then he did it. He made the world a safer place. He's a hero. He's in hell right now, kicking the shit out of the devil. He is a hero. Yeah. That's how you read that.
What a joke, man.
Yeah.
He's a hero. Do you think when they were wrapping up, they went in Vought Tower, they went up to Homelander's room and found Soldier Boy and were like, oh, let's just kill him, I guess?
Well, yeah. Or, Edgar just probably unfroze him and said, right, you're leader of the new 7 now, so welcome back, and the cycle begins again.
And that'll be The Boys Series 2, Season 1, or some shit.
Yes. Ryan is here, all the boys are here. Ryan says it's good they buried Butcher next to Becca. And Kimiko smiles and just said goodbye and walks off. And then MM says goodbye, and Ryan goes with him for some reason. And Huey and Starlight say they're off to the topless steakhouse in Reno that Butcher made them promise they'd go to. And Butcher's gravestone reads, "Oi, fuck off, you cunts."
Yay!
Which is really appropriate.
Yay. We did it. Yay.
So then we just get a little montage as they all go their separate ways. MM sort of seemingly remarries his wife. Ryan lives with him. Kimiko gets a dog and goes to Marseille like she promised, and I assume lives alone as a spinster, which is really sad, but the show thinks it's not.
Also, hasn't Ryan been living alone and looking after himself for a while? With his age as well, I just can't picture him being like, yeah, man, I'll live under your roof and do whatever you tell me to do.
There is a scene between Butcher and MM where I think Butcher says if he dies of the cancer, he wants MM to take care of Ryan. He never tells Ryan this, so
it's so funny if MM is like, I'll adopt you, Ryan. Ryan's like, nah, I'm good.
What? Huh?
I'm right, dude. Thank you, but no. Like, well, I promised Butcher, and it's like, oh, I don't like Butcher. I kind of hate him, actually, so, yeah.
Why would he want anything to... Oh, fuck it, who cares? Then we pick up with Huey as he's going for a nice little stroll down the street, and he gets a call from the newly reinstated President Bob, who was on camera arranging the assassination of his vice president. And I think the show's forgotten that. He's president again.
He's president.
He did it.
And he says that Vaught's the clusterfuck, total clusterfuck, so he's restarting the Bureau of Superhuman Affairs, and he offers Huey the top job, but Huey says no because he's created a small electrical shack, and that's where he works.
My dream to open, because that's where I was working in season 1.
It reminds me of the time my girlfriend got exploded.
It's perfect because you can tell they had no idea what Huey's story even was. It was like, I don't know. Fuck it, he ends up back there. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and Starlight works there, and she's heavily pregnant. And but they have a police radio scanner like she used to have before she became an actual superhero. And she hears a crime going off, and even though she's heavily pregnant, she flies off to save someone.
Dude,
and
what a weird trend that's been.
Pregnant women fighting, yeah.
It drives
really
me insane. Forspoken and Dustboard both had it, and I played those back to back. I was like, stop it. Please. Yeah. It's not cool, it's not ballsy. Don't. It's just dangerous for the baby.
Wheel of Time, I think, has it. What else has it? I've seen it in a bunch of other things besides those.
Well, Spider-Verse has it.
Yeah.
Fantastic Four's got it.
Yep.
Remember in Fantastic Four when they went to Galactus and then he induced Sue's pregnancy using his telekinetic powers?
Weird movie. It's all, all weird.
It's all weird. I don't know why they keep doing it.
Is it as weird as what they're naming the kid, though?
Yeah, it gets even weirder because the unborn child's called Robin. That's going to be an interesting story.
Bro, I don't know about naming your kid with your new beloved the name of your ex-girlfriend. Obviously dead ex-girlfriend.
But, that was the name of the...
Yep.
Wait, you didn't realize? Yeah, dude.
I didn't even remember that.
Kid grows up and says, so where did my name come from? And he said, let me tell you a story of the time my girlfriend got splatted by a train.
So I could just totally see him pitching that, and then Annie being like, "Yeah, no, actually, just no."
That is a horrible idea. Please let's
It
not
is.
do that.
But so she flies off to solve crime, and Huey watches her go, and that is the end of the show and the season and the series. Everything is all done, finished. No more the boys ever.
Oh god, what a disaster!
The
That
one
sucks.
thing that you could say in the show's defense is it's not slop. It doesn't fall into that category. It is it is a show that I actually hate in the sense that it does reflect a creator's like intent.
It's got its
Compared
very
to-
own unique
compared to maybe
style,
something-
and it tells a horrible story
Exactly.
that the creator thought was great.
Mhm.
Would you say it's not slop in the same way
Very.
that Rebel Moon isn't?
Yes, pretty much. Like part of what makes something slop is the absence of an identity. That it feels like it's interchangeable who made it. It's like a product of some sort of problem that exists beyond the scope of the specific like lead creative voice or set of creative voices that drive it. So yes, this is bad in the way that Snyder's stuff is bad, which is not the same as slop. Slop
And
is
they're
like
all
what
different,
Marvel makes.
very different flavors.
Yeah, because in this case, you've got it right. You've got a lot of the things that Eric Kripke is like weirdly obsessed about that like bleed into his work. It has a distinctive voice and style. It's just one that I particularly dislike. But you know, it's got a lot of the standard writing problems, right? Like the plot doesn't make any sense. It's not interested at all in like coherent world building. The characters are assassinated pretty regularly. So like it does have a lot of those problems, but with a distinctive Eric Kripke like layer of piss on it, if that makes sense.
I understand the need to want to separate them out.
Yeah, I think it's important. Slop's a specific thing. Not all
Like
bad things are slop.
Mandalorian and Grogu doesn't have anyone's signature on it. It doesn't feel like anything.
No.
You'd be like, what about Filoni? And it's like, he's I even feel like even he's slightly different on his most concentrated version, but he's kind of like a slop artist at this point.
Yeah, they've already released like
exactly.
there's a special viewing of that movie now that you can see, which has John Favreau's commentary with it. They've already released the Favreau commentary.
I gotta hear that. I gotta know
Thank
what he
you.
says about this movie.
Yeah, the Star Wars Holocron Twitter account has been posting quotes from it saying such things as, "We made the room cold because it's supposed to be cold."
Whoa, calm down, John.
I can't deal with all that artistry. Calm down.
Such insight.
But that's a more of a slop movie, I would agree, than The Boys is a slop TV show. I think slop
I think
should
what
be
I'm looking
reserved for.
forward to, though, in the future is that this is probably Eric Kripke, because Eric Kripke is hit or miss in terms of his ability to get a show going. Obviously, everybody knows about Supernatural, but he did 2 other shows between that and The Boys that only went for like 2 seasons and got cancelled. And so what that means, lads, is that the thing that he makes next, whatever he decides to do next, there is a real chance that it just fails and doesn't get an audience. The Boys came at the perfect time, but whatever he does next, I don't think, you know, this is what I mean, like, that's my hope essentially, is that hopefully he's not gonna be getting these kinds of resources again to be making these kinds of stories, because I just like it's such a waste of resources that have been leveraged for this show, you know. All of these actors, all of these years, all of this money poured into something that is so thoroughly cynical and doesn't even make sense on top of that, you know? Because I've been watching Veep. It's a very cynical show, but I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah,
But, like, it's actually got good comedy in it, so that helps compared to this show.
it's
that
a
is
bit
aspiring
wacky
to
in
have
the
good
final
comedy and good
season,
drama.
but it's because it
Yeah,
understands
yeah,
that you can do satire, but satire still relies on characters within the world. It can't just all be meta
Mhm.
references. It does that well. Oh, just on the subject though of whether like this kind of thing will happen again and whether he will get any more opportunities like this, I did take a quick look at the viewership metrics. Obviously, it's hard to tell with streaming services, but Amazon has said that this is kind of like a record-breaking season in terms of viewership. It was one of the most popular ever. It drove, I think, the largest 3-week rating surge for any show or movie ever on Amazon Prime. It has like 57 million views per episode for season 5. It's popular, or at least it's well watched. I don't know if it's popular anymore, but it wasn't a bomb in terms of ratings for audience viewership. So,
No, it's not a surprise, I guess. I mean, clearly this show has sustained a conversation in a way that is not the case for you know, it's the same as Stranger Things. It sustained a Stranger Things was clearly popular. Look at how much people, not popular, it was watched by a lot of people. You could just tell by how much it was dominating sort of the media landscape. Of course, it was in a bad way by the time that you were getting to. And this is close. It's changed though, because it feels like the conversation isn't even about the show anymore. It's like everybody recognizes that going to bat for the show or criticizing the show falls under some category of like some broader culture war. And so now that's like driving the conversation, which is very fucking annoying. Really, really annoying. And it's made people almost like aggressively go to bat for a season that they've otherwise got nothing really to speak to. Nobody would, we were talking about all that stuff with like Annie and Huey and stuff. Nobody's talking about that. I barely saw anybody talking about Butcher. It's just Homelander. That's it.
Homelander all the way.
And that should speak to the fact that the show isn't very good and that it actually is a bad final season. And that maybe it should be making people think back on the show as a whole rather than blaming just the final season, even though it probably is the worst for delivering a bad ending to what was already a deeply, deeply, deeply flawed several seasons.
Yeah, I think that everything after season 1 that you're watching is the worst episode so far. As soon as you watch an episode, it's the worst episode you've seen so far, all the way through to the end.
I mean, that's the thing. We were just overviewing the prior seasons. There's a lot that was just cut out. Each one of those seasons could have had basically a 7-hour full breakdown because there's so much interstitially wrong with it besides just the major beats that we talked about and the major character arcs that we talked about. It's not been good for arguably ever, but it's certainly not been good since season 1. And it does decline quite markedly, just in very different ways per season. I think Molly, you said earlier, it's like season 1 is on its own, season 2 and 3 are then on their own, and 4 and 5 are on their own. They're not the same thing. They're not really the same show in terms of the ways in which they fail, or in season 1's case, the unique way in which it's not entirely shit. There's so much more. It's going through, doing all the notes for it, rewatching it a whole bunch of times. There is so much stuff in just every line of dialogue that doesn't work, or every scene transition that could be at least better. You don't get rewarded from rewatching this. You don't get rewarded from thinking about it any longer than we already have. Season 1 might still have some rewatchability if you just pretend that the rest doesn't exist, but the rest does. So, we are in the place we're in.
Yeah, you might as well watch something else.
Yep.
Don't even bother. Kind of like, well, no, a bit different to Stranger Things because The Boys season 1 doesn't stand on its own. It's an incomplete story. Whereas at least Stranger Things has, a beginning, middle, and end for season 1.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easier to ignore everything after 1. Yeah. It's easier to ignore everything after 2, kind of, as well. You can just sort of imagine a better story that took place after it. But that, in a way, is more enjoyable, though, to rewatch, just because it's almost more clownish. But it's like more innocently clownish, I suppose, is what I'd say.
Yeah, it's funny. It's an easy one to laugh at, whereas The Boys is often a very frustrating watch.
And again, I'll say if we're just show versus show here, there's nothing even remotely comparable to some of the stuff you see in Stranger Things season 4. I don't really like how you get there, but there is kind of an enjoyable wave that comes back despite the problems. Sure. Yeah, there's nothing even remotely close to that here after season 1.
No, pretty much not.
Well.
Ooh.
Thus it is over, and I look forward to the rapid decline of the extended universe of The Boys.
Yeah, reckon we'll be checking out Vault Rising. When is that out? Next year?
I might give it like an episode just to confirm what we're dealing with, and then leave it alone.
Yes.
I think I'll watch the whole thing.
You can report. You can be our on the ground reporter.
It's like with Stranger Things, because you watched the animated Stranger Things show, right?
No,
no, you didn't.
I still haven't. I keep telling myself I'm going to binge it, and I still haven't watched it. I'll probably wait for season 2 to come out at the end of this year. 3 seasons of Stranger Things in 1 year, guys.
That's funny that they do that for the animated series, but when it comes to the main series, can't get it together.
Wouldn't this have hit really crazy if they put one of these pieces out? I don't know, in between that crazy long wait between seasons 4 and 5. I don't know.
Well, I guess they might have done the thing where it's actually one production season, but then they split it into like 2 or 3 seasons to make it be like, oh, look, we've got multiple seasons of TV. Like, not really, but.
Nick can be our wartime media journalist reporting from the trenches.
I'm on the ground,
Mm.
boys.
Can we our
I
canary
suppose
for
the
the show?
next big show will be House of the Dragon, which
Yep.
Yes.
man,
Concerning.
I sure hope it
I haven't
turns
even watched
out
that trailer
worthwhile.
yet. What's the first impression? I haven't watched the trailer that came out.
It's just I don't know. It's a bit scary, right? Like the
Oh, you mean it's
future
just
for
scary
that.
in general because the show is
Well,
coming out this year.
season 2 put certain characters in certain places that were really bad, and they're going to be around a
Yeah.
lot more. So unless they fix shit quick, it can get out of control.
Mhm.
But I mean, the trailer is not exactly like unpromising. How they deal
Okay.
with their first few episodes is going to tell us a lot. Let's put it that way.
Oh, I thought there was something in the trailer that was concerning. That's why I was asking. Okay.
Well, hey, before we wrap up, Metal, why don't you tell everybody what you're up to and where they can find you?
Bond, bad video game. That's what I've been doing.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah, no, last week I played almost all of 007 First Light. I started the week before, or whenever the fucking game came out. I don't know, I played it a lot. And I've been prepping the Forge for tomorrow, where good old John CJG is going to join us. And we're going to talk about the game, which that should be fun. It's probably going to be a bit more of a glimpse for me and what's to come, because I am making a video on that game. I don't know, give me a few weeks probably, because there's a lot to go through. So yeah, that's gonna be happening, and I don't actually know what I'm gonna stream next. Maybe I'll just do some more testing in 007 First Light. That's probably it as of now. If you haven't seen it yet, the big old supercut that Joe Danger made is on my channel. That's really fun. If you need like 6 hours of content to watch, it's right there. Do that. But yeah, streams, videos, all been working on.
Beautiful. All right, and what about you, Nicholas?
Yeah, I'm just kind of grinding away right now at this Lego story. I think dude, every video this week has been on the Lego drama because there's just so many updates that have been happening.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm gonna cover. Hopefully tomorrow, I want to talk about that new situation with Keem and Boogie on Lolcow. Did you catch any of that?
How recent?
I think you might have showed it to me.
Because I'm aware of like they
The one that
basically
was like Keem was gonna cry.
Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna look at that.
I don't know what they're currently doing. They've apparently like fired their most recent people who replaced who was fired, who replaced who was fired, who replaced who was fired. I don't know what they're doing anymore.
There's a clip I saw on Ethan's stream, and I don't know if you saw it, but they at the end of it, after like he's fighting with Boogie, they bring on this other guy who just looks like new Boogie, and he's like, "Listen,
No, not a new one."
He's like, "Listen, you worked really hard. You're not the best option. You're not the you're not the funniest, but you're the only man we have. So you're gonna run Lolcow, like the main show now." And he's like, "Thank you, Keem. Thank you. I've wanted this for so long." And I'm like, "I gotta cover this one. I gotta.
Yeah.
This is so fucking funny. It's just such a great clip."
Well, it's just about like it's gonna die, but everyone's just curious how and when. Not everyone. You're like vaguely curious. Is it now? And it's just like probably not yet. You're like, all right.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I think Lolcow will die with a whimper, not a bang. It'll just slowly
Well, didn't
stop getting viewership.
Wings of Redemption just left the internet recently?
Yeah,
know
he's
that?
like, "Oh,
Wait,
look,
did he?
I didn't leave the podcast because of I was quitting. I left the podcast because people were harassing my team and my podcast co-hosts or what." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, he's outed, I guess, temporarily. I don't know, but
People in my community were looking at it like, "Wait, Wings was in Lolcow? It wasn't on the main show with all the."
there was
What?
a point a couple weeks ago where apparently Wings was on a show that wasn't the main show, and Keemstar was running a solo show that wasn't the main show on their They have like 30 shows.
Yeah, like Tommy, Wings, and Boogie up until last week were all on Lolcow and Keem. They just don't interact except for Keem.
I will say,
They're all just different
bold
shows.
management choice. Like, but whatever works or doesn't in this case. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see what you managed to find out on that front. Fringy, Platoon, how about you fellas?
I suppose tomorrow I shall have to start streaming the Barn game now that the boys is comfortably in the rearview mirror. And then Mando and Grogu video will be out at some point this week. I don't know exactly when yet, but at some point this week.
Diabolical.
Yeah, I'm just working, but I'll be continuing with that stupid game, finishing it off. Yeah,
That's beautiful.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, I guess. Well, Sunday I'm gonna try and do a last final stream on Bond if I'm lucky. I don't know how much is left exactly, and I want to do the tax sim thing, but try and maybe go for a long one. And then Resident Drunks the following day to wrap up OGRE2 with Drinker, and then Real BBC the following day, and then Buffy stream with Gary back on, so that'll be that Wednesday. Then Open Bar. And then Friday I'll probably, go and have a sit down and look at the stars or something. It'll be wonderful. Things
You get a
are
day
on the way.
off?
In theory.
Oh, that means we gotta start watching the next terrible fucking show, dude.
Oh, no, ironically,
find
yeah.
another
We kind of,
horrible show.
we got plenty of things to be watching. So, yeah, plenty to get excited by. Exciting stuff. Wonderful. Happy. Goodbye, the boys. Never will we need to think about you ever again. Into the grave you go. Okay, well, anything else anybody want to say before we head out?
No.
Nope.
Brick by brick.
Well, all right. Bye-bye.
Bye. 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 Bye.